Hey guys, we'll be starting off in just a couple minutes. Just waiting for the world update. I can speak to finish installing. I don't know if we're actually going to fly into Italy and Malta today. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But I want to install it now before I forget. I've worked out where we're going to be flying and what we're going to be flying in, so we'll see how we go, as usual. Later on in the stream, depending on how long it runs, how long I spend in MSFS, whatever, we might do some Reforger. I want to check that out. I haven't tried it yet. It came out last night. I found out about it this morning, right as I was getting ready to go for work, so I just quickly installed it before I started the stream. We might try it out later. Something with wings, either fixed or rotary. That is a pretty decent suggestion. If I had anything without wings installed, I'd be all clever and say, haha, we don't need wings where we're going. But I don't think I have any ground vehicles or anything installed at the moment, because I wasn't sure if they'd work without my sim blowing up. I was having some Crasher desktop issues a few weeks ago, so I uninstalled a lot of stuff that I wasn't sure about. Definitely not sarcastic after midnight. Oh, that's fine. I'm sarcastic all the time. When my brain's operating quickly enough. I'm probably going to be a little more... fuck. Here we go again. I'm probably going to be a little more disjointed than usual, which is really saying something. I had a bit of a moment at work towards the end of my shift. Namely, I found out something which I was told was done, was not actually done, so I had to fucking rush to bodgy it, otherwise I'd be staying back late. I was not real impressed, and then I realized I brought home a set of room keys with me. Thankfully they got a spare, because I didn't really feel like doing a 3-mile round trip on foot down to work to drop off the keys. Hey Seb, good to see you. I swear to God, I just watched the progress bar on this download jump backwards by like a gigabyte. Slowly getting into this 3rd gen stuff. Once you get into it, you won't be able to get yourself out of it. It's a lot of fun. I really wish the Mirage F1 would hurry up and come out, but hey, the more polished it is when it releases, the better. Got my first 2 kills with the F5 and 1 sortie. Yeah, the F5 is really good. The thing with the F5 is, it's not super, like... How can I put this? It's not awe-inspiring, right? It's not, like, it's quick, but it's not really fast. It's agile, but it's not eye-watering. It's just kind of a decent plane, but it's not amazing. You know, the kind of analogy I keep going back to is it's a Toyota Camry in terms of fighter jets. But man, once you figure out its systems, it's really good. It doesn't have much in terms of systems, but the radar's okay. I mean, it's better than it should be, but that's true of everything with a pulse radar and DCS at the moment. But particularly being able to work with a missile uncaged switch, use the dogfight modes on the radar, and then know its maneuvering sort of limitations, shall we say. It is so good, because once you get that kind of flow figured out, it's hard not to get at least 1 or 2 kills a sortie with it. Like, you know, once you're down to guns, then you've got to contend with them being complete scatterguns accuracy-wise. I don't mind that as much as some people. I mean, it's not ideal, but, you know, against like a really aggressively jinking 21, or a 21 that doesn't know what he's doing and is flopping all over the place, it's actually useful, because it means you're going to hit with at least something, even if you can't aim precisely at him. But yeah, with the missiles, the F5 is really, really good. It only gets 2 of them, sure, but you really should only need 2. You know, once you get the hang of the AIM-9s on the F5, especially if you've got the AIM-9Ps or the AIM-9P5s, you should have very few issues getting 2 kills per sortie with those 2 missiles. The 21's a lot more fun to fly, it's a lot more, you know, awe-inspiring, but I feel like with that, you've got to work a lot harder for the results. And you lose the you lose the feel for it much faster. Like the F5 I can go back to after a couple months without flying it, and it doesn't take me that long to get back into it, but the MiG-21, if I don't fly it for a couple of days, it's like I haven't flown it for a year. It's really hard to keep proficiency for. And the F1, as far as I can tell, is basically going to be like a big F5 in a lot of ways. Although it won't be able to uncage its missiles, I don't think, which is going to be a big oof. But in terms of, you know, it's fast, but it doesn't have a very good thrust-to-weight ratio. It's agile, but it'll probably bleed off speed quite aggressively during turns, I would imagine. It should be quite interesting. Yeah, particularly at the moment on Alpines, because there's a lot of very experienced blue players at this point, and a lot of red's really experienced players just aren't on these days. So I'm busy with work. I can't play in the mornings anymore, except on weekends and my day off, because I'm working when the server's usually got people in it now. A lot of the other guys have just stopped playing DCS or are flying different planes, so it can be quite hard flying red these days, which is unfortunate. We need to find like a new generation of red players and get them in there. And get some of the old guys back in if we can. I would personally love to be able to fly every day in Alpine server like I used to, but it's just not possible, unfortunately. Time zones mean that prime time for Alpine server is, depending on daylight saving, it's either between 4 AM or 8 AM my time, so I'm either asleep or at work. I think it's going to be a single engine A model. Yeah, it does give me those kind of vibes. It really does. Yeah, Chocolate, I've got the day off tomorrow. So, tomorrow, my Canadian friends will know this. Tomorrow, the Battle of Alberta is happening. There's a Canadian bar just down in Kingston, which is just across the ACT border from me. The guy that runs it's really cool. He's a great guy. So it's always fun to go down there anyway, but it's even more exciting to go down there tomorrow, because we're going to go watch the Oilers play against the Flames and hopefully win. Hopefully. And then if the Oilers get through to the finals, I'm going to claim it as a religious holiday and take the day off work. I don't know if they'll give it to me, but I'm going to try, damn it. So, my parents are coming down. They're going to pick up my sister on the way, and the whole family's going to go watch. Oh man. Yeah, I just saw it. Okay. So it was at like 3 point something gigabytes of 4.6, and it just jumped back to 2.1. Excellent. Good job, Microsoft. Excellent work. What are we flying? A fucking loading menu at the moment. So I'm downloading... Oh, it looks like it's going fast now at least. I'm downloading the world update, so I just don't forget to do it next time I try and fly in Italy. I've done that before, like I tried to fly in the UK and Australia, and I was like, it looks like shit. I thought there was meant to be a big world update. I went and looked at the marketplace and I didn't even fucking have it installed. let alone, or I didn't have it purchased in air quotes. You know, it's free, but I didn't have it, let alone have it installed on my machine. 2030 local puck drops, so 0 fuck 30 Zulu, yeah, something like that. It should be around the middle of the day our time. Download loopers on maybe 8 misfits the first time. Yeah, I usually don't have that much issue with it, but it just looks like today is one of those days, both for it and for me. So, I mean, I can identify with that at least. This is an interesting one. I thought it was going to be a pretty cruisy day at work today, but like in the last hour, it just shit started piling up. I'll give it a couple more minutes, and if it's still misbehaving, we'll just say fuck it, because we're probably not going to be flying in Italy today anyway. I'll just let it go in the background, and we'll go out for a flight. Just a matinee, the late games suck for the next morning. Yeah. Yeah, they would definitely suck for the next morning, that's for sure. Yep, it just jumped back to 2.1 again, for fuck's sake. Finish my tea and then we'll fly. But for me, it's excellent. It's fucking excellent for me, because it's smack bang in the middle of the day, so I can go down and get fucking smashed at like 1/2 lunch. Did you require ArmA 3.5? I did indeed. I've got it installed, so we might play it later on in the stream, and I can give you guys my thoughts. Because I haven't tried it at all yet. I haven't even launched it yet. I just installed it. Also, you may have noticed there was a lack of an ArmA stream on Monday. I do apologize. What happened there was your boy's sleep cycle started shifting 2 hours forward per day again over the Friday evening and then across the weekend. So by the time it came around to Monday, if I had tried to get up in time for the mission, I would have had about 2 hours of sleep before a Monday. And with the workload we had on Monday, I would have fucking died. So I decided to skip it and sleep in. Which I don't like doing, but it was the right choice. Otherwise, I would have actually had a fucking meltdown at work. I'm sorry, Lumber. I'm sorry. So, I had a flight going last night. I don't think we'll continue it on stream, because I don't want to restart it, and also if I just pick it up where it is, it's kind of eh. But I had a flight going. Dad challenged me to find his farm up in High Prairie. I did find his farm up in High Prairie, so then I flew the route from High Prairie down to Swan Hills, from Swan Hills to Whitecourt, then Edson, and I landed at Jasper. And we're going to continue down past the ice fields, and then I gotta remember which turnoff we took, but we hung a left. We didn't go all the way down to Banff, we hung a left, and then we went through Rocky Mountain House, and then came back up towards Edmonton, so I'm following that rough route with the 337. Feel like it though, don't tell the FAA, but I flew on like 1.7 hours of sleep on Monday as well. Fuck me, dude. When I was still flying, I would call off a flying day if I felt even slightly out of sorts. I did not want to play with that shit. I really didn't. I took like, I think a month off after I concussed myself just because I didn't want to, like I really didn't want to fuck with it. Okay, I'm gonna, hang on. Oh my god, I don't even have my fucking light turned on. I don't have any of this shit prepared. I've been sitting here jabbering for like 15 minutes. I'm sorry, chat. You may have arrived... Sorry, 20 minutes. You may have arrived here under the impression that this is a pro stream run by a competent person. How long have you been staring at a black screen? Because that shouldn't have been there. The intro slides ran out.
Ross move quality sup Ross.
Hey Cracks, thanks for the resub. Appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Yeah, like I said, we're having a moment today. If it will actually grab the correct game. There we go, there's Ms. Fizz. Alright, so... Look at all this stuff I have now. I got a bunch of new airfields. I kind of feel like a lot of these though are that is interesting. I don't know what's going on there, and my sim may have just... Yeah, my sim just crashed. Oh my god. Thanks for the raid, Javis. What a time to arrive. We've got 40 minutes of loading simulator about to happen now because my sim just crashed. So, possibly one of the scenery add-ons I threw in last night did not play well with the game. We'll just avoid zooming in on that area again once it gets going again. Probably shouldn't have, but felt good enough to do the basic stuff I did, which is fly straight and level for 40 minutes and land, then fly straight and level for another 30. Yeah, fair enough. Darth Urso, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. To the flight I did yesterday. I think... Let me think for a while. Continue in normal. It's going to take so long to load though. See, you're here, so this would be a good time to fly the 337, but I was flying the 337 last night. I got a bunch of stuff I haven't flown at all yet that I do want to fly on stream at some point, but I think I'd better fly them off stream to get used to them first. Wasn't there something... Oh! The fucking GB. The little fucking psychopath. I'll fly the GB. I love that thing. I love that thing. It's so stupid. It is absolutely psychotic, dude. It is so much fun. Put an advisory ping out on Roscord regarding ArmA Reforger, the workshop. Max already did. Max already got that. I don't know if Max can post in announcements, but they can do an everyone ping, so that works. Concorde, I don't have the Concorde. I'm not going to buy a Concorde until a good one comes out. I'm going to have some spicy opinions here probably, but the Concorde we have in MSFS right now, if it was $30, I would still hold on to my money. Having seen the way the flight model on that thing is done. I also don't really do airliner stuff. Although 1,000 feet, or is that... Yeah, it's 1,000 feet. See, if I was going to do airliners, that is the kind of shit I would do. You mean the F-14? No, it's... Well, I mean, if it's reusing the F-14 flight model, that's even worse, because if that's the flight model for the F-14, it's not correct. Well, I know it's not correct, but you know what I mean. It looks like a MiG-19 that somebody stretched longitudinally and then put the ailerons on the leading edge of the wings. Just from the aerodynamic overlay, like showing the lift over or the lift vectors, words. Yeah, it's modeled as a highly swept wing with a tailplane that doesn't exist, and the roll control is coming from the fucking leading edge, the outboard leading edge of the wings, which is just... Hold out on MSFS because there's no wake turbulence or damage models. The Red Wing Lockheed Constellation has... It's not a full damage model, it's not like DCS, but it has something approaching a damage model. So you can crush the gear, you can fuck up your control surfaces, your engines can blow up. Again, it's not DCS level, so you won't be, knocking wings off against buildings or anything. Or, taking bits off the plane by scraping trees, but it has more of a damage model than most civilian sims have. Wake turbulence, yeah, I don't think that's in yet. I hope they add it. I'm kind of surprised they didn't with Reno. Or they might have with Reno, I'm not sure to be honest. I haven't flown that close to somebody to figure it out. But regular turbulence they have lots of. They have a lot of regular turbulence in MSFS, like almost a realistic amount. When I say almost, I don't mean it's too much, I mean it's too little still, but it's close. And all the tubeliner guys on the MSFS forums are losing their shit because they're terrified of it and they don't know how to fly in it. Seen a Concorde cockpit in MSFS, horrified, it's not even close. The art for it, it looks like, I mean, I'm guessing he either bought the model from like Turbo Squid or something, or ported it from a much older version of Flight Simulator. Because it has the typical hallmark of older art assets imported into a modern engine, where everything is uniformly shiny because there's no proper PBR done, there's no rough mets. There's no normal maps, or they were done in Photoshop with that normal map generation filter thing. Obviously, things don't have enough sides to look smooth, and like there's just a look, and there's smoothing errors. Like that's the thing with modern graphics engines. If you don't have your smoothing groups done, if you don't have your normal maps done properly, if you don't have good PBR, things like smoothing errors or non-planar faces really jump out. They're really obvious, and you can see a lot of them in that cockpit. Are you getting the new ArmA? I've already got it. I've got it installed. I'll try it out a bit later in the stream, I think. I probably should be trying it now, since this is going to take forever to load, but whatever. We'll just catch up on chat for the time being. Remember when MSFS had to put a force field around the One World Trade Center on day 2 because everyone was flying into it on release day? I don't know what they expected. I really don't know what they expected. Reforger is just a tech demo? Yeah, but I'm curious to see what it's like. I mean, I could always refund it later. Plasticky glossy mats? Yeah, because they haven't done any modern shit. It's just a straight port. Not a good one. If we get... I don't remember which dev put out the one that Maverick flies in. Was it X-Plane he flew it in? I can't remember which sim he flew in. I think it was X-Plane. If they do a Concorde for this, and it's not FS Labs who put fucking malware in their modules as an anti-piracy measure, then I might pick one up. Like, I'd like to have a Concorde to fly around, just a good one. I'm not going to spend money on something that bad. But yeah, like, low-level stuff in airliners, I will happily do. I will happily do. You guys wouldn't have seen it. Well, some of you would have. Some of you who are in CCM's Discord would have. But I didn't stream it, but for no reason at all, just purely out of curiosity and sheer coincidence, I may have been flying a DC-6 about 100 foot off the ground near Kamloops at very low speeds. Ooh, Beepski got one already. Another scalp to add to the collection. Spent the evening flying a DC-6. It was actually a great time. Yeah, the DC-6 is really nice. I haven't updated it yet. I need to reinstall the PMDG fucking installer because it won't connect anymore for some reason. Third-party installers are the bane of my existence, but I do need to pick up the update for it. My only issue with that aircraft is that the rudder, maybe they fixed it in the patch, I doubt it though. The rudder is just comically authoritative at all speeds, including very high ones where you shouldn't even be able to push the pedals. Like, you shouldn't have enough strength to push the pedals. Jake, cheers for the follow. Good to see you, man. Main naval aircraft in the Apache. I am a Mostly MiG guy in DCS. MiG-21, MiG-19, sometimes the 15. 29 I like a lot as well. The MiG-23 is my absolute beloved. I cannot wait for it to hit DCS. I cannot wait to see the wall of tears in the bug reporting forums from people that think that a MiG-23 MS is the same thing as a MiG-23 MLA. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun disabusing some people of their idea of what a MiG-23 can and can't do. Su-27, 30 and 33. I like the Su-27. I really like the old, well, say the older Su-27s, but like the original paint scheme for it with the green radomes still. They looked so good in that scheme. I'm not too big on the 30. I think two-seat flankers look kind of off. They don't look bad. There's just something about them I don't like as much. The 33 is pretty nice though. I do like the aircraft. Like, I like it a lot, but I will say in DCS I much prefer the MiG-29 to it. The flanker's more capable, obviously, except in terms of pure speed performance, where the 29 is the best aircraft in DCS, hands down, not even a contest. The MiG-23 will take that crown from it when it arrives. But in terms of payload, in terms of situational awareness, all that stuff, the flanker's obviously a lot better. But the flanker, to me, unless you bypass the fly-by-wire system and fly with that off and, you know, do the funny Cobra thing, it's not really that exciting to fly. Like, it's pleasant enough to fly, but it's very well-behaved. It's very sort of stable feeling. Yes, I know it's statically unstable, but whatever. Like, with the fly-by-wire engaged, it feels like the Su-25, except fast. It's really easy to fly. The reason I prefer the MiG-29 in DCS is that thing will fuck you up if you don't know what you're doing in it. Like, it's just brutal. If you're too slow, it can't turn. If you're too fast, it can't turn. It's very easy with high enough speeds to accidentally pull too hard, trip the emergency, like the override for the fucking stick kicker, and then rip your own wings off. Like, there's just so much about the MiG-29 that makes it a real handful in the air. It's so much fun. It's like a rocket ship. Warthog pilot in DCS when my HOTAS works. The Bert's addicting. I cannot get into the A10. The A10C especially is just too modern for me. The A10A, I've taken out on Enigmas a few times, and I've been pretty successful with it. Well, very successful with it. The gun is really nice to have. You know, it's not a tank buster in real life. It is in DCS because ED decided to throw the Warthog guys a bone, I guess. But that gun against light-skinned vehicles, any other sort of soft targets, is just... it's so good. It's so good for it. The Su-25 gun is good too, but with the A10 you just have so much ammo, such a high rate of fire, it's so stable. You just put the nose on something, squeeze a trigger, and it deletes whatever is there. The Su-25, you've really got to aim the whole aircraft. You've got to line up your strafing runs perfectly. You know, you've got to really kick the rudder this way or that to get the nose on, and then quickly pull the trigger and get a burst off. And if you're off by even the smallest amount, it was a waste. But the A10, you just point the nose, pull the trigger, hold it for a couple seconds, and everything in front of you is dead. Enjoy the process of the A10C2. I appreciate the capabilities of it. Like, I'm the guy that is known for railing against modern systems. It's not that I don't like them. Like, I appreciate what they can do for a pilot that knows how to use them. Like, they're really cool. They're really cool. Don't get me wrong. But for me personally, my brain can't process information the way that you have to for that kind of stuff. I just don't find it as interesting. I find it too much. Like, it's just a sensory overload for me. That's why I don't like MFDs either. Like, I can't read MFDs. Like, not even joking, I actually can't read MFDs. If there's more than probably one or two pieces of information on the same screen, obviously on a PC screen it's different because there's actual user interface design to draw your attention to stuff, but on an MFD in an aircraft where it's all just kind of shoved into one screen and it's all monochrome or 2 or 3 colors, and like, I can't. My brain sees it all and it tries to read everything at once, and it just short circuits. That's why I like Steam gauges. They're all on separate gauges. I know where to look for this gauge, where to look for that gauge. You know, the position of the needle's a good quick visual reference. I'm really good with that kind of thing, but as soon as you give me a screen with a bunch of numbers on it, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Full fidelity flanker when? We can hope. We can dream. See, I don't know. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they could do it in terms of getting the information, because it was exported. You know, the Su-27 itself is pretty long in the tooth now. But, yeah, it really depends just how much they're worried that the Russian government's going to come knocking at the door. I know that is a concern for ED. I've said previously, and I still think this is the case. I think they play it up a bit. I do think they play it up a bit, but for the Su-27, that might actually be a concern. For the older stuff, like the MiG-29, it's obviously not. Like, no one cares. MiG-29's not really a front, or not a first-line service aircraft anymore in Russia. Hasn't been for a long time. Su-25 also has the problem of bucking to the left. Yeah, because the gun's mounted off-center, it'll kick over to one side. Feel the same way about Apache and rockets. There are a couple of guys on Enigma's Discord, and Lucas in my Discord was doing it too, who have been drawing up tables for the flying rocket artillery run. You know, the thing that people were making fun of because they saw a video come out of Ukraine of it, not knowing that this is a very old tactic which the Soviets used, or which the Soviets really devised for avoiding things like Rolands and Gepards. So what you do is you come in, you know, your normal attack speed, 200, 250 kilometers an hour, whatever, and a certain distance away from the target, you pitch up to a certain amount while maintaining that speed, and at the peak of your climb, you fire off all your rockets. And people saw this and they're like, there were two kind of normie schools of thoughts on this. One was, oh my god, war crimes, and the other one was, oh my god, they're so desperate, how will they hit anything, what a joke. It's like, there's a lot of shit to make fun of them for at the moment, mostly involving tractors, but that isn't one of them. That's a very old procedure. The Soviets did it, the East Germans adopted it from the Soviets. Like, that was just a Warsaw Pact thing, was if you were worried about the presence of particularly anti-aircraft artillery, it was usually Gepards they were worried about, because the Americans didn't have any actually good anti-aircraft artillery. Only the Germans really did. If you were worried there might be Gepards or there might be manpads or something protecting a particular target, and it was an area target like, say, a convoy or a staging area or a command post or something like that, you would do this form of pop-up attack and just yeet the rockets from, you know, 5, 6, 7 kilometers away and then get away from the danger. And that's just what they were doing. And the reason the Russians were doing that in the videos that were released is because the Ukrainians have guys in every copse of trees with a Stinger or an Igla or a Purin. So that's why they did it. It makes a lot of sense. Most of what they're doing makes no fucking sense at all, but that did actually make sense. And I think they actually showed footage of one attack where you could see what the target was too, and it was a concentration of units in a forest. It looked like a command post or a radio outpost or something. Don't know why Russia would care about a full fidelity 25 aim, or like, hey look, they don't... Yeah, exactly, they don't want to get shot down, which is perfectly sensible. Like, you have to be stupid to want to get shot down. The 25A, yeah, I do wonder about that. I really do wonder what's going on with that. Just getting off work or something? Yes, I finished work... Well, I'm not just getting off work, I finished work 3 hours ago, but I'm doing an evening stream because I have the day off tomorrow, and I don't need to be up very early tomorrow. game starts around, what, probably lunchtime or just after, so I can sleep in if I need to. Posticle. I will catch up to that in about a month, Saber. I am about a month behind Mill Media at the moment because I've been too busy to check stuff. Yeah, so the reason it's taking so long to load, regulars will have heard this, but the reason it's taking so long to load is because I never know where I'm flying or what I'm flying until I'm staring at the map screen. I'm one of those people. I don't know what I'm doing until I'm staring at the map screen and I've spun the globe a couple times. So I could use add-on linker and reduce my load times by only enabling scenery add-ons in the parts of the world I plan to fly in, but then I would have to know which part of the world I plan to fly in to do so. So I have add-on linker, and it's no use at all to me, because in the time it takes me to sort out which add-ons I'm using, boot the sim, get into the map, decide, oh actually no, I feel like flying here instead, close the sim, change my mods, reboot the sim, realize I didn't enable like the most important add-on in that area, or like a particular plane I want to fly, close the sim again. It's like, I may as well just cop the 40-minute load time and deal with it. The only issue is, if the sim crashes, that's when it becomes a problem. And the sim did crash. On the other hand, I'll have to go back and check the VOD later so I can figure out which airport that was, because there was some issues with the scenery there. Hey Stu, cheers for the follow. Said earlier, my dad went to Edwards Air Force Base, got pictures of the 16XL, 15 with... Oh, the fucking 15 active, holy shit. Damn, dude. Well, when I get to them, I'll be fucking fawning over them for sure, dude. Cheers for posting those. So yeah, I, partly because I've been, you know, new job, and also partly just because I've been playing so much Flight Sim off stream, just to kind of chill out after work, I have not been able to keep up with that channel at all. I'm about a month behind. I will check it. I do go through that channel and check everything, but it'll take me a while. The other funny thing is, that crash probably just interrupted the download on the world update. Which means I'm going to have to relaunch the sim later on after the stream and re-download it anyway. I haven't even looked at ATWG Discord for like 6 months. I have not had the time. There was some really interesting stuff that that got posted like ages and ages ago that I wanted to watch, because it was there was a YouTube video. It was something about I think it was the Nautilus, and I was like, oh holy shit, that looks cool. I'll just bookmark this and watch it later, and then forgot about it for a month, because if I see a video and it looks really interesting but I know it's probably going to be more than 2 minutes long, I'm like, no, I'll watch it later. I don't have the attention span. Supercritical wing for the F8. Ah. So I think what we'll do... I know what we'll do. Hey Lumber, push me, pull you, but we'll do it with the appropriate livery over Southeast Asia. And we'll hop into something else afterwards. I haven't had time to listen to that interview yet. That one and the MiG-29 interview, I've got them queued up, but I haven't actually listened to them yet. I've heard of the supercritical wing, I just can't remember what it looked like. Actually, the reason I haven't listened to those interviews yet is because they're like 2.5 hours long. I looked at them, I'm like, oh man, ooh. 2.5 hours is a long time to ask me to sit still and listen to the same thing for. Unless I'm busy doing something else. Like, when I was working on the MiG-21 cockpit retexture, which I still haven't finished, it's mostly done. It's like 80-90% done. But when I was working on that, I just smashed through like 6 episodes of the Fighter Pilot podcast because I was so completely hyper-focused on texturing that I didn't get distracted. But if I'm not busy doing something, my attention wanders so quickly. Think it's chaptered up? It probably is. I also, we could do it this stream maybe. I also need to get some more flying time in with the Connie, because I want to get used to that. I'm reasonably confident with the DC-6 now. I still don't know how to start the thing from cold, but in terms of actually flying it, I'm reasonably confident. I'll probably overstress the engines a little because I don't keep on top of cooling very well, but I mean, in real life, the flight engineer would be doing that anyway. There is an automatic flight engineer function, which I assume works pretty well. I'm just scared to touch it in case it does something I don't want it to. I think the Connie has something similar anyway. Fighter Pilot podcast. Turbo Trainer 10% truth, more than 2 hours. I'll just do some wings and wine. I probably should actually do that when I'm playing MSFS. Like when I hop in for a longer flight in the evening, I should just put on a couple podcasts and listen to them. As long as I can hear them over the engine, because I like to have my my engine sounds cranked up loud. Crack me up. Dude fired the gun, the canopy stick came down and hit him in the head. Yeah, the vibration off that thing must be pretty fucking insane. That is a big gun, and it's just about under the cockpit too. Like, I think the actual breech, well, you know what I mean, like the actual Gatling assembly for the breech end of the GAU 8, I think, is behind the pilot, from memory. I know the ammo feed's behind him. But I think for the Geschaft 30 on the Su-25, it's almost right under him. Oh, they're actually Hornet stabs. They weren't new built. Interesting. I assumed that they just built them new, but I guess if you got it, you may as well use it. We're nearly an hour into the stream. We haven't even taken off yet. Oh man. Feels like being in a piggy bank that's getting hit by a hammer. Probably sounds a bit like one too. Everything fucking rattling around. I still have to fly the 146 too. I haven't flown that yet. I have it, I just haven't flown it. Yeah. You'd want to make sure shit's actually strapped down. It should be done soon, guys. So we'll probably do a quick flight around probably somewhere in Vietnam. I don't really have any custom scenery for that area, so it's just all going to be auto-gen, but I mean it should be geographically correct at least. So we can see if we can find Thud Ridge, poke around some of the airfields. Might take off from Fujian or Yanbai. Poke around there for a bit. And then for the next flight, we'll hop in something else. We might do somewhere around the Rockies. I did, Saber, it crashed. That's exactly what I did, and then it crashed. That's why we're waiting so long. Telluride? I don't actually think I've flown from Telluride yet, so yeah, that's not a bad shout. Not bad at all. Funny cope slope airport on the side of a mountain. Oh, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. I haven't done that many like real bush strips yet. I've landed a few small airstrips out in the middle of nowhere, but not like properly bush strip side of a mountain type shit. I think the closest I've got was when I was following CCM around BC. A wrinkled brain would have not let it crash. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like the crash was on me, as I scrolled over to an area where I could clearly see errors appearing on the map and zoomed in on it. That was probably a bad idea. Idaho. I got a bunch of airports, or like bush strips for Idaho. I'm curious what's going on with the F-104's afterburner, because Sim Update 9 apparently broke it. And for the first few days after Sim Update 9, the afterburner was not properly engaging, like the nozzle wasn't opening. It would still show the afterburner effect, and it would still play the sound and everything, but the nozzle was still closed, and I don't think it was working right. It appears to have fixed the animations. I didn't even update the module, so it just randomly fixed itself. So the nozzle opens now, but I don't think it's giving me enough thrust, because I couldn't go supersonic in it the other day. Once that's fixed, though, I want to do a lot more Starfighter flying. I know I already do a lot of Starfighter flying, but I want to do more, because I really like that plane. Really, really like it. A question about chat rules. It says to use my brain before chatting. However, my brain is on timeshare, and I rarely actually have access to it. That is a fair point, and we can make accommodations for that, since the same is true of me. You know, you can have your brain on IOU. Any minute now, Ms. Fizz. Any minute. Oh, man. I really wish I was the kind of person that knew where I was going to fly before a stream, so I could actually use, you know, add-on linker and get some benefit out of it. It'd be nice to have 5-minute load times. It was really weird. There were, I think, 1 or 2 sim updates where even with a stupid amount of add-ons, like a hilariously large number of add-ons like I have now, not as many as now, but like still a lot, my load time went down to about 5-10 minutes. From 40, went down to 5 or 10 minutes. And then the next sim update came out and we're back up to 40. How does it work? Don't ask me. Where and what I'm flying before I even turn on my PC. Oh, to be able to do that. I have to literally just sit there and spin the globe a few times before I finally make up my mind. We might, depending how long we do Flight Sim for, we might also squeeze in some Gunner Heat PC. Oh, thank God. Okay. We won't look at where the cursed thing happened last time. Oh, it's gonna be cloudy. So it would make more sense. You know what? Actually, I've flown around Hanoi before. I did it in the Yak 18. I didn't do it on stream, but I posted screenshots in my Discord a long time ago. So this time, let's take off from Da Nang. I wonder if the radar tower is there. I bet you it's not. I bet you it turns it into a bunch of buildings or something. We'll grab ourselves a parking spot up near the end of the runway. It looks like this is the active, so we'll grab this one. We'll grab the appropriate livery. For some reason, one of my liveries has changed the description of the actual aircraft to match the description of that livery. I need to figure out why it's doing that and fix it. So we got this one, which has got the little side window and the flying rat, or we've got this one, although this is like a darker shade of grey. I like the paler grey. Or we got this one, the nighttime version with the black undersides. I got that one just the other day. Or we've got the classic. I think let's go with this one. I like this one. Let's just fill her up because I don't know how long we're going to be in the air for, and it's a 337. It'll be fine. It will be fine. 2:02 in the afternoon. Yeah, that'll do. And live weather, whatever that is. No higher than 50 feet, huh? Can do that. I was doing about 50 feet around Swan Hills last night. Tamo, cheers for follow, welcome to the stream. Let's see a tour of the North African coast. I could do one of those at some point. I have flown part of the North African coast, so I flew from down near the pyramids at Giza. I flew up the Nile, or down the Nile, I should say. Down the Nile, past Cairo, out through the Delta, and then I think I landed at Alexandria, from memory. So I've flown partway along the coast, but I could definitely do a tour along more of the coast. Oh, it's going to be shit weather. Low cloud. Quite low cloud. Alright, let me just adjust my... Oops. Adjust my head position here. There we go. Oh, maybe a little bit more over the nose. There we go. That's what I'm talking about right there. Just make sure it's centered. Perfect. Do they paint on the observer door? On this one, no. On the other livery, the one with the kangaroo on it, they did. It is actually painted on that one. This one, it's not. But this one has the funny wing. Okay, so let's just get this set up. Go ahead and battery, pumps. Oh shit, this little fella's actually working today. Leave that on standby for now. The weather radar's really temperamental. Sometimes it doesn't work at all, sometimes it works perfectly, sometimes it's a bit of both. So we'll see what it does. We don't really need to push back here, we can turn around in this distance easily. So let's do just that. Hey, Sif. Don't mind me. Yeah, we should be able to sneak in front of whoever's landing. I did see somebody on the approach on the map, but whatever. Honestly, Sif, no, I have no recollection of that anymore. It's been too long. And up she goes, nice and gentle. Gear coming up. Flaps coming up. Dial the revs back a bit. I wish it was that easy, Saber. I really do. There's the city of Da Nang. And this mountain right here was a major US radar station during the Vietnam War. So this was one of the GCI radars that was used by particularly the US Air Force, but also the US Navy. In addition, there was Red Crown, which was a Navy picket ship, typically a destroyer. It rotated between different ships on duty off the coast. But Red Crown is a picket ship that sat just off the coast and provided radar coverage in GCI. They also had 121s, which is a Connie with an airborne early warning radar in it. They had those airborne pretty much around the clock as well. So it, you know, as it happens, it wasn't only the Soviets who were very reliant on GCI. Who could have thought? In fact, because there were so many American and other you know, allied to the US aircraft in the air at any given time, and so few North Vietnamese aircraft in the air, at various points the US aircraft were actually hampered by just how much red tape they had to go through to loose off the weapon. T90 and T72 again. The T90 is a very modernized tank built on the basis of a T72. Fundamentally, a T90 is just an upgraded 72, but they are, you know, considered to be different tanks. New stick arrived? Yep, I'm using it right now. It's really good for most things, but it's very difficult in the MiG-21 because I haven't adjusted to it yet. Like, all my muscle memory for flying the MiG-21 with the Warthog is gone now. So I have to relearn how to fly it. There's Da Nang out beneath us. Pretty big city, very sprawly. And you can see the turbulence coming off that mountain. We're also, you know, flying into some weather. We're having a Jerry moment. Is that a pagoda? That is a pagoda. Interesting. I wonder if that's a point of interest, or if that's... I don't think I have any custom scenery installed for here. Maybe I do, but I don't think so. Huh. Cool. Where are you flying? Da Nang, Vietnam. Oh yeah, it's going to be some JFR conditions up here. We don't really have to worry about icing, at least. It's fucking 30 degrees Celsius outside. Power, please. Nope. Nope. I have fucked up. I'm going to avoid the inevitable here. I'm going to avoid the inevitable. Please forgive me my sins. I'm not used to flying in this hot weather. Because most DCS missions are set to fucking 20 degrees maximum. Okay, let's stop thrashing the crap out of the engine now. Now just imagine DCS actually had proper turbulence and proper air currents, and Mission Makers set the weather to anything except default 20 degrees Celsius 760 pressure. Imagine on fucking Growling Sidewinder with people valley crawling in the mountains. Like, imagine what would happen. So what I should have done there is the same way you climb mountains in a Huey in DCS, or in a Hind for that matter, is you go at it and then turn away and either parallel the contours and slowly spiral your way up, or particularly in helicopters what you can do is you can run at the mountain until you hit ground effect and then turn away. So you use a ground effect to push you up a bit, then you turn away and come back and you slowly kind of spiral your way up next to it. Boy, I sure love going sideways. Holy fuck. Bit bouncy. So the actual radar site, I think, is on the next peak. Because it pretty much directly overlooks the city. Now it doesn't want to stop climbing. We're getting sucked into an updraft. Yeah, that should be it. So obviously in the sim it's not modeled correctly, but those should be radar golf balls. And that was one of the major GCI stations for US aircraft over Vietnam. I know, right, Chocolate? So once again, the city of Da Nang sprawling out beneath us. And all along the coast. So you see a lot of the rice paddies and the grasslands in the south in war movies and stuff, but what you don't really see so much is the highlands, and there's a lot of that in Vietnam. In fact, some of the most vicious engagements of the war took place in the highlands. We fly a little to the southwest towards Pleiku. That puts us pretty close to Ia Drang Valley, which is where the first major ground engagement between US and North Vietnamese troops took place in 1965, towards the end of the year. I think it was November 1965. Vietnam is, and I think this is something people don't really consider when they say we need a DCS Vietnam map, which I agree we do. But Vietnam is a very skinny country. It's very long but very thin. So when you actually look at it on a map, it doesn't have much strategic depth at all if you're coming from over the water, like you would be if you were, say, flying a US aircraft. But the length of it would make it difficult to squeeze into a DCS map. You'd have to cut bits and pieces off, probably. It's not a small country, it's just an awkwardly shaped country. It's do the whole Indochina. I don't have enough time tonight to do that. I want to be conscious for the fucking hockey tomorrow. What the fuck? We got a bridge to nowhere down there. So every now and then the Misfizz Autogen throws some weird shit out there, and that is one of them. Either that, or Sarah Palin was just elected governor of Da Nang. Just stops in the middle of fucking nowhere. Oh, in DCS? Yeah. How much of Cambodia would you include? I mean, you'd have to include a lot of it. A lot. Because, like, if you want to do US Air Force stuff, you've got to include Thailand. Because you've got to have all the air bases there that the US Air Force primarily flew out of. So you've got to go at least as far east as Yankee Station, and at least as far west as the bases in eastern Thailand. And then as far south as... you've got to go further south than Da Nang. Maybe not as far as Saigon, although really you should. But you've got to go at least, you know, part way down, and then as far north as the Chinese border. Holy fuck. Okay, that wasn't me. That was just the weather. I'm not really making any stick inputs right now. The plane's flying itself, more or less. This looks like a nice valley, and I have not yet learned my lesson. Hey, Logic. So I've spoken before on stream about how the imagery in this is put together to make the world terrain, and how it uses satellite imagery for some things, but road maps for other. That road did not exist when this satellite imagery was taken. That's why you're seeing cars driving on a faint ribbon of nothing. So there's a new highway there that didn't exist when they took the satellite photos. I treat everything like a fighter, dude. I would honestly, if somebody announced this for DCS, particularly if you could put smoke rockets on it, I would absolutely fucking buy it. Like, it would be legit a shitload of fun to play Bird Dog for the Phantom when it comes out. We got some gravity-defying water there. So the digital elevation mapping for this part of the world probably isn't super high resolution, which is why the water is doing that. That could have been bad. I felt it starting to slip out from under me. We're still above the stall, it's just that the air currents are shoving me around side to side as I bank. I was hoping to see more Pathfinder content from the Mosquito. Yeah, that would be awesome. Maybe once the Lancaster mod comes out, people start figuring out ways of doing that. Okay, I don't like where this is going, so we're going to slap the power on. And we're going to slowly try and pick up some altitude. Oh, we're going to... There it goes! Oh, oh, we just got away with that one. Yeah, we're going to pick up some altitude. That was a little spooky. We are full fuel as well, so that's not helping our cause here. So just imagine, it's 30 degrees Celsius outside right now, which is about 75, 80 Fahrenheit. You can see what the weather's doing, so the humidity index is probably like 120%. Now imagine you're having to huck your own body weight up that. Where's Super Saber? Here. .30 Celsius is 86, well in this scale's slightly out. What's the humidity? A lot. I don't think I can actually check when I'm set to live weather. Maybe? No, that's just default settings. I think that's not what it actually is. But it would be very high because, like, look at the clouds. You can tell it's going to be very humid. You say that to me like I'd know if there's a way to check it in-game, Lumber. I don't bother. I just get in the plane and fly. And I don't want to open up my browser to check it. I need to get one of those fancy integration things that you guys can just type in meta and it'll tell you what the weather is where I'm flying, but I haven't got around to it yet. And then landing rates too, so you can see how terrible I am. Although, I wonder if you could integrate that with DCS. Flex on people with like 10 foot per minute descent MiG-21 landings. Isn't it right there on the weather? Oh, I'm dumb. You're right. Da Nang. There you go. And then Fubai, which is the next closest. Yep. Well, I don't know how many of you have seen a lot of the like clips of things, phantoms, studs, whatever, releasing bombs during the war. You know, when they're doing high drag passes or whatever, or when they're dropping their fuel tanks. You know, like they got a camera strapped under the aircraft pointing backwards for an instant BDA or something. But a lot of those, when they release the weapon or the fuel tank or whatever it is, you can see it forming vapes as it comes off the aircraft. Like, that is fucking humid. When your bombs are vaping as they tumble through the air, that is fucking humid. Be actually interesting. I don't know if there's plans for it, but if they actually implemented, it'd probably have to be implemented on a per aircraft basis, like a lot of things in this sim, but if they actually implemented vapes, that would be cool as fuck. Is this supposed to be a civilian Bronco? And this is a Cessna 337. These were used in Vietnam as bird dogs. It's a Skymaster. We're rolling with the authentic livery. Wonder if we're going to get anything out of the weather radar today. Oh my god, it's working! It's alive! Holy shit! It was working last night too. It was the first time I'd seen it display anything in months. Yeah, the O2 is a little different. So on the right-hand side, there's a cutout with Perspex in the door and on the quarter panel there. Obviously, the avionics fit would be different. You wouldn't have this thing in fucking Vietnam. But same basic aircraft, more or less. This is also running CCM's mod, so this is a Turbo Skymaster. Why does it say don't shoot? Presumably they were a little worried about the fighter jocks above them seeing something flying around and trying to gun it. Look out, Canadians. Yep. I mean, I've yet to catch the VOD for Enigma's stats, the latest round of stats off Enigma's server, but I did get shown the blue on blue versus the red on red, and we can call it historically accurate. Fucking hell. It's like 3,000 and something versus 2,000. I would call that statistically significant. Yeah, I really love this thing. This is one of the main things I fly in MSFS. I really wish I'd get a chance to fly one in real life. Ooh, she's getting bumpy again. So it's a little past 30 degrees Celsius with a humidity index of yes. Quite strong. Well, I don't know about this valley, but on the coast it was quite a strong northerly as well. Someone the other day said the F-14 looks like the MiG-29. I've heard that a lot. The one that really gets me is the Sabre. Like, I can understand mistaking the Sabre for the MiG-15 if you don't know the difference, or don't know that the Sabre has engine smoke and the 15 doesn't, or not really. This right here, here's your rice paddies. This is the quintessential Vietnam gun camera rice paddy right here. But yeah, like, I could understand mistaking the Sabre for a MiG-15, but what gets me is they say that they can't tell the Sabre apart from the MiG-19. Huh? Oh, power line. What? Like, I'm not great at maths. My geometry is not real strong, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't really find it difficult to tell the difference between a 35-degree sweep and a 55-degree sweep. Just personally speaking for myself, 35 and 55 degrees, pretty noticeable difference. Pretty noticeable difference. Also, 2 smoke trails versus 1. But no, apparently people really struggle to tell the Sabre apart from the MiG-19. Aren't you in Cambodia? I don't know. I'm flying east. Because I went kind of northwest, then southwest, then I hooked all the way around. I think this is still Vietnam. I think Cambodia is the other side of those bad boys. Need to make some flashcards for these fools. I did. If you check the pinned messages in Enigma's Discord, I think it's in the Cold War server channel, I did. Matryoshka added the front and, or like the rear views, but I did the top and the side views of all the different, well, most of the different aircraft. I didn't do it for the Su-25 and the A-10 and stuff, but for the fighters I did it. I'm gonna have to add the fucking MiG-29 and the F-14 and then the ground attack aircraft because they mix them up too. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, from certain angles at certain distances, I can see how people mistake the F5 for the MiG-21. Like, it shouldn't happen, but in the heat of the moment, I've made that mistake, but then I don't shoot until I'm sure. And for instance, certain MiG-21 liveries, like the really high contrast ones, the Romanian ones are terrible for this. Because they're so high contrast, and I think it's the grey Lancer, it has the, like, the stripes run perpendicular to the fuselage, so it makes it appear like the wings are straighter than they are, and they have that kink in the front, so they look like an F5 wing. And then you get closer and you realise, no, that's just the camouflage texture. But yeah, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Not even the same color. Bro, they're not even remotely the same shape. Like, nothing else on the server looks like an A10. Nothing. I think we've just done a big circle. I think we have just done a big circle. That looks like Da Nang. Alright, let's head south. Let's go this way. I believe, I don't know which island it is, but I think it's one of that cluster of islands there. One of them was used as a prisoner of war camp for captured North Vietnamese personnel and also NLF guerrillas. In. Love how realistic everything is here. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Actually, having a simulator where you get the bumps that you get in a real plane is so nice. I know that some people don't like it. Some very vocal people don't like it, but after flying in this and having the aircraft bump and jolt around like it would on a hot, humid day, it's just so nice. It's hard to go back to something like DCS, where you don't have that at all. And it's not just a canned effect like DCS turbulence, it's actual thermals and actual air currents. You ever tried to go to your hometown to see if your house is on there? I've found the house I was not born in, but the house I lived in as a little toddler. I found one of my houses in England. I lived in a couple different houses in England. I found one of them. I found the neighbourhood I first lived in when we moved to Australia. I found every house I've actually lived in Australia, except the first one. I just know the neighbourhood for the first one. I found where my dad used to work. I found where I went to school. Like, I've found friends' houses. I found my dad's old farm that he moved to after he finished high school. I found that last night. I love exploring in this. It's amazing. Shit feels like flying in Tennessee at noon. Every time you hit a bump, you wonder if you're going to get a concussion. Yeah, Bathurst in the summer is very much like that. In the Jabiru especially, because it's so light. Really want to get this, but graphics are insanely high. I know that there are some people that run it on older systems. I built a new PC partly so I could actually play this, so I don't know how well it runs on older systems, but I do know that you can do it to some degree. But it, like, with the right settings, it runs pretty well. I run a lot of mods, like a lot of add-on scenery from just made by members of the community, and they tend to be not as well optimized. But a lot of the default scenery is quite well optimized. It should run pretty well. Old IL-2 does have some random low-level turbulence and also wind gusts. Try and land the Su-15 in bumpy air. Dude, I still can't consistently land it in normal air. When are you making a Su-15 for this? Do you have a flight sim wheel? No. I don't have a yoke, I have a stick. So I usually fly fighters in DCS, so I have fighter-style controls. I have a Virpil Constellation Alpha stick and a Virpil T50 throttle. So the turbulence in DCS is set by a single box in the mission editor under the weather settings, and it's just a multiplier. And so you type in your multiplier, and I think I don't even know what it does. I think it's a multiplier on how many, or like how much the gusts displace the aircraft, or how many gusts per minute or something. But it doesn't really do a lot, and it's just a constant jolting. It doesn't relate to terrain or weather or anything at all. It's better than nothing, but it's still not very good. Go to Gatwick Airport. We're a little far from Gatwick to fly there. I could do a flight out of it, but yeah, we're in Vietnam at the moment. The southern half of Vietnam. We took off from Da Nang, and we're flying south along the coast. You can see, because the water is so green in the shallows, the sim has mistakenly put trees in there. The autogen's pretty good, but it does occasionally miss. What I would really like to see in this, and I know the PMDG 747 for X-Plane has it. I think it's X-Plane that has it, or actually it might be P3D. I remember I was watching Studio Canuck fly it once, and it accrues bugs on the windscreen over time. It does the thing I wish DCS did, and I wish this did too. For this kind of flying, in this kind of weather, 31 degrees Celsius at humidity of, yes, you know, look at the clouds, you would be covered in bugs. The windscreen would just be absolutely covered in bugs. P3D? I can never remember who flies what. You able to put addresses in the plane, or is it only country? So the navigation system in this, you put in airport codes. So, for instance, if I plugged in the airport code to Gatwick, it would attempt to give me a route to Gatwick. Like, it would just give me a direct line to it. Now, we're on the other side of the world, so that might not work so well. In the actual world menu where you choose where to fly from, you can put in, I think, city names or airport names, but you can't put in, like, a full address. Was the 104 designed with area rule? It is slightly area ruled from memory, yeah. Might as well use the 104 here? I might as well. We could do that, actually. Find somewhere to land the Skymaster and we'll hop in a 104. Actually, you know what? We'll stay with the Skymaster for Vietnam. How about for the 104 we do Germany? And we'll set the weather to be absolutely crap if it isn't already, just for the full experience. I do have a Southeast Asia camo livery for the 104. So again, just for anyone who missed it earlier in the stream, Sim Update 9 broke the 104's afterburner. I don't think it's working properly, so it might not be as fast as usual. Can you fly jets as in military ones? Oh, absolutely. So you have to be careful, because some of the military jets for this are very good, like the F-104 or the G91. Some of them are really bad. So like all the ones that people would jump on, like the F-14, the F-16, the F-15, they're not very well made. I know some people say, oh, well, I enjoy it anyway. Whatever, you can enjoy it if you want, but they're not worth the asking price. So as an advisory from me to anyone who's getting into this simulator, don't buy anything from DC Designs, SC Designs, Bredock 3D, and Dymos, because they're really not worth the prices they charge for them. Like, maybe if they were available for free as mods, I would say sure, but they're not. They're really not up to scratch quality-wise. I will say, military jets in this, you can't fire weapons. Some of them have, like, fake weapons that you can pretend to fire, but this sim doesn't support any sort of combat, so don't expect to be shooting people down or blowing things up. But you can fly military jets, yes. Haven't bought anything yet. What should I get? I fly DCS heaps. This, the Coronado Cessna 337 Skymaster, the Boeing 247 is an absolute must-have. The Boeing 247 is a $20 module with more functionality than most $100 modules. That is an absolute no-brainer. You have to get that. And it's just a really cool aircraft. So this, the 247, what else would I strongly recommend? The Milviz Cessna 310, the Milviz F4U Corsair. The flying iron stuff is pretty decent, but there have been some changes to the flight models that kind of need looking at. So I would cautiously recommend them. The F-104 is quite good. It also has some things that probably need tweaking, but it's generally quite good if you want to get military stuff. If you want to do more civilian stuff, the Iris Jabiru is really, really good. It's very close to the real thing. I learnt to fly in the Jabiru J170. It's really close. Like, it feels to me almost the same as flying the real thing did, including getting thrown around by turbulence, even worse than this is right now. Saying I'm a Reforger made me emotional. It's very good, and I'm so excited for what's to come. It's very polarizing, I've noticed. I have been kind of forewarned it's basically a tech demo, so don't get too carried away. But yeah, like I've seen some people saying, oh, it doesn't feel like ArmA, or, you know, it's not to the level I expected, but I've seen other people say it's really promising. So I'm going to try it out myself later in the stream, and we'll see how we go. Ever get a reply from that guy in the DCS 104? Apparently they're tweaking. If you mean the guy that did the flight models videos, then no, not from him. Not that I saw anyway, unless he replied and I didn't get a notification. From the guy that was working on the cockpit model, he said apparently they're still tweaking the flight model and they just wanted to get something released. It wasn't meant to be super precise. So hopefully they can correct it, because I do really want to see that become as good as the Skyhawk mod. But with the flight model, like, even ignoring the systems modeling, which obviously isn't done, the flight model at the moment just really isn't that close, to be honest. Oh, the guy who said it, no. No, I didn't. But that is such an entrenched thing. Like, it's going to take a long time to slowly bring people around to the fact that, no, it was an air superiority fighter. You know, it was used as an interceptor by NATO countries that only had F-104s as fast jets because they didn't have anything else to use. And it was used as an interceptor very briefly by Air Defense Command until they realized it was completely unsuited to the role. The F-101 was a much better interceptor, and it wasn't even designed for the role, it was shoehorned into it as well. The difference is that it had qualities that made it a good interceptor, whereas the Starfighter had qualities that made it a very bad interceptor right out of the gate. DCS has some opinionated guys in it. Oh, what, the one that likes to try and push the Bible on people in every Discord server he's in? Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Annie Rocks, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, like, a lot of people in DCS will just repeat whatever they've grown up hearing, and for most people that's that all Soviet fighters ever were interceptors, and the F-104 was an interceptor. Neither of those things is true. Neither of those things is true. See the pics of the F-101B I posted? Yeah. Yeah, it's an awesome plane, isn't it? Fucking big plane, too. You might be talking about someone else then. But there's a very vocal Australian in all of the popular DCS discords who is... He has some interesting worldviews, put it that way. Including on the age of the world itself. And I wouldn't be surprised if he started trotting out flat Earth stuff at some point, because it's not far removed from the other stuff I've seen him come out with. I'm at the point where I don't really care if I offend people anymore, so fuck it. Oh, are you talking about, like, somebody that actually, like, makes videos and shit? Yeah, no, I don't know. This one Apache pilot puts he has the -1 tattooed to their forehead. So how did frog drawings that killed me off? Hey, what can I say? I like to share knowledge. And I thought, maybe on Enigma server with the fucking shit I saw happen on there in the first few weeks, maybe I should share it in a format that people there can understand. I don't know if you saw the drawings I did for Blue, like how to use the Vigan. That was what started it. Like, the state of Blue Team in the first 2 or 3 campaigns was so abysmal, I was just like, I've tried telling them verbally how to do this shit and they still haven't figured it out. I'm gonna have to get out the crayons. And it seemed to work, so I've just stuck with that. Every time I need to show someone how to do something on Enigma server, I just break out the crayons. No, Saber, I don't mean real crayons. I'm sorry. Rainbow over there. VVCA, I wonder which airfield this is. I could plug it in to the direct to and it would tell me. Let's do that actually. Direct to. No. Forgot how the alphabet works. No. That way. V. V. Oh no, fuck! No! God damn it! The click zone, or the scroll zone on this is super fucking fiddly. Super fiddly. Especially in turbulence, where I'm trying to fucking stop the plane from going into the ground as well. Oh, that's Chulai! Okay, that's Chulai. Cool. Take off from Rammstein? Yeah, I can do that. Stagger Wing's underrated for some casual flying. I don't think I have the Stagger Wing yet. I'm gonna buy it. Because, Lumber, I know coming from X-Plane, you've got some opinions about Coronado, and they're probably valid there. I don't know. I don't have X-Plane, but as far as MSFS goes, they're actually really good. Like, I don't know if they just put the extra effort into their MSFS stuff, or if it's just that everyone else is that much worse, but, the stagger wing seems like it's pretty good, so I'm going to pick that up. Just haven't got around to it yet. Found out last night the 430, 530 doesn't have a brightness setting. In the sim or in real life? Presumably in the sim. There was a brightness setting for one of the GPSs, because I remember having to use it during a night flight a while ago, but I don't remember which one. I don't remember how to get to it through the menu. Oh, in real life, Jesus. That seems like a bit of an oversight, you know, something that could be important, unless it's, I mean, maybe if you were planning on only having people install it in fucking VFR, like day VFR aircraft, it wouldn't be a big deal, but yeah, that, Apparently the engineer wasn't very bright. Oh, you. Not wrong, though. Not wrong, though. The pipeline there, it looks like. Yeah, it's a pipeline with a road next to it. It's interesting though, it has those kinks in it. It almost looks like overheads. But why would they need overheads here? The ground never freezes. The ground never even gets close to freezing here. I'm eagerly looking forward to the day when the guy that made We Love VFR does a Southeast Asia, well, an Asia in general, add on to it. So he's done one for Europe and done one for the Americas, but Asia doesn't have anything at the moment. And what that does is it adds VFR hazards like radio towers, TV towers, real high voltage. It doesn't add the lines, there's a separate mod for the actual lines, but it adds the towers, adds chimneys, all that sort of stuff. Stuff you don't want to fly a light plane into. It's really good. So that'll be nice to fly with on here once it gets released for Asia. As far as I remember, those kinks are to make it flexible so it doesn't fatigue due to temperature differences. Ah. See, that's why I'm not an engineer. That's quite clever. And I guess that would matter because Vietnam gets very hot. So yeah, like you would want good expansion joints. Don't seem to be burning fuel. Yeah, we burnt a little bit, but the flow is not that high. Mind you, I am pulled back a little. What plane is this? This is the Cessna 337 Skymaster. Painted up as an O2. There are certain modules where I'm quite sure the fuel burn rate is wrong. For this, I don't know. For the Milviz F4U, I'm like 90% certain it's wrong. So I did a fly along from Perth to Forest. Forest is pretty much straight in the middle of Australia. So I flew halfway across this fucking continent, which is a big continent, and I burnt, I think, like 3/4 of my external tanks. I didn't even empty the external tanks. And I was not being very economical with the power settings either. Like, I wasn't flying full throttle, but I wasn't flying in the cruise setting, so a bit odd. Is that gauge in gallons per hour? Pounds per hour times 10. So 50 pounds per hour for both engines at the moment. 100 pounds per hour. Fucking hell, that's not much. Have they calibrated the gauge wrong? Seems like it should burn more than that. I mean, it is a light aircraft with, you know, normal sort of civvy engines. They don't burn a shitload of fuel, but still, you know, at these power settings, 50 pounds per hour per engine seems a bit, I wonder if that's in the engine config. Because like I said, I'm running CCM's mod, and he turboed the engines. I don't know if he adjusted the fuel burn at all. So it might still be using the, you know, the default while we're flying a plane that has a turbo on it. Simworks Studios. I've heard mixed reports about the Kodiak, particularly when it first came out. I'm not sure what kind of state it's in now. Though it's not really my kind of aircraft, so I haven't paid too much attention to it. I mostly just kind of keep an ear to the ground of people you know, whose opinions I trust. And I see when they finally stop complaining about a module and start saying good things about it, and that's when I buy it. Oh, you have a buddy with a 337? Fuck you. I don't even think I've seen one in this country. I know they exist here, I just don't think I've ever seen one, let alone got to fly in it. Ooh. Little wet outside. He's in BC too? Shit, dude, next time I'm over there I'll have to, you'll have to introduce me so I can bum a ride off him. Source do you go to for reviews on MSFS stuff? Usually CCM. CCM and his community, because, you know, there's a couple pilots there with a lot of hours on light twins. That's my main kind of thing I go to, is pilots with actual experience, if not on the specific aircraft, then at least something similar. And then I start looking for video reviews. Into the Blue has some decent reviews up. I don't necessarily agree with him on everything, but they're not bad. Av Angel, I've watched a few of hers. But yeah, CCM is kind of... him and his community are my go-to for whether I bother with something or not. Particularly if it's a light twin. Mags? Did Mags do a video on the F-104? I haven't seen any of Mags' videos for a while, so I didn't realize he did one on the 104. Yeah, I was thinking of someone else entirely. Talked with him in Discord ages ago about the 21. Oh god. So it wasn't even about the 104, it was about the 21. I'll be fucked if I know which city this is. Unfortunately, we don't have Devon Horner in chat to tell us, because his grasp on Vietnamese geography is a lot better than mine. But, we're over the south, put it that way. Frontline fighter actually means interceptor, because Soviets didn't have a word for it. And yet they did. Yet they did. Истребитель перехватчик is interceptor. Fighter interceptor. Frontovой Istrebitel is frontline fighter, which is equivalent to a tactical fighter in Western terminology. It's pretty good, hey. If we had photogrammetry for this city, it would look even more like real life. It basically would be real life. Graphical issues aside. Sorry, I always forget to put my phone on mute when I'm streaming, but you guys can live with it. I'll debate you all into checking your messages. Let's follow this river for a bit. At risk of getting caught in a valley that I can't get out of again, let's follow the river. I'd love to visit Vietnam one day. So, guy I know, Bill, he's a Vietnam veteran. He was a tunnel rat. So he was the guy with the unenviable job. And I don't know why they gave it to him, because he's not really small either. But he would be crawling around down tunnels with a Browning high power and a torch and not much else. And he's been back a few times over the years. He helps organise trips back for guys that served over there with the Australian Army. And it's actually really cool because he's seen the way that the country has developed since he was there the first time, and how little animosity the Vietnamese people have towards Australians, or Americans for that matter, over the war. He said there was one guy, like one old guy in a market who side-eyed him, but other than that, everyone was really friendly. Met up with a lot of the guys that he actually fought. But it's quite interesting. The Vietnamese people don't really... I mean, obviously they have museums to show the horrible aggression that the Americans put them through, and they quite strongly word it as such. But against individual, even soldiers that served there, they don't seem to really hold any ill will. They seem to understand that nobody really wanted to be there anyway. He used a CIA translated document which talked about MiG-17 frontline fighter and interceptor variants, which he conflated into all MiG-17. Oh no, okay, yeah, no, I see where he's going wrong. Well, it's like the question mark Egyptian question mark, the manual I have for the MiG-21 BIS. It's one of the Arabic countries. It would either be Egypt or Syria, I think, and I'm pretty sure it's Egyptian. It talks about being a light frontline fighter interceptor. The reason they say that is because the version that the Egyptians got was fitted for air defense. So the MiG-21 BIS, like the MiG-21 MF and a couple other variants, particularly in the third generation, was offered in two flavors. The true frontline fighter version, which had an ILS and had no ground-to-air data link. That was truly a frontline fighter. That was the version that the Soviet VVS used. And then there was the air defense version, which was mostly used by Warsaw Pact allies and Soviet client states, which was fitted for air defense with a data link and without the ILS system, and was kind of used as a do-everything plane because the Soviets did not export true interceptors except the MiG-25, and they only exported the MiG-25 because Belenko defected with one. So there was kind of no point holding off on exports any longer. But the true Soviet interceptors, aside from the MiG-25, this, I think there should be a river here. It's just such a deep shade of green that the Sims turned it into a field. Actually, yeah, no, I think it is. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like a river or an irrigation dike, probably is what it is. It's an irrigation dike. Yeah, the Soviets never exported their true interceptors except the MiG-25 to anyone. I mean, they did try and use it in that role experimentally, and they did develop it into the Su-24. That's where the Su-24's design originally came from. Parts of it were just taken from the 15. Obviously, it's not the same plane, it's very heavily changed, but partly out of convenience, because they already had the T-58, which was the prototype of the Su-15, and also because it worked in Sukhoi's favour to pretend they were developing an improved interceptor when they were actually working on a ground attack aircraft. They just used the same designation. Sukhoi did that a couple times. They would sneak a design in that they weren't supposed to be working on by just designating it the same as something that they were supposed to be working on. Some big brain tactics there. Attempt a Cobra? No, it's not going to do it. One of two things will happen. I will enter an accelerated stall and probably a spin, or I'll overstress the aircraft. At this speed, probably I'll overstress the aircraft. It's not physically capable of it. It really isn't. So I'll buzz around for a little longer in this, and we'll go hop over to Germany in the F-104. I do know, Saber, I do know, this aircraft is not capable of doing that. Structurally or aerodynamically. So just a question to anyone who's got the MSFS stream category open on Twitch at the moment. How many Airbuses are there right now? Airbuses and 737s. I mean, I'm not going to say that's a bad thing, it's not. First of all, I need tubes to intercept them when somebody finally does a good thing and gives me a Su-15. Second of all, they are actually adding some genuinely impressive stuff to the sim, so it's a good thing for the sim to have those. They'll push other developers to lift their game, they'll push Asobo to add more features to the SDK, it'll be good all round. It's just that I expect, at least for a few weeks, that the stream category is just going to be nothing but Airbuses and 737s. Kind of like in DCS, how normally the category is nothing but fucking F-16s and F-18s. Or Apaches now, I guess. I did like after the Hind release, it was just a wall of turquoise. It was the only time I've ever seen that on the DCS category, and it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. It didn't stay that way long, unfortunately, but it was quite nice while it lasted. Second highest MSFS streamer right now behind Shifty. Kind of surprised. Oh, actually, I guess not. A lot of the big MSFS streamers probably aren't streaming around this time of day. Yeah, it's interesting. So my usual time slot, not that I have one and not that I believe streamers should argue over who they belong to, but my usual stream time is kind of like EU prime time, going into American prime time, and it's fucking 0 dark fucking 30 here in Australia. But for an Australian audience, this is a perfect stream time because people are coming off work, people are making dinner. There's not really many people streaming this time of evening, not that I follow anyway. Like, often I'll hop on Twitch and just see if anyone's streaming this time of day, and maybe Gardo if he's pulled like an all-nighter. You know, Shifty's usually streaming, maybe one or two other people, but there's not really a whole lot going on for either MSFS or DCS at this time of evening for me. Hey, Buffalo Chips, cheers for the follow. Good to see you, man. my partner in completely coincidental low altitude flying in large vintage airliners that also do things other than ferry passengers. Secret jobs, yeah. Yes. Delivering peanuts to the squirrels, that's what we were doing. Delivering peanuts to the squirrels. We got some more gravity-defying water there. If they ever do like a DEM resolution update for Southeast Asia, that should fix a lot of those problems. That's what it is, it's just that the elevation mapping is probably like 50 or 100 meter resolution instead of 5, 10 or 20. DC3, not yet. There is one... There was / is one coming from Airplane Heaven, but they threw a hissy fit the other day because some, people were criticizing them because they kind of said some not promising things about it. So who knows? I'm sure someone will make one eventually. There is a freeware one that I have. It needs some more work. Like, it's for freeware, it's not bad, but it needs some more work. The DC-6 was actually one of the first ones in. What'd they say about the DC-3? I haven't kept up with the drama completely, so they may have said even spicier shit since then. But one of the real big bombs they dropped was a very high hours DC-3 pilot offered them services as an SME, and they said, no, pilots get caught up in the minutiae of systems management. We're trying to make an experience. Okay, so you want to make a vintage airliner with 1930s radial engines, and you've decided that, manipulating mixture and being able to start the engine properly is too deep in the systems and not a good experience. Well then, we'll see about that. Having seen a C-47 attempt to start up, let me tell you, that bitch took 20 minutes to get one engine started. There was fucking smoke everywhere before the engine finally fucking coughed to life. Like, remember the difficulties I had getting the 247 started in this? That is how a vintage airliner should be when you try and start it up, particularly with radials. Would Airplane Heaven walk away now just to spite everyone? I don't know. I don't know them well enough as a developer to say whether they would or wouldn't. But the fact they've said they're not going to say anything more about the DC-3 at all is kind of like, okay, well, you're going to take your toys and have a tantrum and leave, I guess, or you're just going to stay stum about it until it releases. They better fucking hope it comes out good, though, because if they've done that and then it releases and it's a hot mess, that's not going to do well for them, is it? Catch you later, Logic. Sleep well, man. I hope your work tomorrow goes nice and smoothly. Hopefully smoother than mine did. Do a barrel roll. Lot of rudder. She doesn't like that. Super Connie? There is a Connie out. I don't have a lot of experience flying it though. It seems like there are things about it I don't like or I think could be done better. Graphically, I think it needs some more work. It looks like they took the model from an older flight sim and just brought it straight across. They probably did. I don't mind that, but I think now that we have all these fancy graphical toys to play with, you may as well do it. It seems okay though. The model's a lot of failures that others don't. Went to an airport when I was a kid that restored B-17s and B-25s. They gave me the Morse code clicker out of B-17. It's vintage. Nice! I've got my my great-grandfather's Morse code set. He was a observer in the Royal Flying Corps in World War I. I've got his Morse set. I used to play with it as a kid. Not last time I was back home in Edmonton, but the time before, back in 2009, I went to the Alberta Aviation Museum and they were still setting up their hangar then. And they were also still restoring their B-25, so they actually brought me into the maintenance hangar so I could have a look around the B-25 while they were working on it, which is really cool. Bit of JFR conditions up ahead. What are you flying? A Cessna 337 Skymaster. But we're pretending it's an O2, since we're over Vietnam at the moment, and we got the appropriate livery. Yeah, I really like it. A lot of, like, civilian general aviation stuff, I'm starting to gain an appreciation for it. I'm starting to be able to tell Moonies apart from Beaches, apart from Cessnas, apart from Pipers. Starting to. Still can't do it reliably. But this is one of the ones that always looked cool to me. One of the ones I always had no issues identifying. I do not like the looks of this at all. I also don't like the looks of that, though. Given that we are flying in 31 degrees Celsius heat with this much humidity. Oh, look at that weather radar. That is not a happy weather radar. We're going to nope right out of that one. And we're going to slap some power on and get the fuck out of this valley. Yeah, we're using live weather at the moment. Well, I think we're real time as well. Are we? No. We're not real time, but we are live weather. Ah, the banana. Yeah, they're pretty common. I mean, obviously Cessnas are everywhere. In Australia you see a lot of Jabberoos as well. They're not general aviation, they're recreational, but they're probably the most common thing you see, aside from stuff like Kit Foxes and Cubs. But yeah, I have seen quite a few Bonanzas around. Yeah, banana. Vietnam right now would still be daylight. Yeah, they're, what, 3-4 hours behind us? Well, we're not hearing a stall horn this time, which is an improvement. But clearing these mountains in this weather is really a struggle. Gives you an appreciation for the danger of this job. Even when you're not being shot at, let alone when you are. You know, imagine doing this while taking ground fire. Give her a bit more revs. Sit around 23,000-24,000. Or just leave the manifold pressure about 23 inches. Yeah, we're sipping fuel. Absolutely sipping fuel. So that might need some adjustment. Hey, Red Sea. Good to see you. I'm doing good, man. Bad guy at Cornpop. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm doing alright. My day at work was really easy to start with, and it just got to the last hour of my shift, and then just got really stressful. Because a few things that I thought had been done had not been done, and I had to rush them. Because I didn't want to get home late today. And tomorrow, I've got the day off. I'll be watching the Oilers play the Flames with my family down at the local Canadian bar. Yes, we have a Canadian bar here in Canberra. So we'll be watching the Battle of Alberta take place. General lack of Super Sabre appreciation concerns me in the aviation community. There's a lot of planes. Oh my fucking god, look at the weather radar. Yikes. Hey Chief, guess where we're not going? Guess where we are definitely not going. Yeah, there's a lot of aircraft that kind of fade into obscurity that really shouldn't. A lot of the actual real interceptors do as well. You know, the Voodoo outside of Canada, at least in Canada, it's appreciated. Although usually is, you know, in the kind of sense of, we got that, we should have got the Arrow instead. Spoiler, that wasn't going to happen. No matter what, you know, even if the Voodoo didn't exist, the Arrow still wouldn't have happened, unfortunately. But yeah, like the Voodoo doesn't get much recognition. The F-102 and F-106, particularly the F-102 doesn't. The older interceptors get none at all. The Soviet interceptors, except the MiG-25, don't get any. Does this aircraft have weather radar while PMDG doesn't? It's really inconsistent, Crucio. It's really weird. Some days it doesn't work at all, and some days it works perfectly. So when I started flying it last night, no weather radar. Halfway through my flight, it started working, and it's been working since. It's really weird. If it was not exported, it didn't exist, yeah. Coyotes haven't done well the last few years. Dude, you're talking to a fucking Oilers fan. I can barely remember the last time they made it to the fucking finals. Where are you flying? Vietnam. On the plus side, if the Oilers lose to the Flames, which I hope they don't, because fuck Calgary, but if they do lose to the Flames, I can just switch sides and start cheering for the Flames. Because fuck them, but they're still from Alberta. Push me, pull you. Yep. Lumber nags me to fly it every time he's in chat, so we're flying it. I really love this thing. A lot of the time I'm flying off stream in MSFS, I'm flying this. It's such a wonderful little plane. Funny, my parents are from Winnipeg originally. I never see them cheer for the Jets. Oh, the Jets, in their current form, were reconstituted from... Fuck, where was it? One of the teams from down south in the US is where that franchise came from. So that might be why, I don't know. I'm from Edmonton, so I am contractually obliged to be an Oilers fan. So, for those who aren't from Edmonton, there used to be a sign outside the city limits, which should be inside the city limits now because it grows so fast. You know those films where, like, they put a drop of something onto a Petri dish and suddenly the bacteria just, like, floods out from the center of it? That's Edmonton's urban sprawl. Like, every time I go back there, it's, like, 10 miles further out towards Calgary. But anyway, there used to be, on the city limits, there's a sign. The City of Champions. Welcome to Edmonton, City of Champions. It got put there in the, honestly, like the late 70s, early 80s, something like that. Actually, yeah, probably the early 80s. Last time I went home, that sign wasn't there anymore. The Oilers have been on such a bad losing streak, they took away our City of Champions sign. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. The Atlanta Thrashers. I knew it was from somewhere down south, yeah. We're out over the lowlands again, so we can do this. Plus, I want to avoid that. I mean, flying under it's not really going to be any smarter, because we could get into a fucking downdraft or a microburst or something else homicidal, but I don't want to fly through it, that's for sure. Flying through that, very bad no-no. Flying into that shit is the kind of thing that kills people. And in MSFS it will kill you. Storms in MSFS are not a good idea to fly into. Even in airliners, let alone this thing. Check out ArmA Reforger yet? Not yet, we're going to check it out later in the stream though. Good to see you though. I'm doing pretty well. How will it kill you? You will... So first of all, if you don't know how to fly on instruments, you'll probably end up doing something stupid just because you can't see. You have no visual reference. Even if you can fly on instruments, the air currents inside those storms are so vicious that 1 second you'll be doing 3,000 feet a minute climb, and then with no changes to your control inputs or power setting, you'll suddenly be doing 5,000 feet a minute descent. Like that. Just, you can't see it coming, it just happens. You'll bust your engine trying to climb out the top of it and get into the safety of being able to see again, and you'll get out to the top, you'll get just a glimpse of sunlight, and then you'll get sucked into a downdraft and pulled back to the bottom of the storm. Likewise, if you fly too close underneath it, it will suck you up into the clouds. Weather in MSFS is a very fickle and realistic thing. It will kill you. It's not like DCS where you can fly through a thunderstorm as if it doesn't exist, because it doesn't. You know, DCS thunderstorms are just pretty visual effects, they don't actually do anything. In this game, it will do the same thing it will do in real life. It will fuck you up. One of the main causes of death for pilots that isn't, you know, controlled flight into terrain because they dozed off or you know, weren't paying attention or whatever, is flying into shit like that, and then either finding a mountain with their face, or, you know, rolling inverted and pulling because they don't know they're upside down, or something like that. Have a way with words. I try. So yeah, that is very no bueno to fly into. So we'll stay with the coast for a bit because we're bound to find an airfield sooner or later. We've got a major city over there. I'm not sure which one that is though. See the weather radars picking up that storm there. So we'll skirt around the edge of it, but I really don't want to fly into it. Flying into green in this aircraft is... yeah. Flying into yellow or red is... trust me on that. I have tried. I have flown into storms in MSFS, and I have been killed by it. In much higher performance aircraft than this. So in the Spitfire, I tried to do a flight where it was basically a 25 or 30,000 foot high thunderstorm. As soon as I was off the ground, I was into instrument conditions because I couldn't see shit. I ended up blowing the engine trying to climb out the top of it, and it just kept sucking me back in. Every time I got near the top, it would suck me back in. That's why I blew the engine. In the Corsair, similar story. I tried to fly in it. I had a few close calls with mountains. Couldn't figure out, like, where exactly... Like, I knew which way up I was, because at least it has an artificial horizon, but I couldn't figure out where exactly I was and where the top of the storm was, because I had no visual reference for it. It's really sketchy to fly into. It's not something you really want to do. I mean, you can see, not so much now, because we're over the lowlands and there's less thermals coming off stuff, but you can see, particularly earlier in the flight, just how much is getting bumped around, just by thermals and just by the wind. Now imagine you're in a thunderstorm plus that. See if we got any airfields listed around here. Doesn't look like it. Casa made a video called 178 Seconds to Live about going from VMC to IMC. Yeah, it kills a lot of pilots doing that. Even if they should know how to handle it, a lot of the time you can't think straight. You know, it's different saying, oh, you know, I have an instrument rating, I can fly into this, but as with most things, real world conditions change a lot compared to training. Weather radar jam before, just a beam of red in one direction on the display. Probably a bug, but that would actually be really cool to have it affected by jammers. Because I don't know if weather radar would be affected by them, but theoretically it probably should be, to at least some degree. Unless you mean in real life, in which case, yeah, that would... There you go. You know, boundary layers a government conspiracy and should be ignored. Yes. Yes, let me just design an intake scoop for a radiator that is like the width of my fuselage with no boundary layer splitter plate at all, and then wonder why my plane has more fucking drag than Oxford Street on a Saturday night. Raspberry jam, no, I get it. Spaceballs. So we'll skirt that. We'll follow this road, because where there's a road, there's probably something important, and if there's something important, there should be an airstrip. From airplane? Oh, it might have been from airplane. I can't remember. It's from Spaceballs or airplane, one of those two. I hate you more for laughing at a clearly funny joke. Did it just to spite you personally, Saber. Should be an airstrip somewhere. Zoom out a bit. We're not really even halfway down the country. Oh, we're a bit past halfway actually, because Da Nang's about halfway down Vietnam. It's quite a long country. Long and skinny. And that last one we've actually got there. Oh, there we go. There's one ahead of us. VVCA, that is Chu Lai. So that was the last actual airport we saw. Got one down there, VVPC, but that's a fucking long way away. It's like another half hour of flying minimum. We'll plug in a direct 2, but if we see something closer, we'll go for that. No, fuck, I keep doing that. BNY Air Base just came up. Goodbye. Or Hui. Through Cat, that is. Where's Hui, actually? Behind us. Yeah. 127 miles northwest. So we gone past it. We'll have to check that out some other time. Welcome back, Lumber. Recenter my tracker, it's drifted a little. There we go. More like I've drifted a little in my fucking seat. I'm quite partial to pear jam. I had one, I think it was pear and a bit of cinnamon in it. Oh, beautiful. $43 miles, so she's a fair distance down. It'll take us a little while in this thing to do 43 miles. Or a bit more beans. Not like we're gonna need to worry about fuel, we've still got shitloads of it. So in the actual O2, I did mention this before, but in the actual O2, that panel wasn't there, the circuit breakers were somewhere else, and there was a plexiglass window there and another plexiglass window on that door, so the guy on the right seat, who was the FAC A, would be calling in corrections for fire support and directing the target, or directing the pilot onto target so he can mark them with smoke if necessary. So the pilot was mostly flying the plane, and the guy in the right seat, the FAC A, was doing the actual spotting. We really need a tweet to go along with this. Somebody needs to make a tweet. I'm sure someone will, actually, at some point. Having this in a tweet for DCS, plus a Vietnam map, would just be amazing. Like, beautiful. Fuck you. No, fuck you. $37 miles to go. I'd say it's probably nestled in that valley somewhere. Where are you going to land? Through Cat, I think it's called. It's just the closest airfield to me that's showing up anyway. There might be some smaller ones that aren't marked. Yes, fuck Cat. Is it Shane Dawson? His favourite airfield. there, bud. Gotta give her a bit more to the left. Right on. I can't do the accent anymore. I've lived in Australia too long. To be honest, I never had a really strong Canadian accent to begin with. My dad's accent sounds more... he gets confused with being an American a lot, because he just has like a really neutral accent. He doesn't have that Canadian twang. The rest of the family all do. Like, his younger sister especially has a really strong accent, but Dad just doesn't. And then between him and my mum being Australian, I just never picked up the accent very strong. Did Shane Dawson do that? There was some drama about it. I don't remember if he said he said something about wanting to, or like what. I just remember Shane Dawson fucking cats. Look, man, I'm just trying to make jokes. Don't expect me to actually explain them. Grandparents have lived in the US since the 60s and they both have noticeable accents. Yeah, accents are weird. It's something you either get or you don't. So, like, I know people, like Dad, for instance. Dad has never had his accent change. Never. Never changed. Never changed when we moved to England, either in the north or the south. Never changed after living here for 30 years. His accent just never changes. Whereas I had a lecturer at uni who was Canadian, and she had been in the country about a year or two, and I could already hear her accent starting to morph towards Australian. Like, an accent in the middle of shifting from Canadian to Australian is really fucking cursed. Say Aola. Nobody in my immediate family does, but my dad's cousin Wallace says it like every second fucking word. He speaks like a machine gun as well. Like, Wallace talks so fucking fast. This is, remember what I said about roadways and MSFS doing some weird shit? Traffic doesn't obey the height of the bridge, because the traffic is just an overlay from a road map. It doesn't respect the height of the bridge that's put into the game. So traffic drives under bridges, not over bridges. Unless a Sobo have gone through or a modder has gone through in a particular area and raised the road elevation to match the bridge elevation. What, the roads end at one riverbank and start at the other without bridges? Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of those. So it's, you know, it's not perfect. There's a lot of glitches in the scenery, things that don't render in properly, things the auto-gen has mistaken for something else entirely. There's elevation errors, like for instance around Jasper. I've got a mod to fix some of it, but there's still some areas where the rivers are elevated really high above where they actually should be. Remember when I was flying over Reading the other day, I said the Thames used to be like a fucking chasm there. I got a mod to fix it. There's a lot of issues, but overall, it's not enough to really break your immersion. Like, this is still so far ahead of what any other sim ever made has been able to do. You don't really notice it as much, to be fair. You really don't. See those cars just despawn under that bridge? That was interesting. I mean, the fact that a flight sim actually renders objects on the ground and things like road traffic in so much detail is already pretty neat. See there, again, a difference in elevation between the road map and the actual 3D terrain. So they're clipping through the hillside. Because the DEM, the digital elevation mapping, doesn't have the resolution, and so the road does. The road goes the elevation the road's at, but the actual map doesn't respect it. .23.5 miles to go. So yeah, it'll be down one of these valleys here. Just hang a right a little further down here, and we'll head into the airfield and land. With Azure Cloud, it has great potential to improve. Oh, absolutely. And as Asobo spends more time working on individual areas, as the community pushes out more mods, like the reason my sim takes so long to load is because I have several hundred gigabytes worth of free scenery add-ons made by the community. And they could be things as simple as fixing river glitches, you know, so they're at the correct elevation. It could be things like adding entire cities worth of photogrammetry. It could be adding one individual airfield or one individual building in a whole city. But there's so many things that you can do to improve it. The gauges next to the HSI, this is showing the top bar. It's like a cumulative bar graph, I think is the correct way to say it, where you have two different bars and they stack up on top of each other. The taller one is my exhaust gas temperature and the shorter one is my cylinder head temperature for each cylinder. So I got 2 engines, so 2 banks of 6 cylinders per engine. That's why there's 12 bars there. So it looks like the number 5 cylinder is running a little cooler than the others on both engines. I don't know if I can do it on this version. There might be... Is there a click spot? No, there's not. On the version of this instrument in the Milviz 310, you can actually cycle through your oil temperature and pressure and stuff on there as well. So, it's quite neat. That's my kind of, you know, display. I don't like these kinds of displays. They're useful, don't get me wrong, they have their place, but aesthetically I don't like them. This is my kind of display. It looks like a fucking graphical equalizer for like an audio setup. That is so cool to me. With Azure Cloud, it also has a great potential of suddenly taking an L. It did do that the other day. Actually, it did do that the other day. The Azure voice services take an L pretty frequently, like almost every time I play, Azure drops out at least once for the text-to-speech. Terrain data drops out, I haven't had it, touch wood. I haven't had it so far this stream, sorry for everyone, I just freaked out by doing that, but I typically have had a lot of issues where I'll be flying along and it'll just say, you've been disconnected, and then it'll either reconnect, or it'll say, you can't support streaming terrain, you've been set to offline, and then it reconnects. So I have to go back through the menu, turn the fucking Bing terrain data back on, wait for that to load back in, and then unpause the sim, which is a real pain in the fucking backside. I'm glad it's not doing it at the moment. It probably will once we go to a more, dense area, so to speak, like, central Germany. But yeah, that is an issue that I have with the sim pretty often. Are you getting the Fokker 28? Good question, I might actually. It's the kind of aircraft I would be interested in. It's an older, sort of smaller regional airliner. Should have some interesting handling quirks. I'm really keen for a Metroliner. I really want a Metroliner. If that thing's even half as homicidal as people say it is, I really want it. Speaking of which, I think we will try and sneak a GB flight in this stream, because that thing is just... It is absolutely psychotic. I love it. Partly, I think the GB would be a lot less psychotic if Misfir's ground handling was improved. But even in the air, she's a bit of a handful sometimes. Radio nav tube liner with INS? Yes, absolutely. And fucking Nixie clocks and stuff. None of this LCD shit. Give me CRTs and Nixie tubes. Well, I mean, they did that for Enigma server for the voice part of it. And then it ended up costing a fuck ton of money because they were using it for Overlord bot to process speech. They got a lot more traffic than they were expecting, put it that way. That server really blew up in popularity. Cotty, you know what you should be working on? You should be working on the Act 28. And maybe tweaking that Su-15, and then making a scenery pack for this, for PVO airfields. Use those two to populate them. Even if you don't get them flying as aircraft, you can at least get the aircraft as ground scenery at an airbase. Seven miles, well, 8 miles. It's a little over to my right. I have no idea, Saber. I have not been able to keep up with the situation at all for like a month now, to be honest. Unfortunately, there's only so many hours in a day, and I was spending too many of them doom scrolling as it is, and now I have a job again, so I don't even have time for stuff I want to do, let alone doom scrolling. I guess if you give it a couple days, you'll find out either way. Drug smuggler missions in MSFS for a plane like this? Yeah, there's quite a few planes that would be very well suited to that. I have a lot of bush strips in South America as well, South and Central America. There's a question. Would it technically be TOS if I was role-playing drug smuggling ops in MSFS on stream? Probably not, but might be worth checking before doing, just in case. I know that a few people do actually, like, not stream it, but that's what they do when they fly in MSFS, is they just do, you know, low-level stuff over Latin America. Colombia to Florida. Could do that one day. I need to do like a properly long 247 flight sometime. There's the airfield. What are we? There we go. There it is. I spoke too soon. That's what I was talking about. We might be close enough that it's starting to load up scenery for some of the larger cities. So we need to go to data, we need to turn this shit back on, then we need to hit this, now we need to hope it doesn't disconnect again while it's trying to save the setting, and then we have to unpause. This has been happening on and off for me for a long time. For some people it only started with Sim Update 9, but for me it's been doing it for ages. It is a fucking pain. Okay, it appears to have worked properly this time, for now. What are we, about 500 foot, probably 100 feet off the ground if that, so 600. So we want to go up to about 16. If we want to do this some semblance of properly. Feels weird doing a left-hand circuit. My home airfield I learned to fly out was permanent right hands on the main runway, because the gliders were taking off next to it. So it was too much of a hazard having the gliders there, so they ran counter-rotating circuits on opposite sides of the runway. Push the revs up. Climbing while joining downwind is not really proper procedure, but whatever. Ain't give a damn. That looks about right for distance. Pretty close. We're gonna be low. Unless I extend out my downwind, maybe. The good thing is this is bleeding off speed, though, because sometimes the 337 doesn't really like getting rid of the speed so much. So this is good for getting rid of that. Oh, you know what? I forgot how to read an altimeter for a second there. We're too high now. Quite a bit too high. By a little under 1,000 feet. Yeah, we'll extend out a little. Go ahead and drop the first stage of flap now. Should be slow enough. I could actually drop the gear now as well. I'll go ahead and do that. Normally I drop it when I'm on final, but we'll do it now just so I don't forget. And to help me slow down a little more, dump some more of that altitude. Okay, I'm going to start turning in. Take the second stage of flap now. Should help us bleed off that speed a little easier. Gear cause a hilarious amount of drag. Yeah, like, I usually won't drop the gear in anything until I'm on final, but... I sense a bit of a crosswind here. Oh, I think I do sense a bit of a crosswind. I think I sense a lot of a crosswind. I'm slightly out of trim as well, which doesn't help, but... yeah, I think we got one. Okay, now we're at the altitude or a little below the altitude we should have been at on downwind. Like I said, my dumb ass forgot how to read an altimeter. And we'll cut the power right back. We're in a Cessna 337 Skymaster. I don't have command set up for this because I'm not really a... I do fly MSFS quite a bit on stream, but I'm not like a primary MSFS streamer. I mostly play DCS. So I don't have any of those fancy sim integrations with Twitch that a lot of MSFS streamers have. I should get some. We're pretty fast. She isn't going to want to set down at this speed, so we're just going to do the classic... Oh, no, no, no. Tell me it ain't so. Did we just pick up speed because I was doing this? Maybe the fuselage side area drag's not set high enough. I thought it was. Yeah, we got a crosswind. Okay. There we go, that should be sufficient. Pretty decent sized runway. Oh shit, hello. Not my best landing. Not even close, but we're down. Is that a player or is that an actual airliner? There's no label coming up. That's an actual airliner. That's an actual real-world flight. That's pretty cool. Celestial, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You must be an absolute wizard to be able to do the thing your name implies. I've watched a couple people try and figure out how to do cell nav for things like flying the DC-6 in this sim, and it's just, oh my god, I have no idea. No idea how anyone can figure that stuff out. Third person for the gear retraction? I'd have to go to the other camera, I think, because the showcase doesn't work real well for it. Developed the add-on and wrote the guide? Aha! Yeah, I've watched a couple of streamers try and learn it, and it was very daunting, even for them, and they were much better at navigation than me. With the add-on it is, yeah. This is a bigger airport than I was expecting, or like a bigger runway than I was expecting. I was expecting like some little regional strip or something, or maybe an Air Force base, but this looks like an actual proper regional airport. Or, like, you know, major airport, put it that way. Major as far as Vietnam's concerned. Yeah, it's really nice. The only two complaints I have with this, one of them is the fuel burn rate seems comically low, which Lumber pointed out. So I figured it was a bit low to begin with, but I thought, oh, it's a, you know, it's a civvy plane, it probably doesn't burn much, but no, it is too low. The other one is that it stalls beautifully. It's actually one of those planes where the devs bothered to make it stall and spin properly. Well, I say that. They made it stall properly. It does spin quite viciously, but it spins belly out for some reason. I don't know why, but once it actually gets into a developed spin, it's belly out, which is very odd. It shouldn't probably be doing that, but that's how it works. But otherwise, it looks good, it sounds good, it flies beautifully, and it's a really cool little aircraft with some interesting historical context, both civilian and, if I can avoid running off into the grass while doing this, and military. Oh, why is my camera tilted so much? I should probably, like, use the normal external view camera more, because showcase is difficult. The showcase camera takes your controls away, so the aircraft will just start doing its own thing. But the external, I've still got the HUD turned partially on, because I was using it to figure out if the altitude reads correctly at very, very high altitudes in the sim, which it does, at least in the F-104. So unlike DCS, where your altimeter will start misreading quite severely at very, very high altitudes, we're talking like 90,000 feet plus, in this sim, at least for the F-104, it reads 1-to-1, even at 112, which is the highest I've got in MSFS. There's a GB right there. We'll definitely fly that later in the stream. That little thing is absolutely psychotic. It is so much fun. Oh, and Noop as well. Newport. Alright. Parking brake. Avionics. Our lights can come off. Heater heat, we really didn't even need it. It's that hot outside, there's pretty much zero risk of icing up at all. wish DCS had ground crew. Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Oh, by the way, I wish that didn't close when you shut down. It does that with most aircraft. I think it's a MSFS thing rather than an aircraft thing, but I wish it didn't. For those who are so inclined, this thing does have an autopilot. It's very rudimentary, but it does have an autopilot. I forgot to pull my flaps up as well. They won't work because the power's off, but let's pop outside. So yeah, that's our little 337. Painted up as an O2. So for our next flight, we are going to be going to probably central or southern Germany. As long as the sim cooperates and doesn't crash again. And we'll be hopping in the F-104 for that. Now, like I said, I'm not sure about the functionality of the Afterburner post Sim Update 9. It's been kind of hit and miss. So we may not have the expected F-104 performance. So we would have landed like down around here somewhere probably. Yeah, Rammstein, I remember. Oh. Does it not show up? I don't think it will. Nope. Do you know what the code for it is? Oh, it might not even, if it doesn't have a, if it's not showing up from that, it probably won't show up from the code. Go real time for that? Yeah, I probably will. Let me find the German border to begin with. It should be Frankfurt, Rammstein. There we go. ETAR. Oh, this is concerning. Oh, this is concerning. Don't be pulling this shit on me, MSFS. We might have some scenery issues. It might have disconnected me again. We'll fix it once we get into the aircraft, but it looks like it's not loading the scenery properly. Since we are flying in Germany, we will fly a German starfighter, which will be the first time I've done that, I think. What do we got for German liveries? Got quite a few. Yeah, we'll get the camo one. That doesn't matter because that'll be dealt with in-game via the kneeboard. Oh, there we go. It's loaded in now. How about we just do... Just trying to think where I should start in the flight. Yeah, let's just start from this part of the ramp, I guess. Or actually, no, let's start from here. It's a little closer. I love that the loading screens for this game are literally just screenshots. Like, that's not a render, that's not marketing, that is what the game actually looks like. It's pretty special. No worries, Saber. All good, man. Any excuse to fly the 104. Go ahead and link my throttles back up since we're single engine now. So the way I've got my throttle, excuse me, the way I got my throttles bound up in the sim, I might change this the more twin engine stuff I fly, although I'm running out of levers at the moment, is I'm using my left throttle as my prop pitch, and I'm using my right throttle as my actual throttle. So twin engine stuff at the moment, I'm just using the single throttle for both engines. I'm considering switching that around, but I don't know what I'd bind my RPM to. because the flap lever on the T50 throttle I'm using as my mixture at the moment. I did have the mixture set on the middle finger slider, but that's too easily bumped when changing power settings, and you don't want to cut your engine all of a sudden while moving the throttle. So I'll figure something out, but for the time being, we're just using the one throttle. I don't really need to... Well, I kind of need to have two, I guess. Because if I need to feather a prop or something, there's just enough noise in the inputs. So DCS filters out the noise, but there's just enough noise that MSFS is picking up in the inputs that it will jump the throttle around. If I try and click and drag it, it'll just jump it back to where the actual physical throttle's sitting, which can make it kind of annoying for some aircraft. Oh, the weather's not really that bad. I kind of want crap. Stereotypical crap weather that will kill me. Overcast. Rain. Maybe not. Maybe not quite. Oh, that's actually the rain that's doing that. Okay. Hang on, let me go back to this. Precipitation. So if I thin out the precipitation, yeah, it does clear up a little. There we go. It's raining a little bit. I hate that this is in fucking Fahrenheit. I wish it was in Celsius. Set the pressure a bit lower. Wow, that doesn't really give you much fine control, does it? Lightning? Sure, let's have some lightning. Crank the humidity up a bit, because it is raining. Actually, the humidity, I think, will help control the haze as well, so more humidity equals more haze. Oh, this is gonna fucking suck. I love it. I love it! Okay, let's not get soaking wet, for a start. There's an issue, so this is probably one of the Sim Update 9 issues at the moment. We'll get rid of them because I don't work in the Sim. The Starfighter occasionally belches out some sort of mist out of its left engine intake, and it travels perpendicular to the aircraft. I don't know what that is. I assume, right there, I assume it's not meant to do that. I think that's a bug that came in with Sim Update 9. So just ignore that, pretend you don't see it. Unfortunately, there's not really anything I can do about it. Okay, let's go down here. What did I just click? Oh, I brought that up. The click spots on the knee board are a little sensitive. Let's go tip tanks, full fuel. Just make sure it is actually full fuel. Sometimes it doesn't load it up all the way. We won't take the underwing tanks, pylon tanks. Not much need. Page, call EPU. Haha, you're gonna get soaked. Just quickly, I don't remember if they've got it set up for Germany, but I'm going to see if I can get the radar app running. So the radar in this runs through an external web server. It's kind of a weird, janky workaround, but it is what it is. See if I can get the radar running, because then we might actually get some ground mapping, which should be quite cool. Yep, there we go. So it's woken up. We'll just switch that to transmit receive. I won't bother changing frequency. We'll put that on tip tank so I drain them first. Won't bother with any of the radar controls yet. Shouldn't really do that until I get the aircraft spooling up. We're going to put the anti-skid on. We're going to, yeah, we'll leave the landing lights on, or the taxi lights, whatever it's set to. Flaps will set once we're actually spooling up. In fact, you know what? We're going to go right ahead and get the engine kicking over. Sounds pretty good, huh? Okay, as the temp's going, we've got ignition, RPM slowly coming up. We're going to go through and we're going to drop flaps takeoff. We're going to put the fuel quantity selector on tip tanks and then check fuel gauges, check our caution lights. They all look good. Come over here and we're going to stand by the inertial nav for a sec. Get the IFF on, pressure suit on, oxygen supply on. Turn the cockpit temperature up a bit, put it in auto, flying suit, put that on. Rain remover, sure, why not? The exterior lights on steady. I think that the Americans tend to use flash, but I like steady. I prefer steady. Don't need the interior floods. The actual instrument lights will do enough. Okay, that's all we have to worry about there for now. We're not going to fuck with the PHI at all. I don't think we even can at the moment. TACAN we won't bother with. And switch the PHI to inertial mode. Put that on align. So the align in this is sped up. In real life it would take you about 5 minutes or so. In this it takes like 30 seconds. So that's a concession they made to fun, I guess, but I wouldn't complain if it took 5 minutes to spool up, honestly. We're going to do something very important for German ops in this thing, or Canadian ops, because they use it as a low-level strike aircraft. This off. Very important. If you leave the APC on and you're flying at low altitude in this and that stick kicker operates when it shouldn't, it will kill you. That's something you want on if you're flying. Oh fuck, I just wrecked my fucking viewpoint. If you're flying higher up, you want that on. Stops you from entering pitch up and a spin. But at low level you want that off, because it will put you straight into the ground if it activates. There we go. Accidentally right-click dragged and it fucked up my view. Okay, that's blinking, which means it's ready to go to nav mode. That should knock out a couple of our caution lights. That is now actually working. Our gyro's uncaged. What have we got a caution light for? The APC being off. It should be off, because I told it to be off. So we'll clear the caution. We are going to set takeoff trim. One thing I noticed is the stick doesn't animate with the trim setting, which it probably should, I think, in the Starfighter. I know in a lot of aircraft of this era, including American ones, it does. So it should, but it doesn't, as far as I can tell. Anyway, that's all that done. They would have disconnected the hose as soon as the aircraft woke up and the engine spooled up. So let's chuck our radar into standby and let's start taxiing. No mill transports here, unfortunately. But we got a lot of airliners here. The tubes are taking over. Flash on the ground steady when in airborne, at least for certain aircraft. Oh, okay. That makes sense, yeah, because you don't want people walking up to the plane without seeing it. So you have the flash to get their attention. Because, you know, as we all know, aircraft are notoriously easy to miss. You know, you'd just be walking along minding your own business and suddenly you're in someone's prop arc. Or getting skewered by a pitot probe. So we're just going to check as we're rolling flaps, takeoff, trim set to takeoff. So that green stabilizer caution on the bottom left tells us we're set in takeoff trim. I know my taxiing's a bit ropey. We've got one final check to do before we take off. We'll just do controls. Okay, they look free and clear. I can't see the rudder from here, but pedals are moving freely. They're linked to the nose wheel steering anyway, so... I should have gone all the way down because we're going to be having a tailwind here, I think. I mean, we're in a fucking jet. It doesn't matter as much, but... really, I should be taking off from the other end of the runway. What's the worst that could happen? He says, flying a German F-104 in terrible fucking weather. Don't like that on planes like the F-16 because it doesn't have formation lights. Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, now you mention it, yeah, the 16 doesn't have formation lights. I don't know how I never noticed that before. Oh, come on. Not this shit again. We're probably going to have problems with that in the F-104 because it moves so quickly across the ground. Hopefully it reconnects me before it decides to go to offline mode. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, F-104. Ugh, fix your servers. So we're currently flying the skill issue edition. If we wanted to fly the high skill version, we'd be flying one in a Japanese or Norwegian or Danish livery. Or a Spanish livery. The Spanish never lost a single 104. They didn't have many, but they never lost them. Option to keep the data for offline? I think there is, but I don't remember how to activate it. Bro! Oh, not this shit again. I forgot. An issue with the 104 at the moment is when you go out of the escape menu, it kills your engine for some reason. That was another issue introduced with Sim Update 9. Thankfully I can just control E it back, but because I waited so long, it's going to take a while to spool it back up. You can also see though how my nozzle position is linked directly to the throttle. This is mechanically controlled. There's no FADEC in this. The nozzle does what the throttle tells it to, so you're going to have issues if the throttle and the engine disagree with it, like the nozzle and the engine disagree with each other, which was one of the causes for a lot of the early crashes with J79s. Particularly the early J79, which only had an open or closed nozzle. It's just a bang-bang system, it didn't have the variable nozzle. In this, it's not fully modeled, I think partly due to limitations of the SDK or just what they've been able to work out from the SDK so far. But yeah, like, in these older aircraft, you don't want to be sawing on the throttle like a lunatic, because at best, you're not going to get that good of a response out of the engine. At worst, you'll compressor stall yourself. The 262 didn't have variable nozzles. Variable nozzles are something that you typically get on, or at least not that I'm aware. Variable nozzles are something you get on afterburner equipped aircraft. Apparently it does. That's news to me. Zero-length rocket booster for the... Oh, that would be interesting. That would definitely be an interesting experience. Oh, that's how they do it with the cone, yeah. Well, for the 262, yeah, it would have been mechanically linked. I mean, there was no real other way to do it back then. What the fuck is on the runway? Airport vehicles love driving on runways. Okay, so we got one more check to do. It's probably the most important check in the aircraft. That works. If that doesn't work, and your engine shits itself on takeoff, or you move the throttle too fast, and it fully opens and the afterburner doesn't light off, like, the nozzle will schedule fully open when you go to burner. If that happens, and the burner does not light, or the burner kind of coughs and flames out, you will fucking die. Because you've just lost all your thrust and the engine will possibly go into a compressor stall. For those of you who fly the DCS MiG-21 and maybe aren't so experienced with it, and have tried to go into full afterburner with landing flaps out during a go-around and have just speared straight into the ground, that's why. When you go to burner in the MiG-21 with the flaps in the landing position or past 30 degrees. The takeoff position is 25 degrees, landing is 45. When those flaps in the 21 are past 30 degrees, it trips a micro switch, which then prevents the burner from lighting off. Because it's trying to suck air out, or like it's tapping air off the compressor to blow over the blown flaps, which this has as well, by the way. If you can land the 21, you can land this. So that's why that happens. That's why you lose thrust in the 21. If you have to go around in the MiG-21, you go to mill power, bring the flaps up as quickly as possible, and only as those flaps come up do you go to afterburner. If you have the nozzle fully open and the burner's not lit, and it's like really abrupt, it can fuck with earlier jet engines. Later ones don't care so much, but the earlier ones it'll really fuck with. The Su-9 and the MiG-19 had serious problems with that. Okay. Probably gonna rotate about 150, 160 knots. Bit past, actually. And up she goes. Gear up. Flaps coming up. Let's head out to the north. Drop back to mill power here. That caution light is probably because the APC cutout's on. It's tripped again because we're now airborne. I want the APC cutout on because I don't want that fucking thing activating at low altitude. How many incidents would this happen in real life? I reckon at least a couple. I think probably some of the recent MiG-21 crashes that some countries have had can be attributed to that. It's a little bumpy. I'm actually probably flying a little higher than these things would have flown operationally, to be fair. Are we starting to see why the Germans had such a high fucking loss rate? Bro, what is this scenery? Hang on, this is gonna kill my engine again, but I think it's fucked me over here. No, it just hasn't loaded in. If I'm quick, yep, I caught it before the engine fully spooled down, so we're good. Yeah, we seen why the Germans had so many crashes? Because I sure am. It's not Australian internet, it's the sim. Or it's their servers. It's been doing this for everyone. They've been having serious issues. Fucking... There we go again. Don't see an issue? Yeah, you wouldn't, because you fucking play so much IL-2. Oh, you mean in terms of flying? Well, I mean, look how low to the ground I am. Look how fast I am. Now imagine you're a German pilot who's just converted from subsonic jets. You don't have many hours on this thing, and you're kind of intimidated by it. Bro, what? What is going on? It's not even loading the autogen buildings. It usually will load them, even if it doesn't load the fucking textures. I don't know, Stryche. It's some sort of bug that came in with the last update. It's coming out of the left intake specifically. It's a glitch. I mean, if you're using this as a strike aircraft, there is. Which is what the Germans chiefly used it as. Bro, I can't with this shit. Hang on. We'll try turning it off and on again. The tried and tested method. And Germany is usually one of the best places for scenery. Like, they have really good scenery for Germany, but not today, apparently. I can go fuck myself today. I think after this flight, I'm going to take a short break, get something to eat, because I'm hungry. I haven't really sat down and eaten a proper meal since I got home from work a few hours ago. And then we'll hop in the GB. I'm feeling kind of brave, well, mostly stupid. So we might try flying the GB out of Katoomba, which will be very interesting, because Katoomba has trees either side of a very narrow runway. And the GB does not like going straight down the runway. I'm pretty sure you can, Stryche, I just don't remember how you do it. Like, there are also areas which I have proper scenery for on my PC. Yeah, look, I turned it off, and now the autogen loads in. So if we go up here and turn that on, because it's re-rendering all the scenery around you for quite a distance. There's a bit of a load time on terrain in this, because it's quite highly detailed. The landing is going to be interesting, especially because I haven't bothered to figure out where I'm going. I'm just going to have to open up the in-game VFR map and kind of cheat my way to an airfield. So now consider that I'm not navigating properly, and a real pilot would have to navigate properly. So he'd be managing his navigation, he'd be managing his comms, he'd be trying to keep sight on his wingman or his leader. He'd be trying to look for targets. Like, all this stuff goes very much into the task saturation category. I also should turn on my radar since I did warm it up. If this doesn't work, I'm going to be very upset. I usually only have issues this bad on stream. Off stream it works fucking flawlessly, of course. Okay, we'll catch that quickly. There we go. So, let me just glance down. I don't think the radar works in Germany yet, or this part of Germany. So because of the way the radar's done in this, there's only certain regions of the world where it functions, and this isn't one of them, it seems. Which is a shame. Please stop stuttering, especially now near power lines. If you have a mod that lets you, yeah. So, by default, I don't remember if power lines are modeled at all. With the We Love VFR mod, you can get the actual pylons for them, and then I've got another mod which adds the lines themselves, and yes, you can hit the lines with that mod. How are our tip tanks already empty? There's something hokey going on with the fuel burn, I think. It's treating mill power as if it's after... Oh, you know what? I think we were just above the threshold for afterburner. Or something weird is going on with the engine in this because of the sim update. That's what's going on. I mean, yeah, but they shouldn't drain that fast in mill thrust, surely. We'll hold on to them. You can jettison them, but we'll hold on to them. Just because it completes the aesthetic. Now we're in some real soup. Yeah, I know. Oh, fuck off with this shit. Fuck's sake. It's their servers, it's not my internet. Because everyone's been having this issue. It's worse in fast aircraft because you cover ground so quickly. In slower stuff, you can just potter around the same loading cell for like an hour and you never get the call out. But in this thing, it's just constantly tripping loading zones and it causes that. Fly faster than me 24 in game crashes? Oof. I mean, you can adjust the preload radius in DCS, that sort of helps. It just means your loading times go up, and your RAM and page file usage goes up as well. Minimum specs? Oh, yeah, rip. Rip. circle around to the north. This jet has such an undeservedly bad reputation as being dangerous or being a, you know, the fucking Widowmaker shit. It really isn't. I mean, if you want proof that it isn't, look at the service records of any country that isn't the US, Canada, or Germany. I mean, the Canadian pilots flew many more hours in this thing than the Germans did, and yeah, they had a fairly high fucking loss rate, but considering the extra hours, it was comparatively lower. Even most of the German crashes only happened within the first few years of service. By the, shit, this is a bit sketch. By the 70s and 80s, these things were perfectly safe to fly because they'd figured out how to operate them in these kinds of conditions without fucking dying. Also, the teething issues with the J79 had been sorted out. The hazards of inertial coupling from roll were known at that point. Go ahead and set my speed indexer on this to 180-ish, which will probably be a little bit above our landing speed, close to our approach or landing speed anyway. Lockheed scandal didn't help? Yeah, of course not. But then, you know, name a major defense contractor who doesn't use bribery, just most of them don't get caught. Bro. Low fuel already? Look how much I just fucking decelerated from that. Okay. Where's an airbase or an airport? Or an air something? Please load in faster. EDFC. So if we come around 90 degrees now... Watch that AOA, we don't want to hit 5. We got 2 there pretty close, so that should do. I mean, Saab have been kind of busted doing similar things, not to quite the same scale as Lockheed did, but... Oh yeah, the fucking porn star kamikaze, that is fucking magical. Absolutely fucking magical. I'm very glad I'm not the only person that knows that that happened. Where's the fucking... Oh, bro. Oh no, bro. It's a very short-looking runway from this angle. You know what? I'm so low fuel, and so low on fucks to give, we're gonna try it. We need more power, because we're below the threshold for the blown flap system. We still got our air brake out too, which isn't gonna help our cause. There's no way we're making that, especially because I don't have the parachute bound, so I'm going to have to actually look down and pull it. This is probably meant to be like a glider field or something in real life. There you go, a little slow, just hopefully not slow enough for a wing to drop out from under me. Stand on the brakes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Easy clap. Easy fucking clap. Miss me with that master caution shit, I don't care. So yeah, hopefully a fix for this will come out soon that solves the engine and fuel flow problems that Sim Update 9 introduced. From the sounds of things, like, they put out a notice about it. From the sounds of things, it completely rat-fucked their engine modeling, like, in every respect, so... At least the plane's still flyable, but there's a lot of stuff not working correctly. And once everything's back to normal, we'll be back to taking it up to high-altitude sprints. My record in MSFS is 112,000 feet in the two-seater of this. We'll see if I can beat that. I can consistently get more than 95,000 feet out of it, though. It's not that hard to do. We'll see if we can break 115. I think will be the next goal. Camo and sky bottom, or camo and silver? I think it's camo and sky, but it's hard to tell because of the overcast. Even if it was silver, it would just kind of look grey. Yes, I am a light general aviation aircraft. Why do you ask? I'll just park it here. This thing has no parking brake, by the way. In real life, they would just chock the aircraft up. Is she going to roll downhill? Looks like no. Hopefully no. Hopefully the wheel friction's enough to hold her. Okay, that can go off. APC cutout, we don't need to worry about anymore. Pressure suit off. Oxygen off. INS to off. IFF to off. That can just stay where it is. You know what? We'll leave that in that setting, in auto setting. We'll go flying suit off, that off, rain remover off. Those lights can stay on, I don't really care. And that should do us. So the way you kill the engine on this is, I think you can cut the mixture to 0 works, but also you've got the fuel cutoff switch there. We'll just try pulling the mixture to 0. Oh, before I forget, radar off as well. The single-seater, by the way, does have an autopilot. It's pretty basic, but it works. With some conditions. So Asobo's default autopilot API is a bit this doesn't work 100% as it should, but it's close enough. Yeah, that's how you do it. You just cut the mixture. But yeah, this has the autopilot. The two-seater doesn't. Oh, we're inside the hangar already, but not in the way we want to be. Yeah, it's a sky bottom. And for some reason the landing light's on even though the power's off, and the nav lights. I think that's an issue with this module. It seems to always have power to the lights no matter what. But yeah, that is the F-104G at low level in wonderful Central European weather. And I'm going to take a short break. I need to eat. So probably gone 10, 15, 20 minutes. Don't know. But after that, we'll do the GB. We'll probably fly it around Katoomba or something. So stick around if you want to see me spill on takeoff, because holy fuck, that thing is hard to get off the ground in this sim. Very, very hard. MSFS ground handling leaves a lot to be desired, and the plane is just psychotic to begin with. Yeah, the visibility was pretty decent. Pretty decent, and I wasn't having to navigate and keep tabs on wingmen and stuff, so that was easy mode compared to what the Germans actually had to deal with. But it gives you some idea. while I'm eating, since there's only so many high-resolution photos of MiG-23s and Su-25s I've found so far, I might see if I can chuck in something else for you guys to look at as well at the moment. Bear with me, because this is going to be super scuffed. I wish OBS had like a sandbox sort of thing where you could hash out changes to scenes and then they only go live when you hit a button, instead of doing everything in real time, which is a real pain in the ass, but I guess that would be kind of difficult to make work. Do I only have 2 videos for that? I thought I made 3. Okay, well, fucking don't mind me then. We'll get rid of that one. Remove that. And we will add video source, add existing. What the fuck? Bro. Media source, that's what I want to do. Add existing. Let's do this. Hello? Why is it not? Oh, what? No. What? Bro, come on. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Do you make any model kits? Yes, though very slowly. I've got a Su-15 I need to build, and I've got a MiG-23 I started on, but haven't made much progress on. Usually it takes me a geological age to complete one, and then one day, like, my PC won't be working, or I just won't have anything to do on the PC, and I'll build an entire kit in a day or something. But I got a lot of them, and I build them very slowly, so I'll be busy until, you know, until I'm a fucking pensioner with them. Brandon scale, it's trumpeter, I think, and it's 1 to 48. Let me just check. The 23 is a trumpeter, it's 148, and I think the Su-15, same brand, same scale, trumpeter 148. I'm not a master model builder by any stretch of the imagination, I'm kind of bad at it, but I can't not have reasonably large scale models of 2 of my favourite aircraft. By the way, as you can see from that last screenshot, if the F-104's burner was actually working properly, it's quite spectacular to see. It's properly modelled as well, so it actually has correct shock diamonds. It's barely visible in daylight, like barely at all, but at night or in really heavily overcast weather, it looks fucking spectacular. Had 9 148 Spitfires. When I moved out, they were all gone and broken. Oh man, that fucking sucks. I've got a lot of model kits which have got broken over the years. I used to build a lot when I was a kid. I didn't have as much to do back then, so I had a lot more time to spend building them. But yeah, like the vast majority of my model kits, especially the older ones from when I was young, they're broken. Some of them are repairable, some of them are probably beyond help. I think the beyond help ones, one day, you know, when I've got nothing better to do, I might make dioramas of like crash sites or something with them. Because I don't want to throw them out, I want to keep them, I just want to find a way to reuse the ones that are broken beyond repair. Probably about half of them are broken due to my clumsiness, like when I was a kid and I was playing with them and I'd have one sitting on the bed and I'd go stand on the bed to reach something on a shelf and I'd accidentally slip and stand on that instead. That's why one of my Messerschmitt 262s doesn't have landing gear anymore. Thankfully, the rest of the plane is pretty solidly built. And then there's the other ones, like where my USS Kitty Hawk's radar array and antennas and everything are all fucked up because Dad was building a deck upstairs and is as clumsy as I am, and a fucking 2x4 came crashing through the downstairs window and knocked the top off the model. Whoops. Let me guess, an F100? Oh, dude, my older sister bought me a, I think Crayola made it. It was a train, like a little toy train set, but it was made of like, it was wax crayons. And me being a fuckwit and like 2 years old, I smashed it up pretty badly. I feel so bad about that. I'm one of these people who watched Toy Story like one too many times, and now I treat inanimate objects with the same respect I'd treat a person. I feel really fucking bad about all the toys I broke when I was a kid. Really fucking bad. Existential dread part of the stream. Just paint it yourself. Like a lot of my model kits aren't painted in the schemes that came with the box. I just paint whatever the fuck I want. Most of my models are 172. I only have a couple of 148s. I don't have sausage fingers, I'm just fucking clumsy. And I always have a habit of using too much glue, and then I get glue all over my fingers, and then I get gluey fingerprints on everything, and oh my god, it's it's a mess. I'm gonna try and be careful with the 23 and the Su-15. I have a little Spitfire Mark 1 I built a couple of years ago that came out really well. Some of the decals have flaked off, but otherwise it was really good. Saber, you know we don't do videos on stream. I'm not opening my browser and crashing my PC by doing so. Nearly ready to hop back in the sim, guys. Oh, by the way, I'm not 100% certain if there'll be a Saturday stream this week. I have to vote Saturday, and I've got to tidy up the flat a bit because I've got an inspection coming up. Plus, there's a few other things I want to catch up on that have been kind of lagging behind with work. I will stream if I have time to do it, but don't hold your breath, and even if I do, it may be a shorter one than usual. Okay, time to stop stuffing my face and get back to flying, I suppose. Where's my sim gone? There it is. This thing is probably going to murder me. Like, it may take several attempts before I can get it off the ground in one piece from this airfield. From a big airport, it's not that hard, but from this airfield, it's going to be quite challenging. We are flying from Katoomba, the scenery for which was made by Milo Sanks, who you may have spotted in chat a few times. Milo also recently released a scenery for McCall in Idaho, which is absolutely gorgeous, but I'm not going to fly from it today because CCM's already been flying from it for like a week, and I've been watching him fly from it, so I want to change the scenery. But it's a gorgeous airfield. I strongly recommend picking it up. And I definitely recommend Katoomba, because not only does it look good, but it's a good landing challenge too, because there's a power line that crosses the end of one of the runways, and it's on top of a mountain. Well, what passes for a mountain in this part of the world, anyway. Katoomba, it's west of Sydney, so it's in the Blue Mountains. It's basically between Sydney and Bathurst, where I used to live. Taking the GB through canyons like on that screen there would be something. I mean, you'd probably die, but it'd be something. So it has pretty vicious stall characteristics, as you might imagine, but like if you're in a 90-degree bank, they're really vicious. It stalls really fast. It'd be better if it wasn't like an install like mine where there's so much scenery. Oh, we're going to make it daytime because I'm not going to be able to fly this in the dark. I'd like to do a night flight in this sometime, but not from this airfield. This is not the airfield you fly at night with this plane. Let's get the sun a little low in the sky. Real weather. But yeah, my MSFS install is bloated. With good things like scenery and planes, but bloated nonetheless. Okay, mixture full rich. We're gonna run the revs up. We're going to... This one actually has trim, which is nice. We're going to go ahead and... Battery... primer, 2, 3, 4... We'll give it 5 because it's kind of cold. Fuel boost, mags, they always help. Crack the throttle a little and... Oh, it sounds so good. Alternator on. I like it. It's... I mean, I would like it more if it had retractable gear. I'm not a fan of fixed gear, but it's a cute little plane. Now, the first challenge is taxiing. How the fuck am I going to see where I'm going? We're just going to have to hope for the best. Hang on, let me... bat trim slightly for takeoff. This is short. So the long one is a concept that wasn't built. And also, I've heard conflicting things about its quality, but this is the one that Caronado made and Asobo released, and this is the short little stubby boy. As with pretty much all MSFS tail draggers, oh Widgie, As with pretty much all MSFS tail draggers, it just steers directly through the pedals. It probably shouldn't, but it does. It is what it is. Also, I've got this thing cut to idle, and it's still accelerating in the taxi. I have to constantly just kind of touch the brakes to stop it from rolling away from me. So there you can see, if I can stop sticking my head out the cockpit, there you can see that the power line crosses the runway down the other end. We're not going to be using this runway though, because the wind's not with us anyway. Yeah, it was designed as a racer. And apparently sitting the cockpit so far back like this was done specifically because it gives better visibility when making tight clearance turns in a pylon race. Oh my fuck, look at that wind. Yeah, we're definitely not using this runway. That one should be good though. We should get plenty of lift off it. So this psychotic little motherfucker... Oh, that... Oh no. That's the sketchy end. Oh, this'll be interesting. This'll be very interesting. And I'm off in the bush already. Oh, we're gonna fucking try, don't you worry. We're gonna fucking try. So, I think the power lines might be conflicting with my power lines mod, maybe? Not sure what's going on there. The power lines did connect with each other last time I flew from this airport. It's also possible that there was an update which I forgot to get. Because I am very bad at keeping up with updates in this sim. Because everything, like, everyone has different launches and... Oh yeah, I think it is the power lines mod. I think that's exactly what it is. It's the power lines mod conflicting with Milo's scenery. Well, that's a bummer. Because, yeah, those, Oops, fuck. The red and white guys are not... I think not the correct power line style for this part of the world. Those look like European high voltage lines, not Australian ones. If you're in chat, Milo, apologies for possibly not the best showcase here. I should have checked my fucking mods didn't conflict first. Yeah, just a little too far. We went weed whacker mode. Has the fucking wind changed or did I take a wrong turn? I think I took a wrong turn. I can't fucking tell. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it! Hey, Lush. Yep, I am indeed streaming. We're gonna put the power on slowly. She wants right rudder to counter the prop. Not too much right rudder or you end up in pilot-induced oscillation, which I am just about to end up in. Those are trees. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. I knew that was gonna happen. We almost had it. We almost had it. From a pretty narrow runway. I'm happy with that. That was a good first effort. Like, from a normal runway, this would be not too difficult. I had a couple spills early on with the GB, but once I figured out the kind of... the basics of it, it wasn't too hard. But yeah, from this runway, it's gonna be a fucking challenge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuel boost, mags on, gimme my starter. Oh! It sounds so good. Should I get the crayons? Yep. Yeah, I think we're gonna need all of the crayons. It's a GB. Holy Jesus, look at it move. Oh, watch out for Goosey's wing there. It's actually raising dust as it taxis too, which is cool. They put that little detail in. We are actually going slightly uphill here, I think, so we kind of need a bit of power. Oh, look at the wind. Look at the wind. How good are you at doing side-to-side taxiing? I mean, it's easy in this because it just steers directly through the pedals. MSFS ground handling for tail draggers is kind of lacking at the moment. It's one of the weak points of the sim, unfortunately. Yeah, I did take the wrong fucking turn, didn't I? Unless there's... Oh, there could be different wind currents at 2 different points in the airfield. How much runway do we have that way? Not enough. Not enough. Oh yeah, you're right. I did take a wrong turn. Okay. This is Katoomba Airport. This actually exists in Katoomba. Now the power lines are duplicated because of a mod conflict, which I didn't think to check before flying here, but yeah, like, Katoomba Airport has power lines running directly across one of the runways. So the smaller towers with the more and smaller marker balls are the ones that are supposed to be here. From memory. I still don't think that's going to be enough runway. Plus, I'm probably going to hit the power lines as soon as it lifts anyway. But we'll try it. Oh, go, you good thing! Go, you good thing! Where's the fucking power line? Doesn't matter, we're above it. Right on the edge of a stall to get over that, but... Haha! We did it, Reddit. Alright, let's throttle... Well, let's bring the revs down a bit so we don't thrash the shit out of the engine. Bring it back to about 30 inches manifold. And, we're airborne. How much power does the GB have? It's a Wasp Junior, so however much that is. It's, for the size and weight of the aircraft, it's a lot of power. This thing, by the way, somehow this fucking thing carries enough fuel to fly like 800 miles. At full fuel. We're at half fuel at the moment. Oh hey, it's the Hydro Majestic! I've stayed there. The autogen does not do it justice. It looks a lot more impressive than that in real life. It's an Art Deco hotel from the, like, 1920s or something. Gorgeous building. And now we are in the Megalong Valley. Yeah, compare that to the weight of the aircraft, though. It's a lot. Cotty, how do you not know about the GB? Oh, overspeed. Bro! It's so easy to overspeed. Oh, okay. I gotta throttle back a bit. So, the GB will kill you on takeoff, will kill you on landing, possibly kill you on taxi because you can't see where you're going, will kill you because you overspeed, will kill you because you're too slow. Like, everything people say about the DCS MiG-21, this plane actually does in MSFS. Gonna heat PC? Maybe. Maybe. We're gonna be doing Reforger after this, and then maybe, depending on what time it is then, we'll do some Gunner Heat PC. Well, at least I'm getting some good practice at taking off in this. I'm really smooth with it now compared to yesterday. Yesterday I was having a bit of a shit show taking off, but today is really good. Go ahead and give it a bit more back trim. Battery on. Fuel boost. Mags. Bring the throttle up a touch out of idle. Starter. I forgot to prime it, but apparently it doesn't care. Whatever. Someone primed it for me, obviously. So yeah, for an external view of what we're working with here, this little guy. The R2 has slightly different, it's a bit longer, it has slightly different landing gear, and the canopy has framing. The canopy on this is bolted on, by the way. To get out of this aircraft, someone has to unfucking bolt the canopy. I'm not even joking. I am not even joking. Oh, I can't remove the canopy once it's started, but yeah. In the sim, you click here, and it takes the canopy off. Is this from Alabeo? This is from, you mean Asobo? Yes. Asobo marketed it, but Caronado made it. So, same as a Stagger Wing. It's a Caronado aircraft, but it's Asobo that marketed it. Imagine you catch on fire. Well, I may or may not know what to do in that situation if I had, say, a DC-6. Just, you know, coincidentally. Which was some of the best fun I've ever had in a flight sim. I really hope they add a firefight. Dropping nuts for the squirrel children add-on to the sim. Yeah. Yeah, it had serious wing flutter issues. If you want to be safe, you should only operate it under 120 knots. At 120 knots, this thing is trying to stall. Like, I'm not even joking. You make a gentle bank turn at 120 and this thing will drop out from under you. Good fucking luck. I was cruising about 220 last night. So, last night the night before, sorry. I hopped in this same GB, the Model Z, and I did a flight around from Medicine Hat, followed the Trans-Canada Highway up past Suffield, turned north, intercepted the South Saskatchewan, flew up by Drumheller, turned west, and then buzzed around until I could finally spot Red Deer and landed there. And I had this thing cruising at like 220, it didn't give a shit. I guarantee you they were not flying this thing at 120 in fucking races. It's a gentle rudder. You know, the ground handling in this, you get into pilot-induced oscillation real easy, like the rudder's super effective, but it's not actually that bad. You've got to fly it like it's the DCS Spit. Just gentle little rudder corrections, nothing big, just little corrections here and there. There we go. Okay, repeat performance, hopefully this time without fluttering my aircraft to death. Okay, revs back. About 2200 I think is pretty good for this engine. We'll sit at 25 inches manifold pressure. There's the Hydro Majestic again. Ooh, I felt that. Okay, let's give her a little more power. Just a little. But we'll have to watch our descent. Don't dive too steep, because she picks up speed real fast. So that's the town of Katoomba over there. You know what, we'll do a buzz by Katoomba. Actually, no, let's fly into the Megalong first, and we'll come back for Katoomba proper. Okay, now we come off the power a bit. This area is so gorgeous in real life. I mean, it's gorgeous in the sim too, but, like, it's really something in real life. The restaurant at the Hydro Majestic has this massive glass bay window that overlooks this whole valley. Just phenomenal. So once again, this is the Megalong Valley. Traffic on that road is pretty... I mean, I didn't see what they were doing. They were probably going sideways into the air or something, as Misfits traffic sometimes does, but that is the Great Western Highway. That has a lot of traffic on it. That is a major... It's only like, what, 2 lanes, most of its length, but that is a major highway. That is one of the only mountain crossings between Sydney and the inland cities. Yeah, it's in knots. Okay, she wants more power. We will oblige. Yeah, and the fucking traffic is horrific. There's a lot of traffic lights too, because it is like a suburban road. It is shit. Like, if you're planning to go from Bathurst to Sydney or vice versa, add like 2 hours for delays on the Great Western. Plus whatever you've got to add for delays where somebody's fucking speared into a truck on the M7. As they do every other day. Try doing a route at 1... Fuck that, dude. I ain't fucking flying this thing at 120. Both because I know how stupid that is, and because ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so good. Sydney drivers are fucking cunts, dude. Like, I say that, I live next door to Canberra now, and Canberra drivers are arguably even worse, but Sydney drivers are such shit cunts. Oh, bad noise. You get quite noticeable stall buffet in this thing. That was 160 knots. She wanted to stall at 160 knots in a bank turn. I mean, you've seen this, like, the size of the wings, right? Plus the drag off the fixed gear. Yeah, Canberra roads are actually really well designed. Really, really well designed. Just the people that drive on them are shit. Canberra's a really well-planned city. I mean, they had to phone it in from an American, because nobody here knows how to fucking design a city, but it's really well-planned. Immelman roll, how coordinated you can do it? Not at all. I can't coordinate turns to save my life. Like, even if the aircraft is perfect with it, I'm not. This also isn't really aerobatic. I mean, it's somewhat maneuverable, but it's not aerobatic. If I try and do anything aerobatic, it'll kill me. As it is, I probably need more power to do what I'm doing. It doesn't seem to exhibit very much adverse yaw, I've noticed. Bad noise. Audio feedback on this is really good, unless you weren't paying attention, like me on that previous flight. Oh! That would be a power line. That would be a power line. I really like the, I was watching Angel's review of it, and she didn't like the dual pattern on the instrument panel. I fucking love it. I really love that shit. Adds character. And it looks nice when the sun catches it. There is no cockpit lighting. Also, no artificial horizon anyway, so fucking day VFR only. If you flew this thing at night, you would be fucking insane. think that is the northern tip of Lake Burrigarang. I'm in about the right area, so that should be it. That's Sydney's main water supply. My parents live near the southern tip of it. It's quite big. Yeah, she stalls fast. We're getting some interesting air currents here. We're getting thrown around a little. There's the Three Sisters. Let's go check out the Three Sisters, then loop back over Katoomba proper. Actually, no. We'll go over the town, then we'll come back to the Three Sisters, because they look... like, it's more impressive if you fly down the valley. So let's follow the ridge. Polikarpov should weaponize this thing. He basically did. Oh, that is not me on the controls. That is not me on the controls. The scenery, like, as much as I rag on living here sometimes, because I miss home, it has its pluses. Like, some parts of this country are just fucking breathtaking, and this is one of them. Katoomba itself is a really lovely old town. It's one of the older towns in New South Wales, because one of the first orders of business was to figure out how to get across the mountains, right? So a lot of this was built up in the early 19th century, like the 1820s, 1830s. The auto-gen doesn't do it justice. Like, a lot of the architecture around here is quite beautiful. Not that is actually an Aldi in real life under my right wing, but that building there is like a really beautiful old hotel. I think it used to be a power station. We've got a nice little waterfall down here, although the sim doesn't really do waterfalls that well, to be honest. Probably get some scenery for that, like custom scenery. There's the Three Sisters. So, they're called the Three Sisters because they're three rocks next to each other, but there's an Aboriginal Dreamtime story about how they came to be turned into stone. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but a lot of places in Australia, particularly ones that were of important religious or cultural significance, the Aboriginal people that lived in the area, they will have like backstories to them from the Dreamtime. It's quite interesting. 190 still, yeah. Yep, here we go with the IL-2 flight models. If anyone was trying to swear off drinking, don't play IL-2 anytime soon. Because the shit you see, especially flying as the Allies in that, will make you fucking hit the bottle. So yeah, remember how I said this thing has 800 miles of range on a full tank? You guys want to fly for another 400 miles? I'm not going to. But I could. I actually could. So on that flight around Alberta, from Medicine Hat, kind of meandering up until I hit Red Deer, that whole flight was an hour and a half long, and I wasn't at cruise settings. I was running similar engine settings, well, actually higher engine settings than I am now. And I still had about a third of a tank left when I landed. A third of a fucking tank. At low level like this. In fact, I was flying lower than this. And the fucking P40 had like 10 degrees of dihedral instead of 5, and it looked absolutely ridiculous. I remember that. Looks like its wings are about to fucking clap over its canopy. Hey Legolas. Good to see you, man. Power lines. Oh, actually, I wonder. I might have had it backwards. Maybe the red and white stripy boys were the ones that were meant to be there and the other ones weren't. I don't know. Milo would know. I'll have to check and see if there's an update for the scenery that I missed out on. Yeah, there was a mod fix for it as well. Here we see how... So, the way MSFS works out where water is, remember how I said it uses road maps to work out where roads are? It also seems to use road maps to work out where water is. And, that don't always work out so great, huh? Quite often you'll see water going uphill, or water, like, halfway up a hillside like that. You'll also see rivers that are... the South Saskatchewan's like this around Drumheller. It's modelled as a very thin river, but the actual river itself is very wide at that point because it's not rendered properly on maps. Yeah, way better than FSX, don't get me wrong. Like, this is as good as Flight Sim scenery gets, especially for non-custom curated stuff, but it still has its flaws. So, hopefully over the years they can work on reducing those. But even as it is, it was fucking stunning. One of the other common ones you'll see, other than the water DEM differences, where water is like levitating above other water, is you'll sometimes see rivers that have changed their course since the mapping was done. So the satellite will show the river going a completely different direction. I'm going to, Envy. I'm going to. This is probably going to be our last flight for the day in MSFS, and then we'll hop on Reforger for a bit. And maybe Gunner Heat PC, depending what time it is. See, once you get this thing off the ground, as long as you keep your speed up, but also down, you know, as long as you keep it in the sort of 160 to 240 knot range, it's, well, 160 to 220, it's pretty happy. It's not hard to fly. It doesn't exhibit much adverse yaw. A little bit, not much. The roll rate's pretty good. Not amazing, but pretty good. It's very responsive on the controls. It's reasonably sensitive, but not, like, overly so, I would say. Now, with a less quality stick, maybe it would be a bit twitchy, but with this, it's easy to fly. Really pleasant. So don't let the ground handling put you off, or the fact I managed to overspeed it, or, you know, any of the other scary things about it. It's really quite nice once it's in the air. And it's such a cool little historical aircraft that is surprisingly obscure. I fucking swear to God, MSFS, do not start this shit on me again. See what I mean? It reconnects the second it dumps me back to this. It's like somebody's doing it on purpose. PSA for Reforger. Do not subscribe to anything on the Steam Workshop for Reforger. Not yet, because there's an unpatched, as of yet, exploit where it can run fucking executables. Do not subscribe to anything for Reforger on the Steam Workshop until that's confirmed fixed. Motherfucker. Kick the rudder and hands free. I'll get some altitude and I'll do that, yeah. I'll boot the rudder around, see what it does. A bit of malware never hurt anyone. Oh, I'm not sure about that one. We'll do some stalls as well. So we'll pick up some out, we'll kick the rudder around, see how much rudder authority it has, how much secondary roll it induces. And then we'll climb up a little further and we'll do some stalls. I haven't got it into a developed spin yet. It seems to want to nose... It's kind of like the DCS-21. It feels like it wants to, but it doesn't quite get there. There's a few other Misfits add-ons that are like that too. But that could be correct for a GB, I don't know. Like, there are aircraft that they don't really like spinning. But it does stall, which is good. It does power off stalls, and it very much does accelerated stalls. No, I could create an IL-2 mod that would download and run malware. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Please don't. Or if you do, don't send it to me. Speaking of malware, I wonder how long it's going to be before FS Labs decides to pull that one again. And then say, no, it's only an anti-piracy measure. You have nothing to worry about if you don't use pirated keys. I swear to God, Civi flight sim developers are on permanent self-destruct mode. Like, oh my God. Apparently, Aerosoft, and by Aerosoft I mean Cox specifically, has been going around, like, banning people from the forums for even bringing up the topic that there was a sound overhaul promised for the Twitter. Fucking astonishing, dude. Like, the flight simming community is so small, I don't know why you would want to piss down on your customers. Because there aren't gonna be that many fucking customers. You know, it's a niche thing. It's only a very limited pool of people you can sell shit to. Okay, I am hands off stick, full right rudder. Not bad. Whoa, when I neutralized it, she didn't like it. Establish level, hands off stick, full left. Feels about right. I mean, I've never flown an aircraft like this, but it feels about what I would expect. Okay, I'm over mountains in an aircraft known for its vicious stall characteristics, so maybe I'll get over Lake Burragarang before I attempt to do any stalls. Full left, full right, full left to bleed speed. Doesn't really bleed that fast. Like, it does bleed, but it doesn't do it that quickly. Quite nail the oscillation. No. Well, bear in mind as well, I'm working with crosswinds with a pretty heavy spring and damper on them, so I can only kick so fast. Yeah, it looks like Burragarang. Yeah, no, that should be like Burragarang. One end of it. So, my parents' place, which end of the lake are we on? Let me just use the cheetah map real quick. Flutter test, oh, stick wraps? I'll do them in a minute. I was thinking about that actually, but yeah, I'll do some stick wraps in a minute. Yeah, we're at the southern end of Lake Burragarang already, so my parents live pretty much, like, that way. Not in the mountains, but on the plateau behind them, so, like, over there somewhere. We might actually see if I can land at John's airstrip. I might do that. Well, I don't think John lives there anymore. I think he moved. So they're back that ways. They're considered a remote community. The edge of Sydney is just beyond that ridgeline. There's a old abandoned ghost town called Urandery. I don't know if it still exists after the bushfires in 2020. But there's a road to it from my parents' place. It's a dirt road. And you have to drive for like an hour on the dirt road to get to Urandery. It overlooks the western reaches of Sydney. but they're considered a remote community because there's no direct way to get there. This is impassable terrain. Completely impassable terrain. Like I said, the Great Western Highway is choked up with traffic because it's pretty much the only road, except Bell's Line, in this entire part of the state that goes from the coast to the inland area. There's the Great Western, Bell's Line Road, and then if you go all the way down to Goulburn, you can cut across up the back through the Abercrombie, which is how my parents usually drive to get down here. Dude, Urandary is like 20 kilometers from fucking Emu Plains or some shit. Like, it literally overlooks Sydney. Well, yeah, but this is literally on a dirt road in the bush. It's a logging trail, basically. It's not a proper road. Like, we do long drives all the time, but to get there, it's an hour and change on a dirt road, or a gravel road, or whatever. And you have to watch out for the logging trucks, because they will not move out of the way. Okay, before we do the stick wraps, let's do some power off stalls. Take a little while to bleed off speed. I could accelerate that by slamming the revs all the way forwards, but we won't bother. Let's try and hold a level or close to. We should see a wing drop here in a minute. There's the buffet, about 85. Feels like she wants to go, and fairly gentle nose drop that time. There goes the wing. Okay, we'll get out over this branch in the dam, and we'll, or in the lake, and we'll do a power on stall. Do like a hard turn or something. It's not, but, or at least I'm pretty sure it's not. Yeah, some aircraft are, you know, they just mush forward, some will stall more violently. So the stall behavior is heavily affected by like 2 lines in the config file. CCM would be able to explain more because he actually goes around giving aircraft proper stall behavior when they don't have it to begin with. Okay, so let's get some power on, keep the revs where they are, and let's do a steep bank turn. There's our buffet, 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 running out of elevator authority. Yeah, I actually don't have the tail authority for it. Okay, let's try and keep it relatively level then. Not quite going to do it for us. Okay, so whacking the stick back and forth, yeah, or there's the alternative method, which is what I'm about to do. Still didn't quite get there. We should on the recovery from this. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, nearly. She nearly. Oh, fuck me. I'm just about full left pedal to fight that. Okay. She didn't like that at all. Not one bit. Let's get some altitude back and we'll do some stick wraps. Although, because I've got the new stick, they might not, well, it'll bounce around middle, but it's got quite heavy progressive cams, so it might not reach the end of travel off a stick wrap. Yeah, it has such a tiny tail. That's probably why it couldn't stall in the turn. The engine's just overpowering it. pretty fucking spectacular climb rate down here, Jesus. Okay. Level off, please. Just trim her so she'll fly more or less level. Close enough. It's hard to test it because my stick is naturally going to wobble like that anyway. I'm not sure if Flutter's modeled in this sim. Yeah, I don't think Flutter's modeled in the sim. I'm not going to be able to do it properly anyway, because the thing is my, no, I don't have force feedback. What it is the Warbird base. It's not the Constellation, it's the Warbird base. Oh, not this shit with the fucking dodgy scenery again. God damn it, Ms. The Warbird base has a progressive cam and relatively strong. Like, I've got the weak spring in this and it's still pretty strong. So towards the ends of travel, it runs into a lot of resistance. Like, it takes me some effort to push the stick to the end of travel. And around the middle, it's just mush. Like, if I pull my stick back and release it, it will just sit there bobbling in the middle for like 1, 2, 3, about 3-4 seconds. And that was from pulling it halfway. No, I don't have a stick extension. So the Warthog would probably be better for this because the Warthog has such strong centering springs that it will go overshoot once and then come back to center. But the Warbird base is just like this. So that wasn't flutter you were seeing, that was my stick rocking back and forth around its center. But yeah, like I said, I'm not entirely sure the sim even models flutter at the moment. It's a Constellation Alpha, a Virpil Constellation Alpha with a Warbird base. The base is what does that. It also comes with a spare set of cams without a center detent, so if you play space sims, you can use those. Have the heavy spring in the Virpil base and actually broke the Thrustmaster grips at their base due to the high force. I know exactly what you did, because that is a serious design flaw on that stick, which I've spoken about before. That the fucking separate the tailpiece, which floats around in there, and there's 2 screws to hold it in. One actually goes through, and the other just kind of sits through it. Such a bad design. Virpil sticks is so much better design. Like, the engineering is just so much better. I had to open up my throttle to change the tension on it. And the Virpil throttle is so beautifully made inside. Not a dab of hot glue anywhere. They actually use proper tie wraps to keep the cables all bundled together. Like, beautiful. Compared to that fucking hot mess over there. I still haven't figured out what to do with it yet. I'll probably give it to somebody, but I want to clean it off first because it's got all my gross hand gunk all over it. Yeah, like, it's... The Warthog is not a good design, honestly. It might have been an okay design 10 years ago when there were no competitors, but now, like, there's no reason to buy one. You figured out what I don't like about cam sticks and why the Warthog's my preference. Warthog feels like there's air pushing down on the aileron as it moves. Cams just feel floaty as fuck with no real... Yeah, I mean, that is a fair criticism, to be honest. Same with the elevator, like, in the MiG-21. I mean, you wouldn't really feel it in that sense, but you know what I mean. Warbird, yeah, WarBRD. I did try the heavy springs on this, because the light springs I wasn't too sure on, like how much a stick wobbles like that. I don't really want it wobbling. It shakes my entire fucking desk when I do that. But because I don't have an extension, which I would prefer to have, but I don't, because this sits on my desktop, and that's why I got the Constellation Alpha. I was going to go for the T50, but the T50 is too tall for desktop use, so I just went with the Connie Alpha, which is about the same height as a Warthog. It's like an inch taller, if that. So I did try the heavy springs, but they're too heavy for desktop use, way too heavy. Like, I would go to move my stick to its stops in aileron, or like in roll, and it would actually lift the stick off the desk. At the base, it would pivot around the base, so I went back to the light springs. I'm getting used to them. I still haven't got used to it with the MiG-21, so I am shit awful at flying that thing until I get the muscle memory back. But for every other aircraft I fly, it's fucking wonderful. Like for the MiG-19, oh, for the 29 as well, this is a fucking godsend for those aircraft. And all this stuff I fly in MSFS, it's so much better. I have so much more fine control. I'm going to be able to fly formation better now. Not good, because it's me, but I'll be able to do it better. My gunnery is probably going to improve. The only thing, pretty much, there's two things I don't like about the Constellation Alpha. Okay, maybe three things. One of them is that the thumb hat, which I use for trim, is... I feel like the hat needs to be about twice the height. Like, the actual button head needs to be twice as... you know, it needs to stick out twice as much. Because it's kind of shitty to reach with my thumb. And I have quite long fingers too, so it's just... If that was a little longer, it would be easier to work with. The stick grip is kind of hunched forwards, like it's curved forwards, which looks fucking amazing. And for people with small hands, it's probably great. The problem for me is, because of my long fingers and my big hands, is that my fingertips overhang, because the bottom of the stick where it connects to the thumb button is... I don't want to pick it up because then I'll have to move everything, but it's quite wide, and so the tips of these three fingers are kind of overhanging the edge, and it kind of gets awkward after a while. But I can live with that. The biggest issue I have is the top of my middle finger bumps against or physically presses the trigger. So there's two triggers on this. There's a trigger that kind of flips forwards out of the way. It doesn't flip all the way up, but it flips forwards a little, and then you pull it back and it has a separate... it's a one-stage trigger in that regard. And it, in its pulled through stage, contacts the second trigger in its, resting state. The second trigger is a two-stage trigger, but because of the shape and size of my hands, there's nowhere really for me to put my index finger that isn't resting on something that goes bang. Like with the Warthog, I used to just rest my index finger on the number 5 button, the one on the right top of the stick, or like the right hand side of the stick above the trigger. I used to just rest my finger on or above that. With the Connie Alpha, there is a hat there. It's actually a 5-way hat instead of a button, but it's too high to place my finger there. So the only thing I can really do is hook my index finger around the front of the stick, because it has like this... It looks kind of like a fucking alien carapace, from Alien. It's this really cool swoopy curve. It looks fucking awesome. But yeah, like the only thing I can really do with my finger is hook it around that, but then it makes my stick my grip on the stick kind of awkward, so I'll figure out something for it, I'm sure, but I think if I was designing the stick, I would have made it a little less swoopy. I would have angled the top back a little, or maybe added another ½ inch of length to it, to the shaft. Have the soft center? I've got the soft center, yeah. No center would be for helicopters or space sims. Is this fucking frozen? What is it doing? Oh my god, Miss Fizz, please. This needs fixing. This is my biggest complaint with the sim. Long loading times, I can handle. The occasional CTD, I can handle. This shit where it disconnects me just at complete random from the server, it's not my internet. My internet is plenty good enough to stream fucking data. It's their servers constantly doing this to people. They really need to work on the reliability of their servers, and they need to increase the amount of time before it times out and sends you to offline mode. They really need to increase that amount of time, because you've seen how many times it has timed me out, sent me to offline mode, and literally as the dialog box comes up, you're offline, it says connected. Like, it drives me insane. I don't think the sim's frozen, it's just taking fucking forever to load in. Probably because we're next to Sydney. Thinking I'll get my Warthog repaired and get another Predator mount. Mine, I'm not going to get it repaired because I'm not going to use it anymore, but I'll clean it up to the best extent I can, and then I'll probably figure out someone who needs a stick and throttle that I can send it to. It's going to be, like, the left throttle sensor's still fucked, the trim hat sensor's still fucked, so it's going to be a fixer-upper for them. You know, the reason I didn't repair the trim sensor is because that's a fucking... or the trim hat is a $50 part from Thrustmaster. It's a $50 fucking replacement for a 10-cent hat. It's not even a 5-way, it's a 4-way hat. Like, you could probably pull it out of a fucking Nintendo 64 controller or something. AliExpress the shit out of it. At this point, I can't be arsed. Like, whoever I send it to will probably want to fix it, but I just can't be arsed. I'm really hoping that Verpil and VKB and now Winwing can whip Thrustmaster into shape with competition, but I'm not going to hold my breath, because Thrustmaster are going for the low-hanging fruit. You know, they're going for people that don't know any better, they're going for people that have heard they have a good reputation and don't, you know, haven't realised that information is 10 years out of date. Please, come on, dude. I think we're going to have to kill the sim. I don't think it's going to load, which is fucking annoying, because I wanted to land this thing on basically a bush strip. And also they've got those yokes now, like the Airbus and Boeing yokes, which it's literally a repackaged T16000M and TWCS. That's all it is. They just repackaged that, so it's got the same shit sensors, it's got the same fucking shit ergonomics, it's got the same issues. All it is just a branded shell. So if something breaks, you're going to have to deal with the same issue I had with their pedals, which is, it's a plastic shell that takes, oh my god, it loaded, 50 fucking million screws to get to, just to get to one sensor. Like, if you've never opened up TFRP pedals, the El Cheapo ones that come with the TWCS and the T16000, you have to go through like 10 different screws just to get the plastic casing off, and then it's literally like 2 parts. It's so bad. It's so bad. My regulars here will know this little piece of trivia, but for those of you who are new here, there are 2 common failure states for the TFRP pedals. One of them is that what I had, well, I had both actually, but one of them is that the pot is noisy. It's just a shit pot, it's not like a hall sensor or anything. The pot gets really noisy, especially as crap falls in through the top slot that the pedals pivot on. Like, they've got all this fancy casing on it, but shit falls into the sensor really easily. Unlike the crosswinds, which is skeletonized, but there's nowhere for shit to get into the sensor. I've had literally 0 issues with the crosswinds, and I have fucking booted these things around like I would never dare with the Thrustmasters. But anyway, the first one is that. The pots are shit. From the factory, mine was really noisy and had about half the range to the left that it had to the right. I had to fully strip and reassemble the pedals every 2 weeks just to get them to work, which really wore thin real fast. The second failure state is that there's like an L-shaped plastic structure. So the pivot point for the pedals connects to the bottom of that L. So this is the pivot point, and then that L is there, and then at the top of the L is the pivot point for the pedal. So that's where your toe brake pivots, and then this is like the push kind of pivot for the actual pedal itself. That's the pedal bar connecting to the pedal base. Then the pedal base goes up through that L-shaped plastic curve into the fucking toe brake rotation point thing. That is really flimsy. Really, really flimsy. I do not weigh that much. I weigh about 75 kilos soaking wet. I went to stretch out in my chair one day, and I put slightly more pressure on the pedal than I would usually use while toe braking, like barely, and heard a snap. And suddenly all the tension was gone on the left pedal. What happens is that L-shaped bracket is fucking structurally weak. Like, it's it's a fucking obvious stress point. Like, they've done zero engineering on this shit, I swear to God. It's one of those shapes you don't ever build things in this shape because you know it's going to be a natural stress fracture point. Well, they did. It snapped off. So then the pedal itself and the toe brake pivot was no longer connected to the pivot for the actual, like, the fucking, the push bar for it. So my left pedal, I had to kind of pull it with my heel to get it to smush back in against the broken part. It's thin plastic, so you can't glue it because it won't hold. What Korchek ended up doing was getting some fucking, the metal tie straps you use to connect joists up. He got one of those and did that. And that was what I was going to do until I just said fuck it and got the crosswinds instead. That's the only way to repair it, is get out the fucking building supplies and just hope for the best. Hope it doesn't snap somewhere else. Because it's not going to glue together, right? And it's a pressure point, so it's not going to work anyway, even if it did. So that's the other common failure state. That means you have no toe brake on that side. That means your pedal on that side routinely comes, like, disconnected from the actual push bar of the pedals. So for me to turn left, for me to turn right with those pedals, I had to pull with my left heel and push with my right, like the ball of my right foot. And then to turn left, I had to pull really hard. Like, I had to hook my right toes over the edge of the pedal and pull, and then very, like, gingerly kind of not even push with my left foot, just try and hold the pedal against the push bar with my left foot. It was fucking awful. Anyway, those are the two common failure states. Failure state number 3, which I never had, but which Korchek had, is the fucking spring. The spring that centers the push rod snapped. It lost its temper and it snapped. So Korchek's pedals are not centered by a spring anymore. They are centered by a condom. Such is the quality of Thrustmaster fucking products in the year of our Lord 2022. And my pedals broke like less than 100 hours of use, by the way. Yeah, get crosswinds. Buy crosswinds. They won't ever break on you. Yep, you had the exact same fix as him. It works. I did see the word MiG-21. A DCS-related question. MiG-21 and Vigan cockpit lights are still not working. Unless the most recent patch broke them, they should be working. I don't think they ever broke recently. But, like, they won't show up very well in broad daylight, but at night they should work fine. Like I said, though, I don't know if the most recent patch broke it, because I haven't played DCS for about 2 weeks. So, maybe. But, as far as I know, they work. I have the TPRs, and I like the Pendula ones. They don't look too bad, but I was so burned by Thrustmaster's quality control, lack thereof, that I just gave up. Like, I didn't want to chance it with the TPRs. On paper, they sound really good, but on paper, the Warthog also sounded really good. So I just said, fuck it, and went straight for the crosswinds, and I do not regret it at all. These pedals are so fucking amazing, especially if you fly helicopters. Because all I have to do to go from plane mode to helicopter mode is reach down under my desk and just unhook a spring. Like, that's it. It's literally a 2-second job, and now I'm a helicopter pilot. Usually I'll dial up the damper a couple clicks as well. The damper helps with that, but you don't need it. You can just get away with pulling the spring off. Looking forward to Corsair's UV lights. Yes! It's going to be gorgeous. So Rudel's been streaming the last couple days worth of work animating the landing gear. Holy fuck. I can see why the module's not out yet. The amount of attention to detail he's putting into that thing is fucking incredible. Like, absolutely fucking incredible. Also, the complexity of the landing gear mechanization. There's one point, I don't know... He was kind of umming and ahhing over whether he should re-rig the entire spring or just kind of bodgy it and move the pivot point and hope nobody noticed. And now I've said that, you're all going to notice. Sorry, Rudel. But there's a point in the gear where the mainspring, as the gear retracts, bends. Like, the mainspring compresses, or is it stretches? No, I think it stretches and then bends around a fucking bolt. So the animations that have to go into that, using DCS's really limited animation system, which uses arguments on the model, like, holy fuck, dude. Stretch, yeah. There's somebody that knows more than I do about the Warbirds, so yeah, it's really impressive, the work he's doing on that thing. It's going to be so good. Cheaped out on the rudder pedals. We've got the Thrustmaster T-Flights. So yeah, exactly the same as me, Darklanov. I spent, I think it was 200 Australian on them when I bought them. I thought, I won't get the really expensive ones. The cheap ones should work well enough for what I need. It'll be fine. Thrustmaster have a good reputation. What could possibly go wrong? I bought them at the same time I bought my Warthog. Well, the pedals barely ever worked, even from the box, let alone after a couple thousand hours of use. Like, I don't like throwing things in the garbage. I really don't. If I think I can save something, I will. But those pedals, I just, partly because they took up so much space, but I had to bin them, because what else am I going to do? No one's going to buy them, they're broken. I'm not going to fix them, because I'm not going to use them, and even a fix will probably break them again anyway, so I just... feels bad, man. The crosswinds are so worth it, though, dude. The crosswinds are so worth it. Like, I have fully come around when it comes to sim gear. Spend big, spend once. I'm never going to have to replace these pedals. I'll be fucking stunned if I ever have to replace them. The sensors are so much better than anything in any Thrustmaster product. They're built much stronger. They're a simpler design. Like, they're easy to modify. Oh my god, they're so good. I'm not being paid to say that, by the way. I get no sponsorship money. I get no special discounts. I'm not a paid shill of any variety. I'm saying this because it's such a good fucking product. Like, if I tell you I really like something and you should get it, it's not because they paid me to do it. I would have to disclose that anyway, because finally something's getting done about that. Thank fuck someone's regulating that, finally. But no, like, I do not get paid to say this shit. If I tell you something's good, it's because I personally believe in it. Virpil gear, crosswind pedals, fucking brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Australian laws catching up to UK laws. I don't know if our laws cover it, but YouTube covers it. Like, YouTube goes by US law, I think, and YouTube requires you to disclose it, I'm pretty sure. And since I upload the VODs to YouTube, I would have to disclose it. Anyway, let's get back to flying. Excuse me, what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what? What the fuck? The Void. Jesus Christ, Ms. Fizz. Oh. Indeed, I was going to get the Warthog by following the spend big, spend once motto and got a... You know what the funny thing is? The fucking irony of this is, when I bought the Warthog, that was my idea, was spend big or spend once. Because I was coming from an X52 Pro. Spend big or spend once. So I bought the Warthog, and the Warthog broke within about 1,000 hours of use. Now, granted, okay, I have to give Thrustmaster some credit. 1,000 hours of use probably sounds really impressive to somebody that flies the A10 once a week. I fly the MiG-21, and for a good year or two, I was flying it nearly daily for several hours a day. But I expect things to last more than 1,000 hours if I spend fucking $600 and something on them. Just saying. Now, also, to be fair to Thrustmaster, I'm not very good with maintaining computers. I kind of expect things to just work because my PC, God bless it, somehow does just work. Beepski Mark 1 was 8 years old when I retired him. He was 8 years old. And, like, I never did maintenance on that PC of any variety. I never defragged it. I never fucking replaced parts until they physically blew up. I never dusted out the inside of the case. There was dust like that thick in places when I built the new PC. I am terrible with maintaining things. My rifles, I clean religiously. I will clean my rifles even if I haven't shot them. But things like electronics, I'm terrible with. So, in Thrustmaster's defense, no, I didn't grease the stick. No, I didn't do this. No, I didn't do that. But I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to after 1 year or 1,000 hours of use. Anyway, it looks like our scenery's back. Oh, we got a buddy up there. So, that will probably be a flight coming either from Brisbane down towards Melbourne, or maybe from Sydney towards Melbourne. Let me just reset my track IR here. There we go. So yeah, stick wrap's inconclusive because I don't have the right control set up for it. But I don't think the sim actually simulates flutter at the moment. I think it just goes straight to the overstress screen. Maybe it will simulate flutter one day. Maybe you could do it as custom code, like, you know, the Connie has custom code for a lot of stuff, like engine fires, gear collapses, control surface damage, whatever. You could probably do it that way. But I don't know if anyone will. Players just hang and misses when they're paused? Yes. Active pause or in a menu, they'll just hang in the air. Also, if they're sim stutters, like DCS, if they're sim stutters, they'll hang in the air as well. So quite often when I'm trying to, and it'll happen to you too, so like I'll be trying to fly formation with someone, I'll go to take a pretty screenshot, then I remember, oh fuck, I have like 12,000 Steam screenshots of this sim alone, and the PC freezes for 10 seconds while it tries to write the fucking image. I will lag out of formation with them. So if you ever see me flying on your wing and I teleport behind you, that's why. I probably just took a screenshot. Okay, one of these rivers, I think it's that one off to my left, should be the Abercrombie River. See if I can find the farm. I'm not going to tell you where it, like, which fucking farm it is, obviously, because I don't want to dox my own family, but we'll fly in the general area, and I'll land somewhere nearby. I know there's an airstrip nearby. DCS physics all done client-sided? I believe so, yeah. Hit reg is certainly client-side. Pretty sure the physics are too. The server will extrapolate to a degree. So that issue you sometimes see in DCS when somebody's pulling like ridiculously high levels of attack, particularly while they're rolling as well. The Mirage was infamous for doing it for a while. You'll see them kind of ratcheting around. That's because the player's physics and the server's physics are getting out of step with each other. So you'll see them like ratchet or teleport around a circle. It's because the player's pulling really high AOA and the server's like extrapolating their position roll. People used to accuse Savior of cheating because of it, but he wasn't cheating. It was just Savior had really shitty internet at the time, and then combined with that, it caused some issues. Yeah, DCS is very similar in that regard. I think the reason Urandri was established, it's around here somewhere. The reason Urandri was established was, I think it was like a silver mine or a gold mine or something. Might have overcooked it a bit. I'm not entirely sure. We're in the right neighborhood. I think we're too far south. Oh, we are way too far south. I was like, that looks like fucking Goulburn over there. Or somewhere near Goulburn, like... Yeah, we're way far south, so we need to be up there. One thing that struck me, I mean, MSFS, with the Bing satellite imagery, sorry, brain took a while to kick in there. With the Bing satellite imagery, it does color shift things to try and match them, so they're not 100% true to life colors. They're pretty close though, like this is pretty close for this area. But flying over Alberta made me realize how much I miss the color green. This is about as green as it tends to get here. So one year when I was flying out of Bathurst, I think it was 2015 or early 2016, there were really bad storms and a shit ton of rain. And Bathurst was so green, it looked like England. In fact, it looked like fucking Ireland. It was so green. It was gorgeous, but I've never seen it like that before and never seen it like that again. It's so rare. So this is about right for a normal sort of Australian landscape. A lot of sort of greyish green, greenish brown. A lot of red from the dirt. This country is basically a giant fucking chunk of iron ore. So, a lot of red. It doesn't look bad, it's just, you know, to me, I miss home a lot. So I feel like I take this place for granted a bit. I've been on a bit of a Pink Floyd kick for the past couple days, and the fucking music video for Learning to Fly, I took one look at that video and I instantly knew it was filmed in Canada. Didn't even need to check. I was just like, that's Canada. There is no other place on earth that could have been filmed. Sure enough, it was filmed in Kananaskis near Calgary. It's like, yep, I knew it. I knew it. It could only be southern Alberta or BC. And it looked like southern Alberta because it had fucking prairie in a couple of the shots. Any chances planes like MiGs and Sukhois coming to MSFS? If fucking Koti would listen to me and start figuring out how to use the SDK for this, yeah. So GKS, Golden Key Studios, were working on bringing their P3D MiG-21 over to this sim. I don't know how that's going. I think the GKS dev is in Ukraine, so that may or may not still happen. I don't know though, I could be wrong. So that was slated to happen. I'm not sure how I felt about that 21. It looked nice, but it had some features that it shouldn't have had. So I'm not sure how good the systems modeling would have been. But yeah, it's pretty likely they'll come. There's already a MiG-29, but it's not good. Don't get it. There's a lot of military aircraft in this that look like, oh my god, there's an F-14, or oh my god, there's a MiG-29, but they're not well done. They're asset flips, basically. There are also Soviet airliners coming to the game. If you know, have a passing interest in airliners, but you're not really an Airbus or Boeing person, there's a Tupolev 134 in the works, and there's possibly a 154 that might come across if Fearless is able to get it in the sim. I don't know if Fearless is going to put it in the sim, but hopefully he does. The Mad Lad pushed a fucking update for the X-Plane 747 while shit was kicking off down the road from him, because he lives in Ukraine. So maybe it'll happen, regardless of what's going on there. I tell you what, they're built different in that part of the world. Su-100? Might be. Dunno, maybe? There's a freeware one, but it causes my sim to crash, and the cockpit's just copy-pasted anyway from the Airbus, so I don't know if like a proper one had come across. Yeah, the 154 is one of my favourite airliners too. I love tri-jets in general, and the 154 is just gorgeous. So max altitude simulated in MSFS, more than 200,000 feet. I don't know how good it's simulated up there, but I know you can get to 200,000. I have personally been to 112,000 in the F-104. I would do it again today, but the F-104's had some engine issues. Sim Update 9 broke it. The afterburner, fuel flow, all that's been thrown out of whack. But once it's fixed, we will see if we can break my record and go for 115, maybe 120. I I think if you go high enough, there is a glass ceiling, but I think it's like 250,000 or 300,000 feet. Like, it's really up there. It's like Carmen line levels of up there. So most people are never going to see it unless they slew their way up, or they use something with a bullshit flight model like the Typhoon. Man, I really did go way too far south. So we got wind turbines here, which means I should be coming up on Trafalgar. Trafalgar's probably that town over there, actually. Yeah. So that road goes down through there. It kind of bypasses that valley and heads to Goulburn, which is more inland. Let's check my nav using the cheetah map. Trafalgar. Okay, Trafalgar's behind it. Oh, what? There's more inland? Oh, okay. I didn't even realise there were wind turbines up here. So we're going too far inland. We need to head north-northeast. That's where we need to go. These wind turbines, by the way, they show up as a permanent rainstorm on the Bureau of Meteorology's weather radar. Because the radar sees the actual turbines spinning, right? And it mistakes them for cloud density, so it thinks there's a permanent rainstorm over these hills. Quite cool. Probably fucking annoying for the BOM, but quite cool. Shit, this is a bit longer of a stream than I planned. It's fucking 10 PM already. I can keep going. I can sleep in tomorrow because we're probably not going to need to leave to go to the pub until like 10 or 11-ish. So we'll land this thing at John's airstrip if I can find it, and then we'll head over to Reforger and try that out. I was going to do some Gunner Heat PC, but we might save it for next stream. There has been an update. The T72M, not the M1, the M has been added. The M1 original model has been added, so now there's the M1 and the M1 IP, and the T72M and the T72M1. There were some other changes too. Still no multiplayer, unfortunately. It is coming, I just don't know when. I kind of suspect the teams had a few hold-ups. I know with the Bradley, they kind of realised they had a lot more work to do than they originally thought. Okay, that's Trafalgar down there. If that's Trafalgar... then this should be the Abercrombie. Acme might be Arpstone? I'm not sure. I know roughly where I am, but I'm used to seeing this from the ground, not from the air, so I'm trying to figure it out. If I had more altitude, I could spot the state forest. Problem is, this thing only climbs so high. I think it's a naturally aspirated engine, from memory. I can pretty easily find my parents' place coming in the other direction from Bathurst, but coming up from this direction it's quite hard. What do you think of the physics of this sim? The baseline flight model and the way the air behaves is as close as you will find. Like, it's really good. However, individual modules differ in how much effort the developers put into them. Some modules don't stall because the developers just didn't put the effort in. Some are almost exactly as they are in real life. The flight model in this sim is a very powerful tool, but you have to know what you're doing with it. There are numbers in the config files that a lot of devs don't touch at all. Like, a lot of the devs seem to either not understand what certain variables do, or they just don't care. One of them is CX_fuselage_side. Who can guess what that does? CX fuselage side. Any takers? The default value is 0.8. No, coefficient of drag of the side area of the fuselage. That is what controls how much speed you're going to lose when you side slip or forward slip the aircraft. CX is your coefficient of drag. Fuselage side, self-explanatory. Default value is 0.8. Most devs leave it at 0.8. I have heard of some aircraft having it set at 0.4. I've even heard of some aircraft gaining speed as you go into a forward slip, which is fucking... makes no sense at all. One of the things that a lot of modules have wrong as well, or have set weirdly, is control surface elasticity. That's why a lot of aircraft feel too twitchy, particularly at high speeds. The DC-6 is a fucking famous example of this. The DC-6 doesn't, as far as I know, have hydraulic boosting to the rudder. Rush went into like a fucking 5-hour deep dive on it on stream once and actually edited the config. But the DC-6, you should not be able to stamp the rudder at full speed and get yaw out of the thing, let alone roll. Like, you don't have the physical strength, unless you're fucking Andre the Giant, to push the rudder at those kinds of speeds. But in MSFS you do, because there's nothing moderating it, so it just kicks over into a roll. And in fact, at high speed with the DC-6 in MSFS, the rudder will cause the aircraft to roll about twice as effectively as the ailerons will by themselves, which is just bananas. DM, something you need to watch it on stream. I can't really watch stuff on stream, dude. I haven't got OBS set up for that, and if I open my browser while I'm streaming, it will crash my PC. Like, I don't even know how many tabs open. Probably about 400 tabs open. Most of them are videos. Like, that's not me joking about that happening. That will actually happen if I try and watch videos on stream. I think I know where I am. I do know where I am. Well, that is Abercrombie Road. That is the State Forest. Oberon Correctional Facility is, like, there? So where is John's Runway? Does John's Runway even show up in this? Should be near the road. The other thing is, I don't know how long it is. It's not very long, because he had a feaseless store. I don't know if he ever fucking flew the thing, but he had one. The other way. Yeah, you can link in chat. If you guys want to put stuff in chat, as long as it's nothing TOS or like sketchy or whatever, go right ahead. Obviously, if you're, if you're somebody that's only just joined chat and you've never been in the stream before, don't go self-promoting fucking random shit on YouTube and then duck out. But if you guys have, like, channels or shit and you're a regular, I don't care. Go for it. We'll look after each other here. am in the correct, roughly the correct place. I just gotta... So that is definitely Abercrombie Road. Oh, yeah, okay, shit. So that should be Shooters Hill Road there. Actually. Yeah, because that's the fucking junkyard and the footy field. Then the bridge. I think? Or am I too far down? I might be too far down. Sorry, chat. It's going to take me a few minutes to get my bearings. It looks a little different in the sim than it does in real... Well, from the ground, I should say. It doesn't look any different in real life. It's just I'm not used to being this high up. Or I might have the wrong road, actually. Yeah, no, that's the correctional facility is over there. Or in front of me. It's in this... Did I overspeed? Oh my fucking god. Ugh. That's what happens when you're too busy looking for shit on the ground and not paying attention to the aircraft. I should have throttled back. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to slew over there. I don't give a fuck at this point. We're going to auto-start the aircraft. We're going to commit the highest of sins. We're going to auto-start the aircraft. We're going to fucking slew it over there. Because I'm not flying for another hour in this thing. Oh, that pisses me off so bad. I mean, it was my own fault. Bad pilot, but... That fucking shits me off so badly. Okay. Auto start, please. Parking brake, slew. F4 is go up fast. And then I want to go from Katoomba. Well, no. Yeah, from Katoomba. I want to... God, doesn't that look good? Doesn't that look fucking amazing? And with the haze in the fucking valley as well? Oh my god. I love it. Oh, yeah, there's the dams. Those exist. I forgot about them. So from there, we want to go... Get some more altitude. The 154? The 154M used the Soloviev D30, which is what the MiG-31 used, yeah. I don't remember which aircraft had it first, though. That's Oberon. Okay, there's Oberon. So, from Oberon, I follow... fucking scenery again. Fuck my life. Oh. Okay, well, it's just... It says it's... Okay, it's loading. That's why. I outran the loading speed. So that's Oberon. This is... the road that goes to Black Springs. That is Black Springs. Imagine knowing where you're going. Fuck, hang on. Did I follow the wrong road? Yeah, no, that's... I did. I went down a fucking forestry road because I'm a big brain. The actual fucking Abercrombie Road is kind of hard to pick up because it's a darker colour than the forestry roads. There we go. I think that's Isabella Road. Yeah, okay, there's the fucking dip. There's Shooters Hill Road. I know where I am. Yep, this is the spot. I know where I am. So, Oberon Correctional Facility is, that. That's it there, I think. Should be it there, or up there. And then that's the... Is that the Gurnang State Forest or the Vulcan State Forest? I can't remember. One of them's Gurnang, one of them's Vulcan. I think that might be Vulcan. I know exactly where I am. Now we have to slew without killing ourselves. Or unslew without killing ourselves. We had 0 airspeed when we started slewing, so the aircraft goes straight into a fucking stall. I do try to avoid doing that, but, you know, I don't have the time to do the entire flight again. I know exactly where I am. There's Easter Egg Hill. So the airstrip should be back that a ways a little while. That might be it there. That is it there. Oh, don't you do it. Don't you fucking do it. Yep, that's John's airstrip there. Okay. So it looks like it's uphill coming towards me. I've never actually... I've seen it from the road, but I've never actually inspected it in person. There should be a hangar down the end near the intersection. I don't think the sim shows it though. Yep, that's John's airstrip for sure. Fuck, it's not very long, hey? And it's very bumpy. It's gonna be interesting. This thing has no flaps, by the way. I mean, you know, just in case you hadn't guessed already. Oh, this is gonna be such a sketchy approach! Oh, no, no. Base to final overshoot. The classic GA pilot killer. We're gonna give it a bit of forward slip, because I'm too fast now. Much too fast. It doesn't forward slip that well. Fucking 20 knots, we're way fast. Go around. We'll give ourselves more space this time. I also don't want to get into that pilot-induced oscillation with the rudder as I'm coming in on final. Which will probably happen if I'm trying to side slip it. It wags its tail quite a bit when you come off the pedals. Welcome to the only place on Twitch dumb enough to try and bush strip land at fucking GB Model Z, by the way. On an unfamiliar strip as well. Oh, come on. I'm going to give it a shit ton of back trim, because I'm going to need a shit ton of back trim, otherwise I'm going to be holding the stick in my lap. Oh, this is looking a little better. It's looking a little better. We got to get rid of the speed though. So we're cutting across the Shooters Hill Road. I mean, yeah, they would have landed in grass, but it would have been like flat grass and probably somewhat surveyed. This is a landing strip designed for a fucking stalk kit, and I'm not entirely sure the sim has rendered it in as flat as it should be. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to slip it anyway. I would have to slip it regardless, because I can't fucking see the runway otherwise. Please no wing stall Reno. Oh! Oh! We tried. Okay, I'm not going to make another attempt on that today. I'll try it some other time. We almost made it. We almost made it. On a runway, it's a bit of a handful as well. Obviously not as much. But we're going to hop over to Reforger. See how that goes. Try airplane mode. I'll have to check it out. A moment to unfuck my rat's nest of cables here. Margin between stall and overspeed on the GB's narrow? Yes, very. It's really difficult to land it too, because you can't see over the nose, but also it picks up speed just sitting still. So you got to have the nose way up but you can't see the runway, so you got to crab it in, but then if you touch the ground while you're crabbed in, it's going to go straight off into the grass, so it's a real handful. When I landed it during my off-stream fly around southern Alberta, I came in for the first approach, I got into really bad pilot-induced oscillation on the rudder, and I was going to go off the runway, so I just said, fuck it, power on, cut across the grass, went around, and the second time I was able to land it, but even then it was just all over the runway. It was a bit of a handful. So give me a moment, and we'll get Reforger up and running. It was a good little flying session though, even if it did end up in a big mess. A very big mess, as usual. What in the fuck is... Oh man, I should really remember to clean out the recycle bit on my PC more often. There's like fucking 20 gigs worth of outdated mods in there. I wonder, does Reforger have its own Twitch category yet? Oh, it does. Bohemia's all over that shit. There we go. So it'll probably be a couple minutes just while I get things up and running. I've got to... I've got to get all my settings done and everything. Yeah, I know what Battle Eye is. I've been using it for fucking long enough. I think something like a GB, but with retractable gear, would be really adorable, but then I realized that would just be a fucking i16. An even more homicidal i16. You know what? No, fuck it. Fuck it. We'll just go straight to this. You guys can watch me do all the boring settings, setting up of things. And we'll stick my ugly mug on the other side of the screen. That, whatever. Just so that it isn't blocking, like, first-person models for guns or whatever. Oh, and it has music, so... Shh. Set in 1989, 4 years after events in ArmA Cold War Assault, ArmA Reforger is in many ways a return, thank fuck. A return to the gorgeous mid-Atlantic island of Everon, a return to authentic Cold War combat, and a return to our roots, this time however with our brand new infusion engine. Yes. To start with, we suggest you work your way through the tutorial scenario for some basic training. Once you feel you're ready for active operations, you can test your mettle in ArmA Reforger's multiplayer game mode Conflict. There's also Game Master, a real-time mission editor where anything can happen. Okay. No doubt you'll want to explore ArmA Reforger's online services too, including the workshop. Do not subscribe to anything on workshop yet, because there is a fucking huge exploit they haven't fixed yet. It can run executables. Do not. Do not. Happy to announce ArmA Reforger as a platform, something that empowers you, the players. This means PC users can run their own servers and mod the game using the exact same tools used to make it. This can all be found in Workbench. Interesting. Finally, we'd like you to remember that ArmA Reforger is a beginning, a milestone on the road to ArmA 4. It's a showcase of everything we've achieved so far, an opportunity to arrive at our destination together, so send us your feedback and get set for contact. Full Reforger. I can't be fucked to link that right now. Let me just check my settings. I don't like the interface is nice, but the thing is, I think they've made this console a bull as well, and trying to make something like ArmA console friendly, I'm gonna be real with you fam, it's probably not a good idea. What was full screen? Yeah, we'll just leave that. Yeah, render scale. Let's just go Ultra and see what it does. Okay, so it says no to that. FPS limit, we'll set it to 60 because that'll fuck with OBS if I don't set one. Draw distance, give me all you got. Only 5,000 meters, bruh. ArmA does 10,000. Actually, I think ArmA does more than 10 kilometers. I think ArmA can do up to fucking like 15 or some shit. Nearby depth of field, yeah, we'll see how that looks. I don't usually like depth of field in games because it always focuses on the wrong fucking thing. Leave it at that. Yeah. My PC may or may not be able to handle this. I am running on a 3070, not a 3080, but it is a pretty decent PC at least. ArmA 3's 12,000, yeah. Hardware anti-aliasing 4 times, gonna be good enough. If it's jaggy, we can fix it. Fucking 150 on grass. 150 on grass, bruh. I've got grass set to render further than that in fucking Stalker. Environment quality ultra. Yeah, okay. That looks okay. Controls, I'm just gonna assume is like normal ArmA. If it's not like normal ArmA, I'm gonna lose my shit. We will see how good their 3D scopes are. 99% of 3D scopes are shit. It's hard to do properly. Very few games pull it off. 2D ones are kind of shit usually as well, but context hints, yeah, whatever. We can always tweak that later. Maximum zoom in sights, no. Field of view, we'll just leave it at default because I assume it's the same as ArmA 3. Game Master, we don't need to really worry about it at the moment. That's a new command. It's an actual action button. Could this mean the end of the scroll wheel action menu? Heartbroken. Not really, it was a piece of shit. Focus, yep. Yeah, they've made it. Let's see how that works out. Left alt. Chat. Yeah, look. Wait, what? Okay, interesting. G, no more They probably saw the incidents of people accidentally throwing grenades when ArmA 3 first came out and decided not to do that again. Toggle sights. Hold. Binoculars, compass. Yep. Okay, so those are basically all the same anyway. Jump. We have jump now. Yeah, it looks basically the same. There's only one thing I think I need to change bind for, and it's not really applicable to Cold War stuff very much. Let's play... Oh, no. We definitely don't want that, sorry. Tutorial. Surprise grenades were fun. Yeah, they were. They were. Drewski's video showed it at 10 kilometers? Maybe you can edit it through a text file or something. There's quite a lot of games where you can get much better settings if you can edit text files. Stalker, for instance, I have grass rendering at like 300 meters because I edited some text files. I basically tweaked it until I started noticing a like bad FPS hit, and then I was like, yeah, that's good enough. Ooh, that field of view, like, is ArmA's field of view that narrow? This feels wider. Frames are good, but it seems to hitch for a second or two every now and then. Double tap. Does control not walk anymore? Fuck. Oh no. Yeah, SM dot. No. Okay, they have changed some binds. Character. Walk. Bruh. Is that toggle walk? No, there's not. Oh, no, no, no. Don't want to do that. Continue. So I can hold that. I can't toggle it. Bruh. Unless there's another option hidden somewhere. I do like the model. Looks very nice. But walk should be a toggle. Walk should... Holy mother of God. Walk should be a fucking toggle. Now, I know 345th have a certain style of doing things, and which is... Point is interesting. How do I unpoint? Is there a tactical pace in this? Like there is in ArmA 3? Oh. Oh, I stand corrected. Ignore me. Fucking ignore me. Okay, no, this is fucking good. Good. Okay, so I know how 345th do things, sprinting around like we're fucking headless chickens, but when you're patrolling out bush, this is about the speed you move at. So you don't trip over, don't step on a mine, don't step on something noisy, trip flare, whatever, so that your head isn't bouncing around and you can see things, so you can hear things over your own fucking footsteps. The doctrine probably has changed because we were still getting taught fucking Vietnam era shit when I was in, but you patrol with your, at least for us, don't know how other militaries do it, but you would patrol with your rifle at your hip, not shouldered, not fucking this shit ready pose, but you would patrol with your fucking F88 at your hip, and the muzzle would go where your eyes went. You would pivot your entire upper body to look around. You wouldn't do this, you'd just pivot your entire fucking body around. So if you saw some cunt in a bush, you could just tap off a couple rounds at him to get his head down and then, you know, go from there. So being able to actually freely adjust your pace is really good. Yeah, this fucking field of view is fish-eyed. I don't know how I feel about that. Let me... First-person field of view. Does anyone know offhand what ArmA's was? I feel like it was actually 70 or 80, but it didn't feel this fish-eyed. Narrowest, yeah, maybe it was less. Like 60 or something. Man, I wish there was a way to do, like, natural field of views with peripheral vision without fucking fisheye effects. Yeah, I'll do your obstacle course in a minute. The movement, it's DayZ movement, which doesn't surprise me. Okay, so there's ArmA 2 movement. Well, original ArmA series movement, ArmA 1, ArmA 2, whatever, was jank as fuck. There was a lot of inertia. Often you would, like, go to move one step and your character would move, like, 3 lunging paces. I died in DayZ in the mod so many times because of that. My character would, like, I'd try and just tap W to get him to move and he'd build enough inertia to run off the edge of a fucking cliff. ArmA 3 kind of went the opposite way. Your character in ArmA 3 has very little inertia, or at least it felt to me like they have very little inertia. They basically stop on the spot when you try and stop them. This feels good, and DayZ felt good. Like, there's enough inertia to give you a sense of weight, but there's not enough to make movement clunky. That feels good. That feels good. Yeah, this is just a training mission. Yeah, I like that. And then you've still got your stance. Same as in ArmA 3. Still got your stance height. With a weapon, I could probably, like, sit down with it and stuff. which is my preferred shooting position. So prone, particularly with my rifles like my Enfield and the Mosin especially, if you don't have the rifle butt in exactly the right spot, it's a good way to fucking collarbone yourself. The Mosin is a fucking pain in the ass. So my preferred shooting position, you know, all other things being equal, is sitting cross-legged with my elbow on one leg and, you know, like that. That is the most comfortable, and that's where I'm most accurate. I'm more accurate shooting like that than I am prone. So the fact that ArmA 3 let you do that, I really liked, and the fact that this will probably let you do it is good too. Let's crank our speed. Woo, all the way up. Not sure sitting poses are in yet. Hopefully they add them at some point. Built-in enhanced movement. Oh, you fucking beautiful bastards. Built-in enhanced movement. Oh my god. Oh, ArmA needed this so badly. It needed this so very badly. And the mod for ArmA 3 was good, but it had its downsides. The fact that it's natively supported and has like really good smooth animations is fucking excellent. Oh, track IR. Oh god, track IR, what are you doing? Okay, that was a bit discombobulating. It's the training map. This is Everon, so the map in this is based on the same as ArmA 1, or Operation Flashpoint, rather. Okay, that's that course done. Let's go to the... Yeah, I'm playing on PC. I pretty much only have a console to play Halo. Okay. Inventory screen. I feel like this could be done a little bit. Like, I like where they're going with this, but I feel like it could be done a little better. Alice. Are you not going to put that in my Alice? Why? Oh, okay, well, whatever. Yeah. That feels a bit steady. I mean, well, it depends what fucking range this is. Probably about, I'd estimate that about 100. Maybe 150. Did I just see a ricochet up that hill? That was pretty neat. No. We're gonna do some science here. So here's a thing. Here's a thing. Oh, he safes it. I like that. Here's a thing though. You have your rifle at low ready, or you have your rifle shouldered. I don't want to have my rifle at low ready. I don't want to have my rifle shouldered. I want to have my rifle tucked under my arm. This works better for an F88 than an M16, but I want the bottom of my rifle tucked under my arm, or up against my arm, I should say, and it held down by my side while I'm on patrol, right? Because you don't want to be walking around with your weapon down. But like this is bad news bears. You also don't want to be walking around like fucking this with your arms out in front of you so you can't see shit and so you snag on stuff. Like this gets tiring real fast. Even with an M16, which weighs basically nothing. With a heavier rifle, it gets really tiring really fast. Ah! He kind of lowers his rifle after a while. Interesting. So that's not a bad shout, but so this is my thing. This is my gripe with weapons in games, and not even ArmA gets this right. There are very few games that do. You should be able to have the option of holding your weapon down by your side, particularly for a general purpose machine gun, let alone a rifle. And I don't mean like this, I mean literally at the hip. At the hip, it follows where your torso is pointing, right? So you turn from the upper body. The other thing, and this is more when you're aiming at something. Adjust. Okay, so V is my fire selector. But I can't. There's no 6 degrees of freedom. I mean, there probably shouldn't be for iron sights, but what you want to do is when you're not active, like when you're actively engaging a target. Can I lean using the track IR? No, that's not a thing like it was in ArmA 3. Yeah, I know, Cody. When you're not actively engaging a target, you're not looking through the sights. You're looking over the sights. I should be not even this, but like I should be looking over the top of the weapon. Yeah, that's what the annoying noise is. It's the UI trying to get my attention. Maybe? If I hide the tooltips? Nope. Nope, they don't want to be hidden. So when you're just chilling in a defensive position, or when you're moving up, like when you're expecting contact, but you're not actually aiming to kill somebody yet, you are looking over the sights of your rifle, whether you have iron sights, an optic, whatever, you're looking over them. It gives you a better field of vision, it gives you just better situational awareness in general, and if you need to engage, you just move your fucking head down. Like that, when you're in iron sights, there should be like a control or something. Maybe make movement speed a modifier, like Alt plus scroll wheel, or maybe make this Alt plus scroll wheel. I'd make movement speed Alt plus scroll wheel or something, and then have this just as scroll wheel. But I would have it so you can use a scroll wheel to raise or lower your head above, below, or like above or sights. That's what scroll wheel should be. When you are fucking sighted in on a weapon, or even when you have it shouldered, you should be able to look over the top of the weapon, because like this shit, you do not see people, at least not well-trained people, going around doing the fucking these ones. Unless they're like, if you're in a SWAT team or something, you're doing room clearance, whatever, you might. Actually, you know what? No, if you're doing room clearance, you still fucking wouldn't, because you aim by instinct for that kind of shit. So yeah, like this... What's the fucking movement like with the sights up? Okay, so this is like tactical pace. That's reasonable. So shooting on the run should be doable, but not super accurate. This is just kind of a fast walk. That looks about right. It gets worse if you're strafing, which it should. Worse if you fall backwards. If you go kind of sideways, or diagonally, it's not as bad. It's okay. That's not bad. I'll give him credit for that. If I'm going full speed without actually sprinting, yeah, that's doable. And if I'm walking slowly, like I'm on patrol or I'm clearing a building or something, yeah, that's pretty close. The other thing I'm curious about... Okay, actually, let's... You would get tired so fast doing that. So let's... I feel like... Now, I haven't gone, doing anything tactical with a rifle for a great many years, so I could just be misremembering, but I feel like you would have worse aim crouch walking, to be fair. Okay, prone. Can I change speed while prone? I can. Good. That is correct. How about... Can I not roll? Cunt, can I not roll? It is still Q&E, right? Did they take rolling away? I'm going to be so pissed. Motherfuckers. Motherfuckers, they took rolling away. Why? But yeah, with the invincibility frames. Ha! Yes! Yes! This. Fucking games where you can crawl prone and still be in iron sights, even if they're, like, shaking around unusably. No. Like, good fucking luck maintaining a sight picture while you're crawling. It doesn't happen. Flat out does not happen. So that's good. I'm glad they got rid of that shit. Okay, so another thing. Maybe this isn't true for the American military, I don't know. Somebody in chat might know for that. This is for picking your nose with. That's what you use this for. Picking your nose. This is how you point something out. Except with your left hand, because your right hand's on your fucking rifle. So if I want to point something out to somebody, let's say I want to point over there, you fucking point at it with your whole hand, and you align your hand with your head and point, so you know you're pointing at the right thing. You don't fucking do these ones. Like, nobody's gonna fucking know where the fuck you're pointing with one finger. You point with your whole fucking hand, your whole fucking arm, straight down your body, so they can look over your shoulder and see what you're pointing at. I get that in ArmA it's not going to be that easy, because other players aren't going to be able to kind of lean over and look down the length of your arm, but, like, what is this? What is this? It's going to be firing around cover? Yeah, probably leaning. Okay. Kind of glitchy, but it does pull the weapon in when you get too close to an object, which is what it should do. What? I'm sorry, what? What the fuck? Is this a sequel to C-clamps? Is this the new Chris Costa pro technique? Have I missed a memo somewhere? Fucking hell. I'm being a naughty boy, I'm aiming too high. Shoot center of scene mass, always. Always center of scene mass. You're not a fucking sniper, you don't go for headshots. Double control to lower your weapon. Except when you're not crouching, that is. Okay, Jeep nearby. Approach the driver's seat and get in the vehicle by pressing the action key. Oh, very, very early. Instead of the classic FPS weapon in the corner, I'd have you just looking over the gun instead of next to it. Kinda. So, remember how I said scroll wheel should be look over the sights or look through the sights? Well, when you're not in iron sights, like when the weapon's not actually shouldered like this, you know what that scroll wheel could do? You still use a modifier plus scroll wheel to change your movement speed, alright? So you can still have your movement speed scrolling, that's fine. But you could just have scroll wheel by itself, or you could have maybe a contextual key to swap between movement scroll and weapon scroll, so you can use just scroll wheel for both, but toggle between which one you got selected. So you don't have to hold the modifier key. What you could do is when you don't have the weapon sighted, when you just got it down, so to speak, the scroll wheel changes your stance from like, you don't really need to have one for low ready because you've already got double tap control for that, but you can have it scroll down for weapon by hip, scroll up to kind of bring it into your shoulder more, and then you could scroll up more to look over the sights with it shouldered but not through the sights. You get me? That would be, like, you guys have no idea. I've spoken about this during ArmA streams before. The first person shooter, like realistic sort of whatever first person shooter like this or Squad or whatever, the first person shooter to fucking implement that system, oh my god, I will build a shrine to the development team, right? I will start a fucking cult around the development team, the first one that lets me do that, because that is how things are really done. And not only is, it's not just because, oh, well, when I was in the Army Reserve, this is what we did. It's not just that. It's because it's objectively a good idea. And in a game, you don't have the extra situational awareness you do in real life. We'll get to the iron sights in just a moment. But, like, this blocks too much of my screen. This takes up real estate. In real life, you have two eyes, and they're offset horizontally from each other so you can see around shit. That's why a lot of places these days teach to shoot with both eyes open, so you've still got peripheral out of your offhand eye. But yeah, you don't have that in a first-person shooter, especially if you're on a flat screen. So it becomes even more important to be able to look around without obstructions, but still be able to drop back into the sights quickly to engage a target. Ever heard of Ground Branch? I have. I haven't got around to trying it yet, though. Does it do that? I didn't know it did that. Iron sights. Iron sights. So we've got near depth of field turned on. It's not strong enough. Or it's not configured right. This fucking rear sight should be a ghost ring. Like, it's wide enough that this sight on the M16 should be a ghost ring at this range. What is... Okay, it's page up and page down. I should not be able to distinguish that sight other than it being a blurry ring that I put the fucking front sight in front of. And the depth of field isn't focusing correctly on the front sight either. So that's one thing. Even if you shoot with your offside eye closed, that sight should be a blurry ring. That's why it's called a fucking ghost ring. And the carry handle and the fucking range adjustment knob should be more or less blurred out. I should be able to not see through it, but see more or less around it, because it's so close to my eye, it's kind of blurry. It's like it still blocks my vision, but it's very blurry. You can't make out details on it, and you can kind of, like, you get vision bleed around the edge of it, if that makes sense. If you're shooting with both eyes open, you see like you see the image of the rifle, but it's kind of semi-transparent, and then you have the depth of field blurring from your eye focusing on the front sight. But then your offside eye can see normally. So you'll have, in the one eye, you'll be able to see through the sights, and you'll have a sight picture, but in the other eye, you also have the side of the rifle, and then what's going on around you. Like I said, a lot of places these days, especially with things like red dots, are teaching people to just shoot both eyes open. It works better with optics than it does with just irons. With irons, it can be a little, like, visually confusing, but with red dots, it makes perfect sense. The earliest form of red dots were actually occluded eye sights, where you'd look with your dominant eye, in my case my right eye, and it projects a collimated red aim point, but it's not an open sight. It's not a through and through tube like, say, an aim point or something like that. It's closed in at the end, because it projects the light, it bounces off a mirror, and then it comes into your eye. And so you'd have your offside eye open. So you're shooting both eyes open. Your dominant eye has the collimated aim point projected into it, and your offside eye is still seeing everything around you. So it's kind of like a really scuffed aim point. That was the first sort of generation of red dot sights. They're called occluded eye gun sights. Dad actually has an old one. I don't even know if it still works, but that's what the guys that raided the Sontai prisoner of war camp in Vietnam used. He's actually, I think Dad's got, or I found somewhere, article out of an old Popular Science magazine from when these things were like bleeding edge technology back in the 70s and 80s. It's pretty funny. It's kind of quaint to look at now. Multiplayer's fucked? Yeah, fair enough. I'm probably just gonna play through this too. Bruh? Oh no. Oh, I see what's... No, you don't. It's picking up my fucking HOTAS. That's what it is. It's picking up my HOTAS. Vehicle. Can I tell it not to pick up my HOTAS? I don't think so. Bruh. This is the most basic bitch shit. If you are making a game, especially if it's a first-person shooter of any variety, but if you are making a game which has the option for controllers, have an option to fucking disable that shit. Because people like me with like flight sim setups do not want to be crawling behind their PC, unplugging shit every time they play the game, and then plugging it back in, and then hoping to Christ I plugged everything into the same port it was originally, because IL-246 and IL-2 Cliffs of Dover will not recognize the fucking HOTAS if it's plugged into a different port. So I have to rebind everything every time I plug shit into a different port for those two sims. There needs to be, this is for every fucking game. Like, I've played Unity tech demo games that were done for like game jams and stuff where they forgot to do this shit because Unity just natively picks up whatever controller is plugged into it. I don't remember if Harry's old games did this, but I know there were a few others I played that did. You need to have a fucking option to disable that shit. By default. People should have to actively bind up their game controllers, and only then should the game recognize it. Like, this is basic shit. It's really basic shit. I don't even know if this is going to be drivable. Because you saw, like, doing these ones. I don't even know which axis it's bound to. It's bound to one of my toe brakes, I think. Oops, that was the wrong key. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know what other axis is picking up. My stick. I'm pulling back on my stick right now. Bro, are you fucking with me? Bohemia, please. X is exit. Okay. I'm going to have to re-muscle memory some controls, because that would be a double tap V in ArmA 3. Well, actually, double tap V in ArmA 3 is fucking eject, but that's what I usually use to get out of vehicles, because why not? Hello? Did I get in the wrong seat? I did get in the wrong seat. Can I swap seats without getting out of the vehicle? I do not know. Get in, open trunk. Oh, okay. Oh, I heard that the game would crash if you fuck with the inventory in this, so I better not. Get in front seat, get in gunner, there we go. Oh, the movement on this. Nah, fam. Nah. The movement on this is so jittery. Like, it's fine. It's fine when you're not looking through the... maybe not. mean, yeah, that's not completely awful. But then this. That is not comfortable at all. Can I adjust the range on this? Nope. Fucking sounds good though. Oh, she sounds beefy. Oh, she sounds beefy. Traces look good. Traces look really good. Reload animation's not done yet, I suppose. Point Alabama. Oh no, we're going to be directly adjacent to Point Alabama. Okay. Oh, you can switch seat. I just saw that then as I got out. I'm going to have to drive this thing with the fucking HOTAS. I hate my life. Bro. Where's my stick? There's my stick. Oh, okay. How do I... Bro? It's not reversing? What? Oh, W's the handbrake. No? What the f... My brother in Christ, what are you doing? This is so janky. If I didn't have, like, all my flight sim equipment plugged in, this wouldn't be an issue. But this should not be something that devs need to be fucking told in current year. Especially sim developers. They should know this is going to be an issue. Oh, I've got fucking... All my axes are bound to shit that they're not supposed to be bound to, dude. And I don't know if you saw, but I can't rebind those, or I don't know if they're able to be rebound, because they're not showing up in the fucking menu. Vehicle. So we got gamepad. We got gamepad. Do you see HOTAS? I fucking don't. Do you see somewhere? Okay, that's... Wait. Common. So driving. American Driving Manual Simulator, yeah it is. Okay. Let's just hope for the best. What was it I was doing? Okay. God, this is so scuffed. How do I go faster? Bro. Please. Notice I don't get the option to exit until I've slowed down sufficiently. I don't know if they just haven't added it yet, but there needs to be an eject option. I need to be able to fucking just dive out of the vehicle and fucking take the hit. Because the amount of times in 345th I have seen a disaster coming and bailed out of the vehicle right before it exploded. Don't care if I get ragdolled across the ground. Don't care if I end up with like 1 million wounds. I need to be able to jump out the vehicle. Yeah, I know it is. It is. Like, it's so scuffed, dude. You can exit at speed? Okay, well, I mean, I can't build enough speed to even find out, so... Oh, come on, cunt. Please let me get out of the vehicle when I get up there. If I have to drive this thing one fucking more minute. It is, but I don't know how to fucking unhandbrake it. can't tell. Let me just double check. Accelerators W. Yeah, it's standard WASD, so what the fuck is it doing? Handbrake is space. Persistent handbrake is double space. You've got to shift gears? That's not... That could work. I don't actually mind. As long as it's a driver doing it, not the fucking vehicle commander, I don't mind gear shifting stuff. No, I can't do it. Check gamepad. There's no separate... There's no separate thing for it. Like, gamepad isn't listing the axis, and there's no separate way to turn off the fucking gamepad, which of course is my fucking HOTAS setup. They haven't made a way to disable that. I shouldn't need to, Envy. I shouldn't fucking need to. This is, like, such basic shit for developers to not fucking put in their games. But none of them do it. None of them fucking do it. Well, it's not even the buttons, it's the axis that's the problem. The axis is the problem, and I can't fucking rebind the axis, it looks like. Oh my god. 130 meters, boys. Oh, fuck me. It's not even going straight. Like, fuck, I wouldn't even mind driving with a HOTAS if I could just bind it to something reasonable. Like, bind my pedals to brake and accelerator and then bind the stick to fucking steering wheel. 70 fucking meters. Oh my god, this is gonna be a whole ass thing, isn't it? It's gonna be like a fucking kilometer drive. One of them's my toe brakes. Like, my left toe brake, I think, is a steering wheel. Oh, bro. Yeah, it is pushed halfway through. Something else is tripping that. What the fuck is the fucking... So it's not that. I bet you it's a fucking slew hat. Bro, what are you doing? Come on. I can't work out what it is. You know what? Fuck it. Is there a way to skip this objective? Probably not. Let's just fucking walk. Oh. There's a question. What was it I just did? I. Uh-huh. And? Not sure what's going on there. What's my inventory? If it's not I. Tab. Daisy. Right. No. Is there a way to repack these motherfuckers? Well, I've only got one that's half full anyway. Trigger discipline. Yeah, I know, right? Repack? No? Not a thing. Well, I mean, maybe a thing, but don't look like it. Yeah. So I guess repacking mags isn't a thing yet. Character models look alright. His feet look fucking massive though. Looks like he's wearing fucking clown shoes. It might just be the perspective though. It looks like the model's like kind of fish-eyed out. Fuck, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. Oh, map. Yeah. Huh? Huh? Yeah. I don't know, Chief. I mean, yeah, it stops the map from being as cluttered as the ArmA 3 map is when you zoom out. But yeah. Driving around with a fucking M35. Oh no. Dude, I've got to unplug so much shit. Fuck my life. And my pedals are plugged into the back of my PC, not the front. What am I, like, what else am I going to be doing? Is there, like, more shooting? Is there stuff like that? Or is it literally just, like, go here and drive vehicles? You build stuff? Interesting. Can I? What was the control in ArmA 3? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I hope this is just because they haven't fucking added it yet, and not that they've deleted it. Because I am going to kill a bitch in Minecraft if I cannot rest my fucking weapon and like actually deploy it like on a bipod or something. Fuck up the roadblock. So I can burst. You have to hold it. Quirk of the M16's burst system, you have to actually hold the trigger for it to fire off all three. I have to buy the Marksman DLC. Oh fuck, I forgot that was a thing in ArmA 3. Do I understand correctly, this is a test game for the engine where content will be added gradually and community will report what's okay and what's wrong. This will be implemented in ArmA 4, which will be released in 1 to 2 years. Something like that, yes. That is my understanding. If you finally want to like go and put... Yeah, because it's got like a ratchet system in it. It's quite cool. When you're sniping in this game, no, Zwipe, because I don't need a rifle with fucking training wheels on it. Oh, hey Milo, we were flying from Katoomba earlier in the GB. I actually made it, I managed to make it out of Katoomba in the GB without dying on my second attempt. Although, I did find, I think, a conflict between the scenery and the power lines mod, because there were a lot of power lines that didn't connect up to stuff, and I couldn't tell which ones were original to your airfield, because it's been a while since I've flown from it, and which ones were the other mod. But that was on me for not checking there was going to be, you know, a mod conflict beforehand. Testbed for modders as well? Yeah, well, they better fix the exploit on the workshop before that happens. Fucking hell. It runs really well. Like, I got this on fucking ultra graphics. I feel like the tree card distance, if that's the word to use, I feel like that could be a little further out. I feel like even in ArmA 3, the trees render as actual trees further out. Like, they render as cards real close here. It's kind of like Gonna Heat PC. I feel like tree card distance has actually regressed. I mean, yeah, it makes the game run better, but noticeable. Yeah, there's a power lines mod. I didn't even know there was one until, you know, coincidental flying ops with CCM. We were flying very close to some power lines, which I couldn't see because I didn't have the mod. So as soon as we were done with that, I went and found it and installed it. Doesn't cover the whole world, but covers, I think, most of Australia, pretty much all of North America, and most of Europe. Okay, we've got third person. I don't really use third person in ArmA, but really? I know that it's fallen out of fashion for devs to work on this, but my dude, okay, let's have a hypothetical, right? Let's have a hypothetical. You're in an observation point up on that hill. You're watching this tree line, and you can't actually see what's going on in here because this bush is in the way. But, you know, maybe you notice this bush rustling around because there's some fuckwit walking around inside it trying to get eyes on you. It's annoying to get stuck on bushes in ArmA, for sure, but I should not be able to walk through a fucking sapling, basically, without A, disturbing it visibly from a distance, and B, getting snagged up on the main branches. I don't care if people can like brush up against the outer leaves and walk through it. And I get that it's annoying in ArmA. Like it annoys me too when you fucking can't get through because the collision box on the branches is so big. But there should be a solid collision volume in the middle of this. Maybe like that big, enough to stop you from walking directly through it, right? Enough that you kind of have to skirt the edge of it. There should be a solid collision volume, and on contact with a player, this fucking thing should rustle. Like, you guys who play Gonna Heat PC will know what I mean. When you bump a tree with a tank in that, yeah, you can't knock them over yet, but they rustle at least. Should do that. This is something I've noticed in a lot of modern games, is the bushes, trees, whatever, don't react. See, this has a solid collision volume. You'll still get stuck on that. Possibly too much. You shouldn't get stuck on these smaller branches. They should just whip back at you. But like a lot of games these days, foliage doesn't react to the player. The grass does. I'm trampling the grass down, but grass has always done that in ArmA. Let's... Yay, push the grass down. Okay, that's the same as normal ArmA. I can't roll at the moment, but I'm going to assume that you can flatten down an area just by crawling all over it like you could in ArmA 3, and it will stay down for... Oh, no, it won't stay down for very long at all. Yeah, it should make a fuck ton of noise. Actually, yeah. Didn't make much noise, did it? What I just did there, that should have made enough noise to be heard from like at least 100 meters away. Maybe not 100, but like a fair distance, you should hear that. It's barely louder than my footsteps. Like, that... You don't walk through bushes because you'll hear snapping twigs, you'll hear it brushing against people, you'll hear the guy behind swearing as it fucking whips back and smacks him in the face. Like... I wish I had some grenades. Actually, I really wish I had some grenades in my inventory so I could throw one under a bush and see what happens. I fucking guarantee you, if I throw a grenade under that bush, nothing will happen. If I was playing Far Cry 2, not even the modern Far Cry's, they don't do it either, but Far Cry 2, if I threw a fucking grenade at the foot of that bush, it would strip all the leaves off it, it would whip the branches back, and it would probably, I mean, it'd probably set it on fire too, but we can pretend that isn't a thing at the moment, because that's exaggerated, but, like, it should strip them of their leaves, it should cause them to fucking whip around. Foliage should react, the environment should react to the player. This is dry leaf litter. This is dry leaf litter with twigs. Me stepping on, like, me just putting my foot in this shit should be audible from, like, a significant distance. This shit is so fucking loud to walk in. That's why when you're on patrol, you aren't walking around at this speed, you're walking around at this speed, and you're very carefully placing your feet. What you do is you place your heel first, and then you roll around the outside of your foot, and then your toe. You do that so it distributes your weight evenly without shifting too much, and it makes it quieter. And once you get good at it, you can fucking sneak up on people on hardwood floors with fucking boots on and they won't hear you. I've done it. I mean, I know it's a tech demo. I get it. It's a tech demo. It's a pretty early development. Like, I know they're not going to have a lot of shit implemented yet. But this needs to... Like, if they're... This is a milsim. This is really important shit in a milsim. In something like Far Cry, it's just environmental flavor. Like, Far Cry 2 has literally no reason to put that much effort into fucking bushes getting stripped by grenades or players colliding with them, rustling them about, whatever. It's just there for flavor in that game. In this, people fucking about in bushes should get them killed. People, like, stepping off the kind of grassy area and onto this shit should get them fucking killed. Oh yeah, environmentally, this forest is gorgeous. That's one of the things with DayZ too, is the DayZ sort of foliage is just spot on. The DayZ version of Chernobyl is probably one of the best maps in any game I've played, like, environmentally speaking, in terms of, like, evoking the feeling of a specific place in a specific sort of place, or a specific point in time. But, like, this shit. Even these skinny little whippy boys... Like, the soft stalk shit. Not even hard branch shit, but soft stalk shit. This rustles as you walk through it. It snags on your equipment. It should not be... Like I said, my footsteps on this kind of surface should be really loud. Yeah, like, all this shit I'm walking on now should make a lot of noise as I'm walking on it. Like, look at this big pile of loose, dry leaf litter. And it sounds like I'm walking on carpet in a pair of fucking bunny slippers. It's stuff that's not hard to fix. They could fix this super easily. They probably will. But, like, as a first impression, this is the kind of stuff I look at. And this is kind of... Dry leaves. I mean, they're brown. That's dry enough for me. There's twigs in it, anyway. Like, it's leaf litter. It makes noise. Yeah, brown. Like, if it was green, sure. It like it wouldn't make that much noise unless you hit a twig underneath. But for, like, dry shit, that makes noise. It makes lots of noise. Lots and lots of noise. Scrabble? Are they simulating my character having earplugs in? Is that why it's all so quiet? Because I don't know, Chief. Footsteps are louder than that. Footsteps are kind of quite loud. Oh! Speak of the devil. Do I leave... I can't tell because this path's covered in them, but do I leave footprints? Because you do in ArmA 3. Faint, and they don't last long, but you do leave them. Not yet. Maybe that'll be added in development, who knows, but not yet. What are the reload animations like? Yeah, not bad. Too fast. Way too fast. So, okay. I can't speak for Alice Gear, like proper Alice Gear, because I've never used it, but I can speak for our local version of Alice Gear, which I think was a relatively faithful copy of it. These mag pouches, if I can get old mate to show us one, there we go. These mag pouches, they have a plastic clip that holds them closed, plastic buckle. I also like that, but they had the more modern buckles with the 2 prongs on the sides instead of this shit. So it has that, and it looks like this might be the same for Alice, is it has Velcro around the inside rim of that flap. So to get it open, you have to open the buckle, like forget this while you're under stress, open the buckle, pull against the shear strength of the Velcro, like, because you're not pulling the Velcro apart, you're pulling the Velcro this way. Shear force, right? Shear force against Velcro. Velcro is very good at holding on in shear force. So you have to first undo the clip, then reef the fucking, like, flap open, and then, again, I don't know how true this holds for Alice Gear, but our mag pouches had plastic dividers in them. It was just like a loop of plastic stitched in at both ends to form 3 separate compartments. Now, for a Stanag, that's probably not an issue because they would fit. Fucking Steyr mags did not fit in that shit. It was so tight that you could barely get 3 mags in, and once you did get 3 mags in, good luck getting one back out. So there were a bunch of field mods that people did to mag pouches, and the thing is, it becomes a range safety issue because people, like, they don't want people having loose ammo rattling around and getting lost inside their pouches. And when you do a range clearance to make sure everyone's got rid of all their bullets and bombs, they're not hiding any. People have got to go through. They got to look in the pouches. They got to stick their hands in them, feel around, whatever. So the Chief of Army would routinely, like every other week, flip flop on whether modified mag pouches were kosher or not. So the common modifications that you could get away with were mostly singeing off the Velcro. So pretty much everyone singed the Velcro off so it wouldn't hold the flap down anymore. Like they'd singed the hooks so they wouldn't grab on. But you generally couldn't take the dividers out, because if you took the dividers out, then suddenly it became a range clearance issue, and then it was not good, and then you had to get new pouches issued, and then the ones with the divider pulled out you could only use as like dump pouches. As a complete fuck around. How's it driving? I cannot even fucking tell you, because I don't want to unplug my entire flight sim HOTAS just to be able to drive a Jeep. It's auto-bound all the axes on my throttle and stick and my rudder pedals to God knows what, and so I can basically not drive. So yeah, this, to get back to my original point before I went on a fucking lecture about the design of Australian infantry load-bearing equipment circa 10-15 years ago, this, too fast. There is no fucking way in hell you are going to have a mag in the pouch and a fresh mag out of the pouch that quickly. fucking no way, especially when you're getting shot at and you've got the shakes, or you can't see what you're doing because you're busy looking ahead of you. It's not going to happen. You have to feel down, feel for the pouch, get the fucking latch undone, pull it open, fumble for, drop the full mag in, so you're already doing this with something in your hand as you try and undo a fucking plastic clasp. Dump the mag in, feel for another magazine, hope it's not the one you just put in there, pull it out, and then, to date, the only game, literally the only game, I should say games, one of them's a mod technically, the only thing I've seen get reload drills correct is Project Reality and Squad, which is just Project Reality but on its own engine, more or less. Because they actually use the correct drills for each weapon. You're taught a very specific way to do everything with the weapon. It's why it's called a drill. It is drilled into you. You do everything in a specific order. If you handed me an F88 today, it would be like autopilot. I instinctively, when given that weapon, know what to do with it. I haven't touched one for a decade, but if you handed it to me right now, I could fucking field strip it and reassemble it within probably a minute. I've done it blindfolded before. It becomes second nature. So a lot of animators, particularly for first-person shooters, they try and add flair and make it look all smooth and fancy. That's not how you do shit. It's really robotic. Someone who's actually good with their weapon drills looks like a fucking robot. But the other thing is, they actually factored in the time it takes you to reach for a mag in Squad, at least unless they've changed it. So you would dump the mag and then kind of rustle around for a second or two and then produce a new mag. You don't just, in a lot of games, you literally just see how my arm is just going down to my hip, mag despawns, new mag comes up, and then straight in. I've got a magical bag of holding on my left hip that you can literally see the old mag despawn and the fucking new one come in. So that's way too fast, especially under stress, especially as you start reaching for other pouches, because that pouch is going to run dry. You're going to have to reach for a pouch on your other side, but you're going to be using your left hand to reach across your right side because your weapon's in your right hand, right? You're fumbling all around yourself for shit. You've probably got the shakes to some degree, or you don't have the best fine motor skills in any case. You've got to keep your right hand on your weapon. You might even be moving while doing this. So, reload while running. Good fucking luck. That is not very fun to do. It's the same animation. Can I reload while sprinting? It stops me from sprinting, it goes back to a jog, but I can do it. Yeah, that's not how that shit works. That is really not how that shit works. I know it sounds like I'm splitting hairs here, but this is important shit. It adds up. It really does. So, overall, so far, I like the infantry movement. Infantry movement feels good. Except I can't roll. If I could still roll... Oh, actually, that reminds me. Can I still... Okay. So there's a couple things I can't do. So, I can't roll while I'm prone. I should be able to. I don't care if people are upset. Oh, he just kept rolling around on the ground. I couldn't hit him. Aim better. Being able to roll left or right while you're fucking proned out is kind of important. So you can roll out from behind something to shoot. So you can roll away if something lands next to you. Whatever. You should be able to roll left and right. And you could in ArmA 3. The other thing I just checked then is leaning. I don't mean Q and E leaning. Normie leaning. Every fucking game has this. This is not new. What ArmA 3 had, which most games don't, in fact the only other one I can think of that did was Medal of Honor Airborne, and it was done differently with the controls, is you would actually, your entire upper body, you would kind of lunge out on, I can't show it because I'm not going to show in the cam, but you would lunge out around the corner, so your entire upper body is leant around the fucking corner. right? Instead of just this one, and then you've got your sights canted, which is no bueno. So you just lunge out, your fucking rifle still held level to the ground, and you're only exposing like the very edge of your upper body. That was really important. I use that more in ArmA 3 than I use the traditional Q&E lean. I almost never use the Q&E lean in ArmA 3. Just catching up on chat. German article, and I just read mentioned that some of the oddities come from this also being optimized for consoles. Since, yeah, I don't know if that's why they've done this or if it's just they haven't added it yet. I already said my piece on consoles. I do not think ArmA really should be on consoles. I don't think it belongs on consoles. Sure, make a console version. Don't give it crossplay with the PC version. Don't make it the same as the PC version, because the demands and needs of console gamers and PC gamers are two completely different things. I know console guys say all the time, oh, we want to have like flight sims too. We want to have military sims too. But the inherent limitations of console systems mean that you're going to be trading off somewhere. And in the case of ArmA, it runs really well. In the case of ArmA, that is not a good thing. Well, you can fucking flush the shitter at least. What did I just close? Weird. Oh, I can't wash my hands, but... No. The door will stop if it gets blocked, but you can't incrementally open it. This was a mod for ArmA 3. Instead of just pressing the action button to open the door, with the scroll menu, you could incrementally open the door with the scroll wheel. Needs to be a feature. You need to be able to open the door just a sliver and fucking roll a grenade into a room. That is a really important fucking feature, which ArmA 3 was missing, and modders had to add it. What's he saying, Cutty? I can understand like every 10th word. Look at this Chad. I'm curious. Sag. But... oh, it shatters the whole window with... that's kind of... that takes out all 4 panes of that window with 1 round. Yeah, I didn't really think so. I mean, you can break windows, kinda. Finally. Can't turn on the light switch. I know I'm fucking being an asshole and splitting hairs here. This shit's just kind of important. And again, like, can I shatter that? Yeah, we can shatter that. Well, that's something. This is all stuff that actually does add up in gameplay. It's not just me being like, oh, look, you can't fucking shoot the pot plant on the table. What a shit game. It's not that. It's just little bits of the environment reacting to the player are the difference between a game being kind of like, eh, whatever, or being fucking remembered for the next 20 years as an absolutely god tier game. Like, I never even played Far Cry 2, but I've watched enough videos of it to know that, like, the environmental reactions to the player in that would, like, it wasn't that good of a game otherwise by the looks of it. Like, the graphics were kind of muddy and dated. The gameplay mechanics were kind of eh. The fucking gunplay and shit was shit. Or at least didn't look very good. And all the weapons were left-handed bolts, which triggered the fuck out of me. But, like, the environmentals in that game were second to none, even now. That's something else I noticed too, like Halo 1, the original game, has better God rays than any game since. Like, there's just something extra about the effort that studios put into environment in those older games. Like, yeah, we have much better graphics now, and we have, like, a lot more environmental objects, because we can do more. But you don't have the extra, you don't have the interaction with the player. And if you don't have the interaction with the player, you don't have the immersion as much. Visleaf. Was that a Visleaf error, or am I just tripping balls? I swear that wall just phased in as I turned around. Yeah, exactly. Like, little things like that. Like, when was Havoc Physics introduced? Like, the early 2000s? I mean, it wasn't even that new when Half-Life 2 had it. Half-Life 2 having it was a big deal, but it was already a thing before Half-Life 2 existed. This is going to be both pains with one shot too. Oh shit, hello. What was it? Oh, fuck. Let me just double check Yellow Fox, because I might actually already have it. It's just possibly a game I haven't played yet. And if I do already have it, I'd rather you send it to someone that doesn't have it. You're in luck. I appear not to have it. I have 1 and I have 3, I think. Let me just double check. Far Cry, where are you? Yeah, I have the original and I have 3. Cheers, man. Appreciate it. I'll have to give that a play sometime. I'll have to see if there's a mod that fixes the fucking bolts on the weapons though. And reanimates the failures, because the failure animations triggered the fuck out of me. So why is this window special? Why is this window special? Don't understand. Yeah. Let me just double check. I don't think that you... No. I don't think you can melee in this, which... And I hope that's just because I haven't added it yet. Like, I hope they do add it. Oh no, here we go. Melee attack. Oh, you're right. Middle mouse. Okay. Toggle weapon muzzle. Hold V. I guess that's for suppressors and shit. Yeah, that'd be for suppressors because I don't have any way of doing it. How much reach do I have with that? Bro, it's a fucking stepladder. Like, that should... Man, it's 2022. Like, you know what I mean? It's 2022. Especially with the game running as well as it does. Now, to be fair, I have a pretty beefy system, but with this running as well as it does... Basic physics, dude. Havoc physics is fucking 2000s tech. Like, you could full-on have that shit ragdoll when I hit it and it would still run fine. What was I going to say? Oh, windows, glass. Glass. When you shoot glass... That was interesting. When you shoot glass, wouldn't you think it should leave a crazed bullet hole on the window? Like, say, in any Grand Theft Auto game since GTA 4. Where's my tracker? Oh my god, what the fuck is it doing? So track IR seems a little janky at times. It should leave like a crazed window, and then subsequent shots should just shatter it completely, and the window should fall out. You know, like again, it's nitpicky, but it's not super difficult to do. It's not going to make the game run worse. It's pretty basic shit, and it adds a lot. It adds a lot to the immersion. I can't even fucking break it with my rifle butt. Oh, hang on. Bruh. Yeah, but this is window glass. This ain't fucking automobile safety glass. Can't break them. I didn't shoot the ones out in here, did I? I don't know if that's because I'm just missing them, but I can't melee upwards. But yeah, it looks like I can't bust the windows with my rifle butt. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. Like, that's already better than ArmA 3. Like, don't get me wrong. It's an improvement, but it could be even better. Oh, I did shoot these windows out, I think. The training one, but because my HOTAS is fucking with my ability to drive vehicles, we're just wandering around on foot. Compare the sound. Yeah, it sounds good. This looks like it would be very unpleasant to try and vault over, so let's do just that. I like that it actually has, like, built-in enhanced movement. The track IR. When you get in a canned animation, if you look up or down, your track IR gets stuck. Yep, so that needs fixing, because that's going to be a serious pain in the backside. It's new is typically solo, it's just there are a lot of things that are a while off from being feature complete, and there's a lot of things removed that should never have been removed. Like, I agree, a lot of the new stuff is good. The movement, like, except for the lack of, you know, full body leaning and the lack of rolling, this is really good. This is really good. The amount of jostle in the sights you get is good. The fact you can't even look through the iron sights while you're prone crawling is good. Not being able to look over the sights, big, but then again, you can't do that in basically any game, so I can't fault them too much, but as a military sim, that should be top priority. Like, that is the most obvious thing to me that ArmA is missing, is the ability to look over my sights without, you know, without going to this. I should be able to just raise my head up and look over my sights like I would in real life. Likewise with the stances, like I said, forget scroll wheel for movement speed, right? You can map a key to toggle between movement speed or stance with the scroll wheel. So you don't even need to hold a modifier, right? Let's just go with a hypothetical. So say you make it, I don't know, what key do we want to make it? Tilde or something. You make it tilde. So by default, I use scroll wheel to change my movement speed. I tap tilde. Now I can scroll up and I'm peering over my sights. I see a target, scroll down, I drop back into my sights, pop him, whatever. Yeah, no, I'm not talking stance, Max. I'm talking where my weapon is. Like, this isn't looking over my sights. This is how tall I am. This is not what I mean. What I mean is, instead of looking through the sights, I'm looking over them, observing. Right? So possibly enemy to the front, don't see him yet. I'm looking over the sights, observing. I see an enemy, I drop in behind him, pop him, then I'm back up observing. You're always head up, looking over your rifle. Not through the sights, you're looking over your sights. You only go into the sights when you see something you want to kill. Likewise, when you're walking around like this, you could use that same control, scroll wheel in the, in the aiming mode. You could use that to lower the rifle to your side, which, depending on the weapon, a GPMG should be by your hip. Not in your shoulder, it should be by your fucking hip and following your torso. Wherever your torso goes, the weapon should go as well. The muzzle goes where your chest points. Which was, like I said, for us, like, not just with the GPMG, but with rifles, that was how we were taught, was you patrol with your rifle at your hip, the muzzle points where you point. You don't turn your head and look, you turn your entire upper body and the rifle follows with. So you could do that, and then say you're doing that, and then you want to bring your rifle up into your shoulder because you're expecting to have to shoot in a minute. You can scroll up and your rifle comes into your shoulder. And then you scroll up, and instead of going straight into iron sights, you got your rifle in your shoulder and you're kind of looking over the sights while you're moving. You know what I mean? Something like that. It is very pretty. Still can't wash my hands, Sag. Hey man, good to see you. Oh, mirrors don't work. I'm kind of not surprised. I kind of am, I'm kind of not. So, it astonishes me that in 2022, the number of games with working mirrors that, aren't like Cyberpunk, where you have to enter, so to speak, the mirror as an action to see your reflection. That's a cube map. That's a really low res cube map. I don't understand. We have had real-time reflections since the late 90s. Halo 1 had real-time reflections. In Assault on the Control Room, if you looked beneath your feet, the glass in the control room on the catwalk was a real-time reflection. It's not even, picture-in-picture. Picture-in-picture is one thing, but like true real-time reflections, pixel for pixel, like not horribly aliased or low-res, literally pixel for pixel on 90s tech. Deus Ex had mirrors, yeah. Deus Ex had the exact same fucking thing, true real-time reflections. If you look at the water reflections in DC, like water reflections are the reflections on really shiny polished metal in DCS or MSFS, they use the same technology. Screen space reflections, they cut off towards the edges of the screen. Like if you noticed when I was flying in MSFS near water, you could see like an outline of brighter color around trees or mountains or something where it intersected the water. That's what that is. SSLR can only render like mesh blocks it basically. So if you notice in DCS, you're flying along the coast, you see the reflection of the cliffs or whatever, and there's a gap. That gap is because there's a like whatever's blocked by your canopy frame cannot be rendered, because it's not rendering what's there and then flipping it. It's taking what's appearing on the screen and then doing it, like technical words, whatever. But it's taking what's on the screen and working from that. It's not rendering it all. So it's cheaper to do graphically, but it gives a worse result. Load up Game Master and change the time of day. Fuck, how do I do Game Master? It's a setting for it. No, that's not what I want to change. I mean, I could, it would be memes. Game Master, hold Y. can attach camera to... Like in one of Grimm's missions when he attached his Zeus to my shoulder and kept whispering sweet nothings in my ear. Flashlight, toggle interface, map. Bottom left. This is the... Oh, yeah, this is the camera. So how do I get into the... Oh, main menu? Okay. Okay, well, I'll do that in a minute then. We'll do that later. Like, overall... Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here, but there's a lot of stuff that... See, this shit rustles when I walk through it. Well, it doesn't rustle, it should make a lot of noise. It's fucking dry. But, like, it reacts to me. See? It reacts to me. That's what the bushes should have been doing. Look, I can do a fucking Theresa May and destroy this poor farmer's fucking profits by running carelessly with reckless abandon through his fucking crops and mowing them all down. Literally Theresa May roleplay right now. So I can do that, but if I go up to a man-sized bush and go charging into it at fucking full tilt, it does nothing. It doesn't make much noise, it doesn't buck the bush around, like it does fuck all. Like, look at this. It makes a very quiet, comparatively speaking, rustling sound, and does not move the bush. Does not move at all. Open up the player menu, P, right click. What does that do? Right click and vote yourself. It won't let me right click myself. Oops, I just clicked the wrong window. There we go. Wait, can I? No, can't do anything. Might only work in multiplayer. Not sure. Yeah, I'm just in the training one at the moment. Because I was unable to fucking drive, so we're running around on foot. Yeah, okay, so there's an issue right now where the camera glitches out after you use enhanced movement or the ladders. Like, if you move your head at all and you're running track IR, it, like, saves up the movement and then applies it after you're done doing the thing, even if you've already, like, it applies it and then it applies it again, if that makes any sense at all. Like, I did not just look down enough for that to happen, it did it by itself. That's not bad. I feel like that animation could be improved a bit. That I've got to shit myself walk. We were taught to do this thing. We didn't crouch. I mean, we did, but we weren't taught to crouch. We did this thing. I don't know if the army still teaches people to do it. It's called the monkey run. So you got your F88 in your right hand, and what you do is you're on one knee, like you've always got a knee in contact with the ground, and you fucking use your left fist, like you basically go like a gorilla. That's why it's called the monkey run. You use your left fist to kind of like as a walking stick almost, and you're just kind of shuffling along on your knees. It was not a very pleasant experience. I mean, yeah, I could see this has a lot of potential, but there's some stuff here that I really hope that it's just not in the game because they haven't got round to it yet, and not that they've deleted it from the game because they're so concerned about pandering to consoles. Like, if they have to do shit like get rid of full body leaning or rolling while prone, or get rid of animations for like bushes reacting to players walking through them, or you know, like I said, if I had a grenade, I'd throw it at a bush and see if it strips it. I guarantee it won't. That kind of shit, if they have to do that for console players, then the console version should be separate to the PC version, because as we keep seeing, especially for more complicated games, you cannot have console PC commonality. It just doesn't work. Console controllers don't have enough fucking buttons or controls on them. Consoles themselves do not have enough overhead to run that kind of stuff. Like, and even if they did, the distribution platforms on them are typically not catered towards it. You know, like, look at MSFS running on Xbox. Look how much shit they have to put up with to get stuff on the Xbox store. There's modules that aren't going to be available on Xbox because they use stuff that the Xbox physically can't do, or which, you know, is not a feature that is compatible with it. Like, I know it's an entirely new engine, Max, but like, this is some of the stuff that I've pointed out already is pretty basic fundamental stuff. Like, if they've got various other things running in the engine, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to get those implemented. And like, little things like that go a long way. Give it time. Yeah, I mean, it is it is an ArmA game. It's going to take fucking 10 years to mature, just like ArmA 2 and ArmA 3 did. But I don't know. I'm not disappointed, and I'm not like, oh, this is an ArmA, I want my money back or whatever. I could see it going places, but yeah, like, there's issues, and it's not just like, oh, I can't roll while I'm prone, or oh, I can't lean around stuff, or oh, the bushes don't rustle properly when I go through them. It's stuff like this. It's stuff like that. Find me a soldier with 1980s era fucking training and Alice gear who can fucking mag change that quickly, even while standing still, let alone fucking walking or jogging. Like, you won't. I guarantee you fucking won't. To the point where, do these... no, they don't react to me. Of course they don't. The grass does, but the bushes don't. The whole thing with mag changes is, and I've heard this from other people from other militaries too. It's not just an Australian Army thing, and it wasn't just a my corporal thing. This is pretty common dogfuck for most people who have had to deal with antiquated load-bearing equipment like Alice gear, or what we had, which is basically Alice gear at home. When you go to drop off your empty mags, you don't put them back in the pouch. That takes too long. You don't have fine motor control. You're shitting yourself. You need to make sure you don't mix up a full mag with an empty mag. You know what you do? Down your shirt. You just chuck it down your fucking shirt. Deal with it later. Dump pouches weren't a thing back then. I mean, now you have your dump pouch. You just chuck everything in there, whatever. Dump pouches weren't a thing back then. So what you would do, shooting, stoppage, empty mag, down the shirt, fresh mag goes in, back in the action. And then when there's a lull in the fighting for 10, 20, 30 seconds, you pull the fucking mags that you're hoarding down your shirt and you stuff them back into a mag pouch. Make sure that pouch is empties, and then you've got one that's fulls, so you're not going to mix them up. Because you will, under stress, reach for the exact wrong mag and put an empty one back into the gun. No, it won't reach the same depth, but I would take that to mean things like, you know, some of the more advanced features of ArmA, like some of the really heavy vehicle combat-oriented stuff, you know, things like Laws of War and whatever, a lot of the DLC add-ons, but I will be fucking pissed. I'll be fucking pissed if I cannot rest my weapon and brace it. Like, this is the other thing too. Bipods are one thing. You guys have, those of you who have seen me play ArmA, and Grim especially, because he's had to put up with my whinging about it, but you guys who have seen me play ArmA, will know how I feel about bipods in ArmA. They could be done so much better. They're a fucking pain in the ass to use. They never bipod properly on the surface you want them to bipod on. Even if they do, usually it gives you a shit arc of fire, and you have to shuffle around until you finally find the one pixel where it will give you a proper arc of fire. They don't level on the ground. Like, even on a weapon which does have adjustable length bipod legs, it won't level. I mean, even if you don't have adjustable bipod legs, you know what you do? You gouge out a bit of ground, or you fucking shore up some dirt against it, or do something, or stick a fucking rock or something under it, stick your webbing under it, whatever, to bring the weapon up so it's level. Canted weapons are not good. You're going to lose accuracy. It's going to, especially over longer distances. You want your weapon to be level to the ground, or as in properly level, I mean. So if the ground's too low or too high, you fix that. I don't even just mean shit like that. I mean, to be fair, no game I've seen does this, but here, instead of just showing a little, oh, your weapon's rested against a tree, you know what I would do? That. Here's the tree trunk. Here is my hand. Here is the barrel of my rifle. That. Instant rifle rest. Just, I don't know, little things like that. I know it's, some of it's easier done than others. Like, the bushes rustling shit's fucking easy. Anyone could do that. But, more options for steadying a weapon. That is missing from every FPS I've ever played. If I could literally just brace my fucking palm against a tree like that, it would be so much more steady of a shooting position. Actually, speaking of which, what's the weapon sway like? Because I didn't really give it a chance. Let's call that rock. That's about 200. Fuck me, I wish I was that steady standing at 200. Be lucky if I could put shots on target 200 standing. I mean, I got noodle arms, so my rifle was doing these ones anytime I was standing up, but... Crouched unsupported. Well, am I unsupported? Or... No, I am unsupported. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's believable for crouched unsupported, I guess. Okay, they haven't implemented that yet. So, not only can you not sit yet, which was my favorite fucking shooting position in ArmA 3, just like it's my favorite shooting position in real life, but you can't crouch any lower than this. So, you can't get down and, on your bent knee there, you can't put your elbow on it and use that, which you should be able to, because that would steady you up a lot. How is it? It has potential, but there's a lot of shit that I've been complaining about. A lot of features that maybe they just haven't added yet, but I hope they're going to, like this. Foliage, grass reacts to players. Wheat reacts to players. Foliage doesn't react to players. Isn't this just a demo of the engine? Not really. So, from the sounds of things, they're trying to use this as a way to gauge what the community wants in the game, what the community thinks works, what they don't. It's a bit more than a tech demo, but it's not a real game in its own right, if that makes sense. At least from what I can tell. But yeah, just from this, I've already found a bunch of shit which I think they really need to either add, or things they need to adjust. And to me personally, vehicle combat in ArmA could be fun, especially with shit like the RHS vehicles, which are really well done. But infantry combat was always a mainstay of ArmA for me. And so having infantry stuff that doesn't really work right, needs more effort there, I think. Oh, we got running water. We got inland running water, which DayZ also does. DayZ was the first to do it. Bohemia game-wise. I wonder if they do it the same way as DayZ. DayZ uses, water planes. So you can actually, in some places in Chernarus Plus, you can see a gap where one water plane's not quite lined up with the other one. I wonder if that's what they've done here, or if the new engine has a separate mechanic for it. Probably does. The fucking cube map changes as you zoom in. That's amusing. Do I get visibly wet? Because that would be very funny if I got visibly wet. I don't even make disturbances in the water, although I shouldn't really expect it to. That's a bit beyond most games' capabilities. Okay, no, they don't have wet textures yet, but I wasn't really expecting them to. Be a nice touch though now that we actually have running water. God rays are okay. Still not quite up to the level of Halo 1. Halo 1 has legitimately the best God rays I've ever seen in a game. I don't know how they made them so good in fucking 2001. They do? What? They do have wet textures? And why didn't I see them? Because I was literally pruned out in a fucking stream. Oh no, you're right. I see it now. You just dry off really, really fast, I guess. You're right, I stand corrected. Oh yeah, no. The wet textures only affect the part of you in contact with the water. As soon as you get out of the water, they're back to dry textures. Might be a bug, might be intentional, do not know. Don't know how well that showed up on stream, but I could see it. Look, that's kind of pretty. The environment looks really good. Looks really, really good. But I expected that, because DayZ's environment looks really fucking good as well. Okay, I've been sprinting a bit. Let's sprint a little bit more. Let's bring our weapon up and sprint. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I always err on the side of making, like, weapon sway more exaggerated because it forces people to play smarter. I know that some people would hate that. When I was younger and I played through Brothers in Arms for the first time, I cracked the shit so hard because I could not fucking hit anything. But as I got older and as I actually got real life shooting experience, I realized first of all that it's probably more accurate to not be able to aim worth a shit when you're in actual combat and you're on day 3 of no sleep and you're hungry and you're cold and you're wet and you're tired and you're fucking scared. But also it forces better tactics. It makes people actually think about what they're doing. Whereas if you have floating rock, kinda. No, that's okay. It's stuck out of the ground. You see that sometimes. You know, in real life, you don't see people stop off a sprint. It's not as bad here because the game has inertia and a slight delay to bringing up your iron sights, but like anyone who's played Red Orchestra 2, especially who played Red Orchestra 1, will remember the nightmare of fucking MKB42 players coming off a sprint and immediately just headshotting. What's your shooting experience? I was in the Army Reserve for a while. I also own a couple of Second World War rifles. So I'm not like a fucking 3-gun shooter or anything, but I have dealt with military rifles on very small amounts of sleep, while stressed, while hungry, etc., etc. I feel like it's too stable. Like, that's gonna That's going to be a fuck. If somebody gets really good at timing their shots, they'll just... You know? Fuck me, I know 5.56 is soft shooting, but... That needs work. Again, 5.56 is soft shooting, but follow-up shots shouldn't be that easy. Fucking automatic, even on burst. Oh, I have, yeah, the F88's a 5.56 rifle, but still, with an F88, especially if you fucking forgot the single shot lockout button and let off a burst by accident, your first shot goes where it's aimed, second, third, fourth, fifth goes somewhere up in the fucking stratosphere. Not... So... It's kind of hard to put this into words. There are a couple things that are bad when you're trying to make a realistic or authentic feeling shooter without being oppressive. Too much recoil is... Yeah, no, I know it's direct impingement, but still. Too much recoil is a bad thing, because it gets frustrating, it's shitty. Like, most games have way too much recoil. And it's muzzle climb. But at the same time, you don't want something that can easily be countered by just pulling the mouse down. I can't do it because I'm not a Counter-Strike player, but there are people that play shit like Tarkov or Counter-Strike. They have recoil patterns down to a fine art. They can dump an entire mag on you and every round will hit. You want to avoid that. But, see, I don't know. What I can say is, not for the F88, because I didn't really fire that full auto. It was generally frowned upon. But with the Minimi, when I did let off bursts with that, I aimed the first shot. Every shot following the first shot, I hoped it went to the same place, because when you've got a weapon recoiling like right in front of your eye and it's loud and shit's going on, it's kind of hard to focus and keep a good sight picture and all that stuff. Like, maybe for other people it's not as bad, but for me, my brain went on holiday as soon as the first round came out the barrel and until the end of the burst. So, like, I would just aim the weapon, try and hold it on target as I fire, and then as the burst finishes, I'd try and figure out if it actually went where I wanted it to go. And that becomes more and more true as the weapon gets larger and beefier. So, like, something like a fucking FAL on full auto, or a G3 on full auto, like, you have no situational awareness when you fire it. You get tunnel vision. This is me nitpicking again, but, like, holy fuck, those waves are... You know what I mean? Like, the ebb and flow is, like, really fast, and there's no foam or anything, it just looks kind of weird. It's pretty, but it looks kind of weird with the way the waves come in. Patch is mostly a lot of bug fixes, yeah, I'm kind of not surprised. The environments are definitely pretty, though. Ever tell you about my full auto G3 experience? I don't think you did. I don't think you did. I do wonder what players look like when they're prone from a couple hundred meters away. So, what the older ArmA games did was they would clip things into the ground. So if you've ever been at longer distances looking at a vehicle and it was clipped halfway through the ground, or a player, they were clipped halfway through the ground, that's not a graphical glitch. That's the game trying to simulate you not being able to see them through tall grass. But because it can't render the grass that far away without tanking your system, that's how it does it. Try to swim? Try that. Story for VC. Tell me another time then, because I'm going to go to bed very shortly. It's past midnight here. Let's do a little bit more poking around, then I'm going to go crash out. Yeah, the action sounds in a lot of weapons in almost every game are just not loud enough. Yeah, they do have wet textures, you just only see them when you're in the water for some reason. Can I not dive? I don't think you can dive. To be fair, in ArmA 3... actually, no, in ArmA 3 you can dive to the bottom, can't you? You don't need the fucking flippers and shit on. You can just look down and swim, and it'll swim you downwards. Same as looking up and swimming to go upwards, because one of my ArmA 3 helicopter experiences quite early on in the game was... I was on a public server, Invade and Annex, and our dipshit pilot flew us into air defense. So, the helicopter got fucking shot down, and me and a couple other guys bailed out right as it smacked into the water. I think two of us, me and one other guy survived it. The helicopter pulled us down to the bottom with it, but then we managed to swim back up before we drowned. Everyone else died. But yeah, like, you can dive to the bottom and swim and shit in ArmA 3. That's not in this yet. Whether they plan on adding that, I don't know. I hope they do. Because it has its uses, like getting out of sinking helicopters. Yeah. Yeah, that's how a compass actually works. That's good. And it's got mils. Not just degrees, it's got mils, which is what NATO militaries actually use. You don't give fucking degrees unless you're in the Air Force or the Navy. Five. Is that a fucking band? That is a bandage. What do I do with it? Don't know. Don't know how it works. I mean, I know what I do with it, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, I definitely see potential in this, but we'll see how we go. Let's go back to the main menu. So I couldn't complete the training mission because I can't drive without unplugging my entire HOTAS, which is fucking annoying. Tutorial, Game Master, Everon. Yeah, let's... see what it looks like at night. I'm also going to have to end the stream soon anyway because I'm losing my voice. I didn't like that. My game's stuttering really bad. I think it just crashed. He's dead, Jim. Yeah. It's frozen. Well, maybe we'll have to do that. Oh, no, hang on. Signs of life? Yeah, that was fucking bizarre. There we go. Why have my frames just gone to fucking shit all? The camera's really freezy. Like, I can't pan the camera. It's completely fucked. Yeah, my frames just dropped to fuck all, and I can't really move the camera at all. I can't. I cannot move my camera. Like, it will move it, like it'll traverse it a little, but it won't actually. Deployment points, oh for fuck's sake. Yes. What the fuck is going on here? This is really, like, freezing on me constantly. So this needs a lot more work. Like, it's basically unplayable. Save me, task manager. There we go. Let me try relaunching it, and we'll just do a quick look at the other mission thing it had. Yeah, I know. Play conflict. No. I don't know if this is going to work in single player or play try and stick me in a server or something. So I guess now with grenades you have to actually select them, take them out, prep them, all that stuff. You can't just fucking yeet them with one button, which is probably a good thing to be fair. Faction. Yeah. Load out. Let's go. Join group. Hello. Continue. Saint Pierre. Deploy. Off to a good start there. My shit clips. Not a fan of, well, fuck me, his chin strap clips too. Not a big fan of the loadout, to be honest. I mean, maybe that's something I could change, but... Yeah, why are we all wearing... These aren't even lift chicks, these are like fucking Type 56s. These are Type 56s. That might actually be a Soviet setup. I don't know. Can I get actual, like, Soviet load-bearing equipment? A flashlight. Yeah, no, that is a lift chick. Okay. Disregard me then. So bandage, compass, map. R148. Yeah, you can't see the fucking... What? How am I holding an R148 in me fucking trousers? What the fuck, cunt? How big are my pants? How big are my fucking pants that I can fit that thing in them? Oh, I already have binoculars. Oh, it's a Commandeerski. I have one of these. Mine needs repairs, though. Let's see if I can find where I put it. I got one of them. See? Pretty much the same. I think this has a different bezel. It's got a black face on it instead of a blue one. But yeah. I don't know if the camera's focusing on that. The main spring is gone, I think, so I need to get it fixed up. Fake. No, it says on it. It doesn't say made in the USSR like my other watches do. It says by order of the Ministry of Defense of the USSR, because it was an actual military order one. Zakaz MO SSSR. I do like that the torch is actually like a proper old-fashioned torch. Most games don't do that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the lift chick being the default fucking load-bearing gear, though. What's that? Тактическая подготовка солдата мотострелкового отделения и взвода. Tactical preparation for soldier of the motor rifle detachment and platoon. Quite a bit, Koji. Quite a bit. Mostly just me bitching. Well, we do have... the fun shit's in here. Alright. So, just because I'm not planning on doing the actual mission, we're going to do some testing. First of all... imagine... Oh, it's defaulted to 440, like it actually should be. Imagine not having your AK set to full auto by default. Same thing, like the AK-74 in particular is very soft shooting and has very little muzzle climb, but still, you need to stop people from belting off fucking that kind of accuracy in full auto. Like, that should not really be a thing. Even with soft shooting weapons like this or the M16. Like, that is... Someone with good recoil pattern control, like a Counter-Strike player, could fucking wipe an entire platoon with that shit. That's ridiculous. This is the default rifleman loadout, so it's hang on, Lifchik, 68 pot, M88, AK-74, two RGD5s, two RDG2s, was that 4 mags? Yeah, 4 AK mags, I think, because I already went through. Was it 4 or 6? Because I went through a couple already. Oh, I'm carrying an extra Kommandirski. I got a spare. And a fucking R148. Oh, it's a handheld. Sorry, I got it mixed up with another. No, wait, the fucking 148 set is the 148 set handheld? I swear it's too big to be a handheld. It's like a backpack size radio or some shit, isn't it? Might have been 4 and 1 in the gun. I honestly wasn't keeping count. Yeah, so now, to use a grenade, you take it out, you prep it. Fuck me. My man's a shot put champion. Fucking look at this cunt throw. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the lift chick being the default load bearing equipment. Rather we have the, like, actual normie shit. Give me more grenades. Let's see if I can fucking hit a bush with one. Oh, there's no grenades in there. Where's the explosive box? Not there. Oh. Here's the explosive box. Oh, shit, okay. We got the cool dude. We got the cool dude helmet. Fuck that off. Give me that. Oh, yeah. Lift chick grenadier. Harness automatic rifleman. I mean, I'm not an automatic rifleman, so I probably can't use that. Aha! Hey, look! I have this. I have one of these. It's in my bedroom right now. It's got a fucking NVA Zeltbahn over the top. Well, it's really well modeled, because that's exactly what they look like. Hey, Giggles. I would love to have one of these. I would love to have one of these, but unfortunately not going to happen here. I do have one of these though, and I also have one of these. Okay. So that was an explosive box, and it didn't have explosives in it, which is interesting. Where the fuck can I get more grenades? Or can I not get more grenades? I mean, I could get that. Let's... Yeah, they're all PMs. Swap load bearing kit? Yeah, I know, but there's... The options are lift chick or grenadier lift chick, my dude. Like... I didn't grab a mag for it. Oops. Okay. Some things have physics. Some things do have physics. The bullets penetrate, and it looks like they don't just go straight, they go fucking skewy once they go through something. So that was a nice tight group. Where did that go? It's still kind of tight. Alright. I'm starting to get more impressed. Oh, easily. Easily. That's thin sheet steel. If it's even... Well, it probably is steel. Yeah, steel or tin or something, it'll go through that, no problem. Destruction physics? I don't know if there is. We'll go grab the RPG. Oh, before we do that though, we've got AKs. Ah, here's the 74s and the PKMs. Give me my PKM. Fuck me, I'm like that meme dude carrying all the different weapons. Bipod is down, which is interesting. I don't think the bipods actually function yet. Maybe, yeah, no. That points. Is there a bipod button? I don't think there is. That's really important, and I don't want to have to buy a fucking DLC to be able to do it. So they added in pointing, but we've lost our fucking bipods, which is... Oh, fuck, she sounds good. See what those did. They would have gone through the door. I keep forgetting. C is point, not change fucking tactical pace. I don't have a fucking spare box for it. Yeah, they... I mean, rounds penetrate shit in ArmA 3 as well. You just don't see it because you don't see the bullet holes. Yeah, by all means, post them in the Discord or something, Max. I've always wanted one of these. I think most of us have always wanted one of these. Fucking sick to have one. Give me... Oh, right, I gotta fucking right-click them. Yeah. I would not be carrying this thing around loaded, but that might just be me. I'm gonna guess they model backblast. I hope they model backblast. Yeah, that needs work. If I shoot at that wall... Doesn't fuck the wall up. That went a little high. Oops. Just look through my own fucking body, that's fine. Right about there, I reckon. Fucking spot on, cunt. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be, like... I'd say if there is gonna be destruction, it's probably not in yet. Blue guy, no, I think that's just the casing for the fucking explosive charge, because remember, it's got a charge to get it out of the tube, and then the actual sustainer motor fires. Badass fucking pose going on, at least. What did I just pick up? Fucking Vogue. Not like I've got anything to use it in. Forgive me for what I'm about to do, my dudes. I just want to see the effects. Okay. Not a whole lot.
Жатва всем позывным. Пришло подкрепление на точку ёлка. Конец связи.
Still no gore or anything, but I'm kind of not surprised. I doubt they'll add it officially. Because that would get them fucked in a bunch of countries. It's not overly important for most people. Kind of adds to the whole war is hell thing, though. Yeah, so I think the RPG needs some work. How many ammo left for this? It would be nice if I could find some hand grenades. But yeah, like I'm fucking pretty much 100% sure that if I hit a bush or a tree with a fucking grenade, it's not gonna do shit to it. Like it won't even rustle the leaves. Track vehicles drive. It'd be nice to fucking know, because I can't drive vehicles at all because my HOTAS is plugged in and I don't want to have to unplug it. That was something that oh, he's got grenades. That was something that RO2 did really well. Is one of the few things that RO2 did do really well that I didn't complain about, was the way it handled driving tanks. Tanks in RO2 drove really, really well. Let's... Not that one, not that one. This one. Hello. Oh fuck. A bit short. What the... That wasn't even where I was looking. It's a new standalone game. It's on a completely new engine. It's like a... It's not quite a tech demo, but it's kind of like a preview of some things they're working on for ArmA 4. Like a proof of concept, I guess. Yeah, it's basically an entirely new game, but it's not meant to be like a game in its own right, if that makes sense. It's meant to kind of pave the way for ArmA 4. What's in here? Probably nothing interesting. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see it has potential, but I'm still not entirely sure yet. Fuck me. Yeah, give me those. So we want to see two things here. A, will I arse blast myself? B, will that bush react to being hit with a fucking explosive? No and no, respectively. I wonder. Yeah, well it wouldn't, because the arming distance didn't. Oh, actually, I just realized. They rebranded it because Komandierski is still an operational company. They didn't want to get sued, I guess. Tovarishski. Amazing. But yeah, it's a Komandierski. Like, almost exactly like mine. You see down the bottom there, it says Zakaz MO SSSR. By order of the Ministry of Defense, the Soviet Union. Same as mine says. So the civilian watches say Stelana v SSSR, made in the USSR. But the military order ones say Zakaz. By order of. What's that compass like? Can I... Yeah, that's how you do it. You shoot the bearing with it like this. It's in degrees, not mils. Interesting. I don't have any ammo for this thing, so... Oh, right. In pistol whip. I forgot that. Where's my bayonet, though, for the AK? I want a bayonet. We'll go pistol whip one of these guys. I don't know if there's a threshold on the AI like there is in ArmA 3, where if you do enough friendly fire, they fuck you up, but... Hey, hey, hey. Bonk! Just don't give a fuck. We did not try this boy yet. Heck is ArmA Reforger, for fuck's sake. It's kind of like a tech demo slash proof of concept slash thing they want to get feedback on for ArmA 4. Oh, there's no cord or anything up here? Sag. I mean, aside from the lens glitching out, the flashing is, like, bad, but... I mean, it's not the worst 3D scope. The thing is, everything outside the scope, you wouldn't even be focused on it. So, I mean, with the size of my monitor, looking through the scope, yeah, that does kind of blur out, like, actually for me in real life, but... Like, that should not really be that crystal clear. And the fucking front sight post should be a blur. Like, you should barely see that front sight post. So on the 9130 snipers, the front sight globe fills about the bottom quarter of the sight picture, but it's so blurred out, it's like just a ghostly grey shape. You can maybe make out that it's the front sight. But, like, you cannot see the front sight that clearly. It blurs out totally. So that needs looking at, because that's going to get in the way. That's fucking annoying, and it shouldn't be there. Like, it's physically there, but you know what I mean? Like, it blurs and you don't notice it. Same as with the iron sights. No, what the fuck is going on over there? You guys see that? Fucking pink laser rave going on over there? Yeah, there's basically no depth of field, which is weird because I turned on a setting that's called, like, what is it? Short distance depth of field or something, or close range depth of field. The sounds are okay, but the point was made earlier, which is correct. You should hear the mechanism of the rifle a bit more. Well, the scope on this is a 4 power scope, right? PSO1 is a 4 power scope. The PU on the Mosin is a 3.5 power. And, like, you can see the front sight globe, but you can't aim with it. It's not co-witnessed anyway. I mean, you can see here the PSO is not even co-witnessed. It's offset left. There's something kind of similar to it, but I couldn't get it to work. It was freezing the game. I had to restart it. I actually don't know. I don't think they have added the keybind yet to switch between sights. So in ArmA 3, you've got one that you can look through the optic, or you can look through the irons. I don't think that's in this yet. We can check though. It's probably not cycle fire modes. No. Toggle illumination though. You can toggle it, but it doesn't... Oh, hang on. No, what am I doing? There we go. So the illumination does work. What's it gonna do? Yeah, V doesn't do it. So yeah, you can't use the irons on this yet. Oh yeah. Yeah, they would be pretty, pretty costly. Is there anything else in here worth looking at? Not really. Get rid of this guy, because this, I think this is the potato sack's bigger angry brother. Can I dump that? Hello? Weird. Oh, I have to drag it from there. I have the stupid. Yeah, okay, so that's a hunting backpack from DayZ. It's similar, it's just bigger. It's kind of like an Alice pack, but with like... It's like an Alice pack, but Etsy. And then you got your RPG carriers. The big boy. And... actually... No, that's the small boy. That's the big boy. The thing I want now from the Russian side is one of those ASVALs. Oh god, yeah. Like, good luck. Good luck. What does this even do? I'm baffled. Oh, okay. No, you're right. I see it now. That's your fucking traditional load-bearing kit. Okay, that's what I was looking for before. So if we go back to the... So that's your machine gun with a great big sack for the fucking belts. That's your rifleman. Okay, I see now. Chuck that on. Hey, shit, CJ.
Lucky 13. Jiggity jiggity goo.
Thanks for the resub, man. It's good to see you. I'm gonna hop off pretty soon because I need to go to bed. But glad you were able to swing by. We're just checking this out. Grenadier. Yeah, let's go back and let's grab an AK again. Oh, this is the fucking shit. I didn't even notice before. We them VOG boys. VOG 25s. That shit. Can I load? Yes, I can. 9x39 ammo. Yeah, like fucking hen's teeth. Good luck. Oh, look, my binoculars actually hang down my chest. Cool. See how the VOGs are. Change fire mode. Good meme. How do I fucking select them? I don't know if I can. Ah. Understandable. It has no sound. Apparently. Or there's a bug. Means we get to hear the hit sounds though. Hold V. Ah, there we go. Yeah, like, remember how I said that they won't react to explosions? They don't react to explosions. Oh, I like the sound from that. Bonk. Let's see. Does that go through the window and then detonate, or does it detonate on the window? I didn't notice. Trick shot. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. Yeah, it's when it's in rifle mode, the sounds don't work for some reason. Interesting. That's the RPK mag, and it is loaded with traces, I think. Bonk. Yeah, traces. Oh yeah, like, it's gorgeous. Yeah, too bad about the sounds. Yeah, the traces look pretty decent. I wonder, not that I'm going to see it because it's daylight, but I do wonder, because that was a thing you could do in ArmA 3. Something that, like, nobody ever bothered doing, but it was a thing you could do in ArmA 3. You could shoot lights out. Oh no, it's possessed. Oh. It was actually sliding down. We knocked it off its mounting. Yeah, you can shoot them out. Nobody ever remembers you can do it, because nobody ever actually does it. That was a pretty cool looking ricochet. Where do we even need to go? Further up the road or something? It is definitely not a thing. I don't know why he does that, but he probably shouldn't. Yeah, a little sketch. There's a gas station on here. Probably that building there. Any idea why I can't join any games? Somebody said earlier that multiplayer is not working very well. This is a DayZ engine. I'm not actually sure if DayZ's on Infusion or if this is a different version. I don't recall. I think DayZ was like the prototype for Infusion, because DayZ was this weird blend of ArmA 2 and ArmA 3 engine features. Like, it was DayZ runs on an ArmA 2 engine, but it's very heavily modified, and in some respects it's better than ArmA 3. So I think either DayZ is Infusion or it was like a prototype for it. It definitely looks good. The sounds, when they aren't bugged out, sounds are pretty good. Just not loud enough for like brushes and or like bushes and shit. Oh, bro, no, bro. Moving my head with my track IR with the binoculars out. Nah, that's not good. Don't do that. That's not a good feature. Yeah, it does seem nice. Oh, fucking hell. I'm tired. Pump's name, Pona, and logo design is an allusion to a real-life brand. I'm not surprised. A lot of things are in this. There's a castle up there. Are we actually going to encounter any Americans, or... I don't know. I don't think I can fast travel either. Do something very dumb and go onto a road. Ooh, shit, yep, there's Americans. Now I got sounds. Fuck, I wish I had some grenades left. Or some magazines. I'm really fucking low. Fuck me. It's coming from across the river. I do not really have the ammo for this. Behind me's clear. There he is. I just lost sight. Oh, there he is. I'm so fucking dead. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah. Not going so well. Alright, no bandages left. Oh! I was gonna say, I think you can actually see the bullet wounds, but no, I think it's just doing the same thing ArmA, well, all the previous ArmA games did, where it's generic textures. Oops, I don't want the extra torch. Oh, it's his body despawned? Okay. Okay, my dude. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. Well, I'm dead now. Well, I mean, they shoot back. I'm gonna call this stream, I think, guys, because I need some sleep, because I got a hockey game to watch tomorrow. I'm gonna see where I can send you. We might do a bit more of this next stream. We'll see how we go. So maybe some of this, maybe some Gunner Heat PC, maybe some DCS if I'm feeling up to it. Who's on? Hockey, the Oilers. I'm gonna go watch the Battle of Alberta down at the local Canadian pub. It's pretty quiet at this hour of night. What I might do is I might just let the auto host do its thing, to be honest. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you very much for stopping by. It went for many hours longer than I expected. I don't know if there will be a stream over the weekend because I got to vote and I got to get other shit done. I'll squeeze one in if I can, but no promises, and I don't know how long it's going to be. But yeah, wherever the auto host does or doesn't send you, I hope you enjoy it there. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe, and I will see you in the not too distant future at some point.